And if you want to get in on the conversation, you want to have your voice heard, the best way to do it is through the gringo in chat. Derek, how you doing, man?
Hi-oh. All right, so anyway, Boomer in chat. He wants to, he says, why make a virtual reality environment if it's not going to look real? He says, give me blood or I ain't buying the game.
So we're talking about blood in game. Puddin', you're not a big fan of blood in game?
No, I think it's great that EA puts a game out like this where you have a choice. There's availability if you want the blood, and you can purchase it without the blood. I think it's great.
But the blood isn't really available. This is a hack. This is gamers in the community kind of saying, we want the blood. We'll make it ourselves if we have to.
No, you're right. I don't know why EA made a decision like that. Again, you know, a lot of these companies, it's a money thing. It's like if they lower the rating, they're going to get more people to buy the game. So that's why they did it. I think it stinks, you know, for the consumer who plays Medal of Honor 1, you know, puts money into it and then gets a different game when, you know, especially a different rated game when they buy the second one.
Right. But it's like if you would have watched Saving Private Ryan and every time someone got shot there was no blood that came out, wouldn't that kind of change the movie for you?
Well, yeah, it would change the movie. It wouldn't make it as realistic, but also it would be different if the Saving Private Ryan 1 was like that and 2 came out and then all of a sudden there was no blood. I think the biggest difference is that they changed the game on the consumers, and I think that's the problem. Do we have another caller?
Caller?
This is Tasha.
Hey, Tasha, where are you from?
Los Feliz in California.
Oh, nice. You have a question for us?
Yeah, I was wondering, does size matter? Like, just what's the deal with stores charging more for a game that's in a bigger box than the same game sold in a smaller box?
Wait, did you see this in a store recently? What happened?
Basically, I saw like the same game that was in larger packaging.
I know what you're talking
being
about.
sold for more money than the exact same game just sold in like a small tiny box.
Yeah, this is actually something that's been going on in the game industry for a while. These big giant PC game boxes take up a lot of shelf space, and it also kind of adds money to the production. I think what she's talking about is now EA and some of the other big companies have reduced the size of the boxes to almost like DVD case size.
Right.
But they're actually cheaper than the regular version of the game? Tasha?
No, it's just the smaller size packaged games, excuse me, are selling for a lower price.
So I think she's saying you're getting the exact same thing, just the box it comes in is different size.
Right.
And it's cheaper money. That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, you know, I think everything's about marketing. It is when you go to a restaurant, it's the jeans that you wear. I mean, people will pay more money for something that looks good. So I think that if, you know, gamers start, you know, buying all the smaller packaged stuff, we'll be spending a lot less money on great games. So I think basically it's in our control, you know.
Thank you, Tasha.
We think we have another caller on the line, actually.
Yeah.
Do we? Do we have another caller?
Caller?
Hi, my name is Bob 3D from Rancho Cucamonga.
Hey, Bob.
And I'm a cheater.
Oh, he's a cheater. What's up? You cheat in what? What game?
Counter-Strike.
Okay. And why do you cheat? What's the deal?
I actually feel like it's a developer's fault for leaving the game so open-ended. I just go in and crack the game, and I feel like it's digital steroids. It's
digital steroids.
Exactly.
What makes you? But don't you feel a little weak beating people using a hack?
No way. It's like I feel like if any advantage I can take, it's all better.
I know, but what's the point of that? I mean, isn't the point like the challenge of sort of beating everybody in the same circumstances and going through and having invisible walls and extra ammunition? I mean, do you really feel good about yourself, I guess, when you win a game that way?
I just feel that those punks, you know, if they don't want to use my cheat, you know, whatever.
All right. I think we have someone who has the opposing opinion.
Yeah.
Tina on the other line. Pull them
Line
up.
3.
Yeah.
Hey, caller.
Yeah, this is Joe from North Jersey.
And you hate cheaters, right, Joel?
Yeah, you know, it kind of ruins it for everybody else. You know, just go in and figure out the game. Take the time like the rest of us. You know, you're kind of a punk if you're a cheater.
Bob, you want to respond to him? Talk to him.
I just feel that if they leave the game so open-ended, it's as if they wanted me to go in and crack the game.
That's like saying if you leave your back door open, you're just asking to be robbed.
Exactly.
I don't know if I buy that.
I hope you don't live in my neighborhood, is all I can say.
Gringo, what's going on in chat? Are they happy with cheating? These chatters in our room cannot be.
It's so back and forth because a lot of people say, yeah, Bob's right. You know, it's fun to get in there and make the game do what you want. But DC Joe Dog says no way, and Toshin says Bob is a lowly cheater.
Boomer actually throws out in chat cheating-death.com. I assume that's some kind of anti-cheating site. There's also paladin-anti-cheat.com.
Yeah, I think it's totally uncool to do in multiplayer games. Do it in single-player games when you're playing against a computer, but a lot of people are paying a lot of money.
Have you ever cheated on anything?
I've cheated on tests.
Right.
But
What about
I
in
was
the
only
game?
hurting myself, Scott.
When we come back, we have got a guest. We've got a very cool guest. Josh Resnick is the president and co-founder from Pandemic Studios, the developer of the critically acclaimed Dark Reign 2 and Battlezone 2. Got some real interesting stuff going on with the military. He'll be taking your questions from chat and your phone calls, all when we come back with G4TV.com, the internet talk show about video games. Good shot.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah.
G4X play, mighty crackle.
All right, chatters, we're back with G4TV.com with Scot Robin and Tina Wood and special guest.
Alrighty, our guest today is Pandemic Studios co-founder Josh Resnick. Josh been involved with mega hits like MechWarrior 2, Battlezone, and Dark Reign. While he was at Activision. Now, most recently, with Pandemic, he's released Triple Play for the Xbox and PS2 and the real-time strategy game Army Men for the PC. Also working on some pretty cool military stuff. We're going to ask him about that. Welcome to the show, Josh.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good to be here. Thanks.
Josh, I have a quick question for you. Right now, you seem sort of be an expert in the gaming industry. What do you think, just, off the bat, what the biggest issue right now facing the gaming industry might be?
I would say growing pains. I know that's kind of an odd response, but with the advent of this, the new technology for Xbox and PlayStation 2 and the GameCube, that's led to demographic shifts in the type of the games that we're expecting and the type of gamers out there, and it's it's just causing a lot of rethinking of how we approach things.
Is it hard for you to keep up being sort of a gaming developer and?
Absolutely. I try my best, but it's very, very hard.
Has the console consolidation, meaning the shift really from PC to console, has that helped in terms of developing for a benchmark system as opposed to the PC we have 8 billion different configurations?
Absolutely. In fact, Pandemic has really made a wholesale shift to the console for that very reason. It's so much easier to make a game when you know what the hardware is, you know what kind of audience you have, you know where they're playing it. There's just so many more knowns than on the PC. Sometimes the technology is a little bit more challenging. The cost is certainly higher. Sometimes the development time takes longer. But, at the end of the day, I think it's worth it. There's a difference.
Now, you actually are working on this military thing, and we've heard rumors about it, and there's a little bit on your website, but can you explain to people what exactly this is all about?
Of course, my standard line is I'd have to shoot you. But for this show, I'll tell you all about it. It's really interesting. The U.S. Army actually approached Sony Pictures Imageworks, which is a special effects art house within Sony. They approached us. So this project kind of fell on our lap. We knew nothing about training simulation products. There's other competitors out there that have dealt with it in the past, like Nova Logic, but this was our first time with it. And it's very different than a typical game, obviously. We're making a product to the exact specifications of training for the U.S. Army. And it really makes a big difference. We're trying to actually have this be a learning product for them. And the U.S. Army has actually been using games for the last 200 years to train their troops, but never before have they actually commissioned a product on the console for this specific purpose. So it's new for the Army and it's new for us, but it's really exciting.
So we can't get a demo or anything?
No, I wish.
And it's like tactic strategies, basically.
Absolutely. What it's doing is it's teaching critical decision making for squads and the commanders that command those squads inside of mount environments, which is, I just forgot what the acronym means, but essentially it's for dense urban environments. Imagine Black Hawk Down. Coming out of that experience, the Army wanted to try to come up with some kind of products or tools that will teach them to deal with those kind of situations. We're not teaching soldiers how to fire a gun or to maneuver a tank. We're teaching them how to think critically in those kind of situations.
Well, we've got a question from chat, Josh. I'm Gringo, by the way. Okay, the question is from Postal, and he wants to know, will there be hope of a Battlezone 3?
I have to tell you, Battlezone, and of course I'm biased, is one of my all-time favorite games. It was a very, very unique product. Unfortunately, it didn't sell a couple million units, but it was a great game.
If you were to make the game, what console would it be for? Which consoles would you like to see it there?
I would probably say the Xbox and the PlayStation 2 would probably be the best homes for it. And I would love to do a Battlezone 3 out there. So if any publisher wants me to do it, please call.
I would like you to do it too.
Okay, well, great.
All right, we actually have a call as well. Caller, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, you got a question for Josh?
Yeah, Josh, this is Josh.
Hey, Josh. Good name.
Hey, I got a question for you about the military game you're doing.
Yeah, you got it.
What's more challenging, doing something like that where it's reality-based, or doing something like Army Men where it's kind of, your own imagination is your only restriction? What's more challenging?
That's interesting. It's a really good question. I would probably say that the harder game, at least, is the Army game. Now, that's probably because we're in the thick of it right now, and we're kind of going through this learning curve. But, you know, just the interface alone, as you can imagine, is something really, really tough to grapple with. And our instincts is to make a game. Like, you know, Army doctrine says that when you round a corner and there are superior, you know, opposition forces coming at you, that you turn right around and run. And, you know, obviously from a gamer's perspective, they would just charge head in there and try to take them on, you know, with all the equipment that they have. So it's, you know, our instincts start kicking in where we want to do the game a certain way, and then we kind of have to pull ourselves back a little bit to make it the Army way.
Okay, we got one final question. We are
Sure.
a little short on time, but massively multiplayer games have kind of taken everyone by storm. It's a big money-making business now. It's probably the single biggest technological kind of growth in the gaming industry. What do you see as the next kind of big thing for the future of gaming? Is there a next killer app or killer technology that will enable you guys to do some stuff that you haven't been able to do yet?
Well, hopefully you'll let me give you a really boring answer, and it might be more of a business perspective, but I think the biggest challenge that's facing the industry moving forward is becoming more sophisticated. You know, here we are, you know, the industry is surpassing the film industry in terms of gross receipts. You know, we're getting attention now in terms of games being turned into movies, and, you know, games on phones and games as toys and all of this kind of stuff, and I still think the gaming industry has this kind of garage 20-year-old designer mentality. And I think just in everything that we do, from contracts to you know, how we deal with the talent, how we actually make the games, the types of games we're making, all of that kind of stuff is going to have to be rethought how we approach it.
You guys coming up with any more sports games?
Absolutely. We just can't talk about it.
Thank you very much, Josh. I appreciate it. We website, actually, if people want to find out more about what you guys are up to, pandemicstudios.com.
That's right. Yep.
Right on. Thank you very much. When we come back, we're going to be polling the people. We'll also be playing Puddin' in Trivia Challenge, and of course, I'm going to kick Tina's ass in Dead or Alive 3. She got me
It's
a little
all a
earlier.
bunch of trash talking, don't believe it.
It's all a bunch of trash talking. I'm going to be doing a lot of it when we come back with more of G4TV.com, the internet talk show about games.
You're plugged into G4 Rewind. Up next, G4TV.com.
Hi, this is Metzdonic, and you're watching G4 Rewind. Who is your favorite G4 host?
I'd have to say Laura Foy.
Probably Adam. He's just hilarious and very spontaneous, and he always makes me laugh.
I'm gonna honestly have to say Kevin Pereira, and I know a lot of people really like Kevin. I'm one of those people, and I've watched him grow from a boy to a man.
Fans and critics agree Attack of the Show is time well wasted. Testify! One of the coolest shows on TV. Attack of the Show, weeknights at 7 and 10, only on G4.
All right, we're back with G4TV.com, and what I did, Tina, over the week is I went to the message boards. I'm looking for controversy. I'm looking for counterpoint. I'm looking for people with different opinions. And one of the interesting things, you haven't seen this yet, but I got a chatter, Mojo93, who posted, "My mom read some stupid article about why it's not good for kids to be on their computers for too long. I know you have an opinion about this." And he says, "Now I have to join some team or something which I don't even like doing. This sucks. I'm not good at sports or anything. And when I grow up, I want to work with computers anyways. It's the only thing I'm good at."
Right, but if he wants to work in computers, he's got to have some kind of a social skill, and that's reality. And
I agree. I gave you a post, though. There's someone who actually agrees with you. I wanted you to have some support.
And I'm curious to see
for
this.
your ridiculous comments.
Dude, well, obviously it wasn't sent to me. I love your games too, but if you spend all of your time locked in your room with Mountain Dew, Doritos, and video games, you won't be able to deal with reality. I was the same way, but when I got to high school, I realized I had no face-to-face social skills and had to relearn how to communicate with other people. Most importantly, there aren't many girls that want to hang out with a game addict. All right, I absolutely agree. If I have kids, when I do have kids, and also when I was a kid, my parents forced me at some point to get away from the computer and to go outside and to, maybe not sports, it doesn't have to be sports, Scott, but your kids have got to learn social skills.
But they are learning social skills, and I think that's what's missed in all of this, is that people think that when you're on a computer, you're just sitting there looking at a bunch of monsters and shooting them. The games today that these kids, I think Mojo93 is talking about, are massively multiplayer world with thousands of people from around the world, and they are socializing, they are talking, they're having jokes, and some of these friends that they make online are more important than even their own family members. I think you're overlooking that part of the social development.
But you can hide behind this computer, and that's the reality of it. There's things that you would say to me on this computer that you won't say in real life, right?
Right.
Okay, so what happens then when these people spend all their time on computers and it's time to go get a job, or it's time to go to college, or it's time to stand up and give a presentation in school?
I'm glad you said that because I did a little research. I got an article here from Andrew Glassman, a CNBC reporter, and to paraphrase, he says, this story is for the parents who think their kids spend too much time playing video games. It turns out it might be time well spent preparing them for a lucrative career. So yes, it may inhibit them a little socially at high school, but the bigger picture is they're immersing themselves in a 3D world, they're immersing themselves in technology, and that could end up being a benefit for them later on.
I disagree. Isn't everything about moderation, though? It's the same thing if I had a kid that was a football star. It's like, that's great, but you know what? Computers are the wave of the future. Now let's spend an hour a night going through computer, whether or not it's math problems or English problems. It's about moderation.
I don't know. I would disagree only because sometimes kids aren't good at other stuff besides the social stuff that goes on in computer world. And you mentioned social. Social is all about what EverQuest and Ultima and Ashwin's Call is about. It's about communicating, becoming friends with people. You can't even do a lot of the tasks in these games without having multiple people with you. And actually, I just saw, Gringo, I saw a chat, Mako, I saw Mako's comment. I know you saw it too.
Yeah,
what did he say?
This is a big one. Mako says, I tried the social skills thing in school and I was badly bullied and was so unhappy I was sent to a psychologist for help, yet online I've made more friends than daytime, I don't know what that means, but thanks to the longtime chatters, met here from years and years, so I thank them for effectively saving my life.
He's from the UK, so some of his language is a little... It's time for Playing with Puddin'. Puddin' is you right there.
Absolutely.
You have been taking on challenges and trivia in the internet show we do during the week.
Yep.
And we thought it'd be great to have it happen here, right here on the show.
Sounds
We've
good.
got Ryan on the phone.
Hi.
Hey, Ryan, what's up?
Nothing. I'm ready.
All right, Ryan, where are you from?
I'm from Los Angeles.
Ooh, a native, all right.
Ryan, are you ready to take on Puddin'?
I'm ready. Bring it on, Puddin'.
She thinks she's all that. All right.
Bring it on, Ryan.
I'm going to throw out the question. The two of you, whoever answers first is going to get the shot at it. If you get it wrong, you'll get no points. If you get it right, you're going to get one. All right, you ready?
All right, absolutely.
All right.
How many gigs is the Xbox hard drive?
8.
2.
8 is correct. Ryan.
Yeah!
Ryan, you're cheating. I knew you were.
I'm not cheating, I swear.
Okay.
Which was released first, the Jaguar or the Genesis?
Jaguar.
Genesis.
Genesis is correct. That's true. What game company made the 32X add-on?
Nintendo.
That is incorrect. Ryan, quick stab. Nope, you're out. All right, it's 2-0. You got 2 questions left, Puddin'.
All right, quick.
Complete this character name. Crash?
Bandicoot.
Test dummies.
Bandicoot is right. And the final question, which came first, Sonic or Mario?
Mario.
Mario is correct. It's 3-1.
Oh,
Very
Ryan
good, Ryan.
pulled it out at the end there. All right, congratulations, Ryan.
Thanks.
Nah, anytime.
It's
You'll
not
get your
your day,
beanie in the
Puddin'.
mail.
It's not your day, Puddin'. And you know what? It's time to kick some ass. Puddin' beat me in Dead or Alive 3 earlier during rehearsal.
I think I've consistently beat you.
but I beat you the first time we
played.
played.
You beat me once. Okay, all right,
Chatters,
you're right.
you jump in chat now and let us know who you think's going to win, and then go to the message boards and tell us what game you want Puddin' and I to go head-to-head on next week. Whatever it is, I'll probably be able to take her on. Let's go. Let's
You're
roll
all
it
set?
up.
I think
am
we
ready.
picked out our characters.
Yeah, I picked the Russian guy.
I picked Tina, so we'll see how this one goes.
Actually, no, I have Jeet Kyun Do.
You have Jan Lee.
Jan Lee.
Look at that. Here we go. Zebra pants and everything, Scott.
You're looking great in that outfit.
I appreciate that.
Could you really wear that to next week's show? I look pretty good there, huh? I'm going to be playing with Puddin' after this. All right, let's go.
Ooh, that had to have hurt us all. I have to say. Oh,
that's one. You go 2 out of 3.
All right, here we go. Let's go.
DC Joe Dogs.
I don't think we need the replay on that one. I prefer not to have it.
Right,
All right, that was a good game.
By the way, I have those same pants.
All right, one more. I'm not going to lose twice, Scott. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
You're in
good
trouble.
sweet kick from Scott, but Tina comes back with a hit and another sweep kick. Who's got the button mashing skills?
All right, I'm about to put Scott on his back.
This is all about strategy.
Yeah. That was a pretty even fight so far.
I think there's something wrong with my controller.
Oh, 2-0.
All right. We have time for one more.
We can
All
if
right,
you
here we
want.
go.
I mean, if you really want
I
the
will
abuse.
not go out a loser, I'm telling you.
Good Lord. Again.
Here we go.
Here we go, Puddin'. Oh, my goodness.
Ooh, how's that
Scott
feel?
can't
How's
even
that
get
feel?
close to her. Oh, there he goes.
I need one more
It's a
good
kick
shot.
fest.
Next shot, next hit. Nice.
Twinson.
I think that might be.
Twinson says Tina
2-1.
got it.
All right, well, let's go one more, Scott. Scott, how'd that feel?
Tina's been using elbows and kicks to maximum effect. And Tina
All right,
gets
we
the
have
KO.
time for one more tiebreaker. We have one. Okay, this is it. This is it.
DC Joe Dog thinks Scott's going to win, but it doesn't look like it.
Here we go.
All right, this is
Final
it.
match.
Final match.
Tiebreaker.
You're finished.
All right. That's all right. I wanted that. I want to make you feel good about yourself. Ooh. I'm getting rocked. There we go. How's this gonna feel? Boom! I did a WWF style. All right, Derek, who are the chatters voting for?
They're all voting for you, Tina. It's
All right, well, let's
pretty
go.
clear
Oh,
cut.
if I can get you on this one, I hope.
Oh!
Next hit's a KO.
That was a hell of a final.
Oh! Brings it out in the end. Scott
Tina
goes down
wins
the
again.
loser.
The chatters are going to be
Would have
going
been great if
crazy.
we had time only for one game. Alrighty, thank you very much for joining us on G4TV.com. This is how it works. Head over to the website, join the message boards, get involved in the conversation. You can recommend who we talk to on the show. You can recommend what games we play. You can recommend what Puddin should wear on the show. It's all good.
No,
You're
they can't recommend what I'm going to wear on the
You're
show.
going to read the chatters and take us
Yeah,
out
I'm
of
just
here?
going to read the names this time. We got Thug and Visit and AGN Studio, Black Wolf, Bobby, Bobo, Burr, Dell, Duality, Ed Synth, Phone, Jag, Mayoko, Nix, Ode, Postal, Puddin in Studio, Tashin, Twinson, Wilcon, let me scroll down, Zoink, IB Doi, ATF Griff, DC Joe Dog, DC Nate, Demondo, Duel, Mr. Popo. Do you prefer pizza or KFC? DC Jojo, DOA 3. And Will, what was the last question? Just so you know, Visit said Scott sucks and then says go, Tina, go.
I did get my ass kicked.
Yes, you did. Hey, caller, what's on your mind?
I just rented Eternal Darkness at Blockbuster.
Mm-hmm.
This game is awesome.
Yes.
I'm a Nintendo fan for a long time, and this game is just great. I don't want to reveal anything, but it's very scary, very funny, and I just want to say comments.
All right, no spoilers yet. Hey, one of the first Nintendo games that earned a mature rating is Eternal Darkness, putting to end any rumors of Nintendo being just for kids. Many of you had comments about it, so get them ready, because G4TV.com, the interactive talk show about games, starts now. Alrighty, you're watching G4TV.com with the AGN right here, and you are?
Tina.
Tina T-Dub from
T-Dub.
Florida State University.
Yes,
and then
go
over here,
Noles.
keeping the chatters in a cavalry advanced formation is Laura Thug.
It's a difficult job. I'm Laura.
Yeah.
Yes.
From New York.
From New York.
Oh,
And
you said where you were from.
we have on the phone Draguna, big
Drag-
member of the forums.
Hey, Greg.
Hi.
Hey, Greg. Actually, Greg, where do you live?
Johnson City, Tennessee.
Tennessee, and you do get G4, right?
Yes.
All right, well, you were talking about being a big fan of Nintendo's Eternal Darkness, and you kind of wanted to know how we felt about the game?
Is it scary, first of all? I guess I want to know, is it really scary? That's what people have been saying.
Yeah, it is a very scary game for me.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I went home, I played it at Draguna's recommendation, actually, in chat. And at first, I was like, this is a Resident Evil knockoff. But then you play it, and you notice Resident Evil is sort of like a B movie, like horror film.
Right.
But Eternal Darkness is more like a psychological thriller. Am I right? Would you agree with that, Draguna?
Mm-hmm.
It touches on your sanity. In fact, there's a sanity meter. I think it's good. The graphics are better than Resident Evil.
Right, like, isn't it like you can actually, like, almost trip out? Like, if you're standing, you can start seeing things and you have
If you lose your sanity, you start to hallucinate and see things.
But it's a scary game. I played it for a little bit. It definitely gives you chills.
The noise is just
very creepy. Very creepy.
The voices, it's
a
scary.
game not to play by
Scott,
yourself.
have you had a chance to play it?
I haven't, but I'm pulling up some comments from the message boards. If we had broadband right here, it would be a lot faster. I'm just slowly waiting for the page to load.
Everyone in chat seems to think that it's an awesome game too. A lot of people haven't had a chance to play it yet, but Derek H says it's scary for a Nintendo game. He thinks Mario 64 made him. This made Mario 64 crap his pants, and it made me get tongue-tied. Sheesh.
Well, Dragoon, thank you so much for calling. We appreciate it. And thanks for always coming into chat.
Would have been great.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
So you're having problems with the computer, obviously.
Yeah, you know.
That's all right.
All right, it's the Laura and Tina show. You ready?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about, Laura? Right, New York City. Actually, we have another caller. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, who's this?
This is Thumb Blister.
Thumb Blister.
Thumb Blister.
What's your question, Thumb Blister?
All right. I was in New York City, as you may know, just recently, and I stopped at the Pokemon Center in Rockefeller Plaza, which is like Poke Heaven. Very cool place.
Are you a Poke freak?
Somewhat, but I love my Nintendo stuff. And I picked up this little gem called the Pokemon Mini, and it's like a maybe a 2-inch Game Boy with a dot matrix screen LCD. It's got A and B buttons. It's got a C button on the shoulder even. It's got rumble feature. It's got an internal shock sensor.
Gee, it's right on.
It's got a clock. It's got an infrared communications port so you can play and trade with up to 6 other people. But
Looks
the problem
like you
is,
scored.
I don't know anybody else who's got one of these things.
I'm not surprised.
So we're putting it
very
out there in the
obscure,
chat.
very niche. So you're looking for someone to actually play against? Is that the deal?
Well, I just want to know why it's not in, the mass market here. I mean,
Don't you think we've kind of gone past the whole Poke craze? I mean, Pokemon was really huge a few years ago. I think people are like now Dragon Ball Z, and they're looking for other things. I mean, I think you're still stuck in the past a little there, Thumb Blister.
I don't think so. Pokemon shall live forever.
Well, I would suggest maybe going online and doing a little search for it. Is it new? Is it something that just came out?
Well, see, that's what I don't know. I've just only ever seen it or heard of it at this one place. It's not even a big thing on Nintendo's website. It's like you got to really dig to find something about this thing.
I've never even heard of it.
No,
I've never even heard of it.
I would suggest the Google search. Only in New York City.
In New York City.
I'd suggest a Google search. Also post it to our forums. There are over 3,000 people, members of our forums right now.
I already did that.
And
nobody has one.
Nobody has any idea
Well,
what the
I
hell
don't
I'm
know.
talking
Consider
about.
yourself unique.
Yeah, you're
I guess
special.
it's just a great collector's item, then, huh?
Absolutely. Don't keep it in mint condition and see if you can sell it in 10 years.
It's a lot of fun. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep it in mint condition.
Well, thanks for calling
Thanks,
in.
Thumb Blister.
And if we come across anybody in our gaming travels that has one of these things, we'll point them your way.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Hey, I also found some of those Eternal Darkness comments. Wanted to throw them out there because, GameKid128 posted that Eternal Darkness is really good. Game leaves you on the edge of your seat. You never know what's going to happen next or how you will go insane. But it's guaranteed to mess with you. And then I had to cut it off because he left a spoiler in there, kind of revealing some of the game there. So there you go. There's a little Eternal Darkness comment.
Right on.
All right.
Good game.
It's time to hand out this week's honorable mention. It's a chance for us to recognize a great post in the forum. This week, we're talking about a valuable contribution, a post that makes you go, Yeah. And this week, it is Spirit Zombie, a forum member who has reached geek status by posting over 500 messages. Thug, what's the name of Spirit Zombie's thread?
Well, this thread, and it touched me at home because I once thought I was cool. I did. And then I read this thread, and it's called You Know You're a Geek When, and realized that many of the things applied to me. So it was a cathartic moment for myself when I realized that I'm right there with you guys, and just a few of them because they're really funny. A few of them is when your idea of hanging out on a Saturday night means hanging out in our chat room. What? Is there something wrong with that? I thought that was normal.
I thought that meant you were cool.
When half your cubicle shelf is overflowing with toys, I thought that was cool. That's not cool.
I have toys. I have toys all over my office.
Hi.
Yeah, you guys.
I have the Spider-Man web slinger.
Okay.
I have the actual.
When someone says, "Isn't Xbox made by Windows?" and you laugh at them because they mistook Windows for Xbox, for Microsoft. Like, duh, who would do that?
Right.
So anyway, I don't want to go on and on into my deepness of geekdom, but it's a great thread, and it's on the board in the G4 discussion forum.
Are people going after that?
There's hundreds and hundreds of posts, and I guarantee more than one apply to you.
Yes. I think you're slipping into geekdom. This show is dragging you down with all of us.
I know, I'm feeling it. In fact, I collected my first
I'm
miniature.
sorry, can we get her some black rim glasses, please? Thank you.
Alrighty, well, when we come back, we're going to introduce you to the hardware horde, G4's own Josh Crane, and check out my video game diary, so don't go anywhere. More gaming goodness right after this.
Hey everybody, I'm Kevin Pereira. I once was a PA at the network getting balance bars and coffee, and then one day in the lunchroom, an executive producer for another show called Arena asked me if I had any interest in being on camera. And I looked around and I didn't see a couch. It felt safe, and I said yes, I'd love to be.
If you aren't watching Code Monkeys,
Holy pope crap in a box!
then you're missing out
Give me the best boob job $200 can buy.
on the best 8-bit animated series in history.
Quick, help me put them in my mouth.
It's bigger.
I put my action in your ear.
What?
Better.
I am Cock Goblin.
And smarter
Smell my finger.
than last season.
I'm home.
Where's my dinner, bitch?
Ow!
Catch an all-new Code Monkeys, Sunday night at 10. Part of G4's Stay Out of the Sun Summer.
Hey, welcome back to G4TV.com. I'm Thug, and here's AGN and T-Dub.
Hey, are you feeling a little light in the wallet? Have you spent all your babysitting money? Well, don't worry. The crew from G4TV.com understands, and that's why we're giving you another no-budget gamer tip.
No budget gamer. That looks like a no budget gamer kind of graphic.
Yeah. That graphic makes me want to empty my pockets out.
I ain't got no money.
That's right. We look around the net trying to find free games that cost nothing. Not a zip, zilch. And this week, it's a small, addictive, web-based version of Battleship, and it's actually called, well, it's called Battleships with an S.
It was a stretch. I had to figure out what it was going to be, but the S threw me.
But the game is just like the game you remember from your childhood, where you have to set up a couple of battleships. You got
You sunk my battleship.
Yeah, you set up like the destroyer, the aircraft carrier, and on your thing, and then the computer will try and sink your ship.
The computer is hard to beat.
It's like one of those games that's just addictive, that you could sit there and play for hours, even though it's not very deep. It's just battleships.
Now, where can we find this?
You can head over to the link on the website, because if I were to read you the link on the air right now, it'd take about 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's fun and it's free. And there you go. That's
Yay.
it. No budget, no
budget gamer. Wow, 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 wow.
All right, now staying on top of the PC gaming scene means a couple of things. Fast processor, lots of memory, and most importantly, 3D hardware. Should you get a GeForce 3, GeForce 4? What's Radeon? What happened to the T-buffer? Who's on first? Well, here to answer those questions is G4's own Josh Crane. He's also known as the hardware whore. It's a hell of a name.
That dude.
Josh?
Laura?
That dude.
So far away over there.
I think you earned that name, the hardware whore.
He's also known as the dude in chat. If you're in chat, he's pretty much always there. How you
Now
doing?
you're going to only get hardware questions.
So I got this new gaming rig. Pentium 4, 2.53 gigs,
Right.
and then it came down to the 3D hardware. What would you recommend for someone who's got a state-of-the-art computer now for a 3D card?
Well, state-of-the-art computer now,
Yeah.
go for the state-of-the-art video card now.
Which is?
I would say still the GeForce 4 Ti 4600.
And that's like a $400 card.
Yeah, you can pick one up for around $350.
Michael, longtime chatter, good friend of ours. He wants to know the ultimate question, OpenGL or Direct3D, which do you think is best for gaming visuals overall?
Well, I mean, I think right now, especially with the push that Microsoft has had on the Xbox, Direct3D is still, a viable and very vibrant looking platform. OpenGL has, quite a few of its own advantages, and, it's one of those things where it's up to the developers. A good developer can take either and make a quite, visually stunning game.
Well, along the same lines, do you think there are any games that currently take advantage of the power of the GeForce 4? And that's a question from Yama86.
Good question.
Yeah, I get this question a lot, and the answer is yes, they all do. And I don't mean to be vague with my answer, but the whole idea of the GeForce 4 is that if you can increase, the number of pixels that you're drawing per second, that gives you some overlap that you can use to play around with extra features. So the faster your game is running, now you have some room to put in some extra stuff, some shading, some lighting, per pixel effects, those types of things. So yeah, all of the games will run better, run faster. Games like Max Payne on a GeForce 4 playable at 1600 by 1200. Games like Grand Theft Auto 3 on the PC, even on a GeForce 4, it's still pretty much brought to its knees on a high-end machine. So yes, there are games that are taking advantage of it right now, mostly in the speed.
So, what are some of the features that the GeForce 4 has? I remember there was something called the T-buffer that was coming out from 3D Effects that was going to do like movie-style motion blur and perspective kind of imaging. What are some of the features this card has that kind of sets it apart from the others?
Well, it's actually an old feature revisited, which I think is the most impressive on the GeForce 4, and it's anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing was the one feature that came out of that whole suite of new features from the 3D effects, the T-buffer and motion blur, that actually had some direct application to real-world gaming. It makes your games look sharper. It makes them look smoother. It takes away the jaggy lines. With the new version of the GeForce 4, especially the Ti 4600, it's things are so much crisper at such high resolutions that they used to say, oh well, you'll be able to play your games at the same resolution, but now turn on anti-aliasing. Now you can play most games that are out there at 1600 by 1200 with 4x or quincunx anti-aliasing on.
image quality is as good, if not, some people say better, some people say worse. There is a little bit of blur. You take away jaggies, you get some blur. But yeah, it's anti-aliasing. I think is definitely where it's at now, because it's finally we have video cards that are fast enough that can deliver the performance.
Speed Demon says T-buffer is worthless. It was just PRBS. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Really?
It's a great idea in filmmaking. It works quite well on TV. Video games, not so much.
Josh, you were like a plethora of information.
Well, I was just going to say, some people, if you're having relationship trouble, you would write Dear Abby.
I know.
If you have a hardware-related question, send it to us, because the dude will come back on from time to time to answer some of your hardware-related questions.
What do we say?
He has a plethora of knowledge.
I'm going to change it from the dude to the man.
Yeah.
When I need hardware, I go to Josh.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming on the show. I appreciate taking time out of the busy development time. And when we come back, Laura will assume the pole position, and T-Dub and I are going to monkey around on the GameCube. Watch some promos, see some commercials, and we'll see you on the other side.
Alright, my favorite old school G4 show has to be G4TV.com, because XPlay covers it now, but G4TV.com was the original place to get all your video game information. Chemistry between Laura and Tina was great, and I guess everybody appreciated it when Geoff chipped in every once in a while.
They say Attack of the Show gets it before it gets out. Now, what is it?
I don't know what it is, but what Monica Lewinsky did for the cigar business is exactly what we're doing for the gaming and tech industry.
No. We definitely have it. People are constantly coming up to me saying, Kevin, how are you so hip and amazing? And I say, I don't know. Ask Jesus or R. Kelly.
Having it means being raw, frank, and usable.
Usable is not a word.
Read the Urban Dictionary much? Lip one.
Attack of the Show, weeknights at 7 and 10, only on G4.
Who will win? That's our flame war for this week. This week it's a chance to fight the good fight in the forum. T-Dub, Thug, and I scoured the boards looking for friction, controversy, and an all-out smackdown, drag-out fight. And this week we look no further than the Man of Steel versus the Caped Crusader. Warner Brothers has confirmed it's developing Superman versus Batman, a film that will cinematically answer one of the greatest bar bets of all time. Who would win in a fight between Superman and Batman?
Well, I pulled my side of the flame from Burr, who said, Batman is far smarter. He'd probably fashion a few batarangs out of kryptonite, and then it's bye-bye, overrated alien.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo, smackdown.
Well, I got Fooflex, who says, how in the world is Batman getting any votes? Batman is a regular human. Superman is invincible except against kryptonite. And if he were to punch him, he would instantly die. Batman could never get a punch off because Superman could move faster than bullets. Do you see what I'm saying here? Even if Batman dropped a freaking nuclear bomb on him, it would do nothing. Batman can't win.
Okay, first of all, Batman has Robin, and he's loaded.
Robin?
Batman has the Batmobile.
Yes, dude. He's got all the toys. He's this rich dude.
Robin?
Yes.
Superman has a cape and he's afraid of green rocks.
Yeah, like what's up with like seriously?
Superman.
Come on.
You guys are so out of it because Superman has this really big breath of cold air. He could freeze Batman in a few seconds.
Batman
He could also
can dodge the freeze.
Also, Batman's got this mask, so even if his whole body was like kryptonite bat suit, he's got this area here where Superman could just use his heat vision and burn a hole right through Batman's mouth. And Batman would be like,
Scott, Batman's so rich, he can buy heat vision.
Batman has
what
the
is it
Bat
anyway?
Cave.
I mean,
Superman
Batman-
changes in telephone booths. Go to the Bat Cave, get a hotel
he's
room.
so not money.
The problem is
No money.
Batman is a rich guy with some toys. How really
You're praising
powerful
an alien.
is...
Game
Yeah, no.
Kid 128
I
says
can't even
Batman.
believe you guys could take the side of Batman.
Game Kid 128 says Batman is more super than Superman.
That's right. Okay.
Superman obviously has the advantage. If you factor kryptonite into the equation, then anyone can beat him up, sure, but that's a sort of a cop-out.
And
That is
Serial
it's a
Killer
trap.
is also saying he's whipped by Lois Lane. He's got time to go out and fight crime and take on Batman.
Nebula Pig says, while I voted for third party, Superman would just beat the edit out of Batman if it was just brute strength. But if Batman was allowed to use weapons, who knows? What about chatters? Anybody in
Old
chat
school
have...
Superman, who you would think is going for Superman, is shouting Green Lantern, Green Lantern.
I'll think Superman would win. What is wrong with you people? Game Kid thinks Robin's a queer. I don't even know if I can say that. But
Just look at style and fashion alone.
Yeah.
Batman is the Dark Knight. He's in black and he's purple.
No
and he's
offense,
slick.
but this is why
Batman.
this is why I wonder whether women can get involved in a comic book discussion if you're talking fashion and Robin.
Scott.
What is the deal there?
You do not want to go there.
I don't think outfits have anything to do.
I don't think you should start something you can't finish.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think you want to go there.
I don't think that outfits have anything to do with the outcome over two
The outfits hold the gadgets.
Yeah, whatever. All
Tell that to
Batman
your
has to
wardrobe
do,
lady.
he's so
You see
loaded.
what I'm dealing with
all he
here.
has to do is go buy some kryptonite, throw a little green rock at Superman,
about the
and
It's done. It's Dark Knight forever.
Yeah, and there's Supergirl too, right? Right, Tina?
With who's Supergirl?
Who's Supergirl?
Exactly.
We're not talking Wonder Woman. We're not
All
talking
right. Fire up your engine. It's time for another poll position. This week, we polled you on the best cartoony game character, which of course leaves my cartoony game character, Tom Brady, Super Bowl MVP, out of the running because he's not a cartoon. Thug, who are some of the characters that did make the poll?
Let me just say that my cartoony style game character, which isn't cartoony because he's drawn so well, which is I'm going to say why he's not in it. Abe didn't make the poll, but whatever.
He didn't make the poll, but who did?
Who did make the poll? Coming in last place is Zoom. Zoom for last place? Sure. Zoom everywhere.
It's more of a z.
Right. Last place is Crash Bandicoot. They didn't like him.
Bandicoot.
One of the funniest things, Tina, I remember you like to say that.
I love saying Crash Bandicoot.
One more time.
Crash Bandicoot.
Right on. And next up, we have Link. They thought Link was pretty cute.
Who has a feminine side, who I thought was a girl.
Link does have a feminine side.
And an earring, right?
With you. I feel that.
There's a game where Link has an earring, I think.
Mm-hmm. And next we have Mario. It's me, Mario. Next.
Yeah, but he's not really a I guess he is.
He's a cartoon-style game
person,
character.
though. Yeah.
I didn't say animal. I didn't say monster. I said game character. Cartoon. I would draw Mario. It's
But wouldn't that make every game character a cartoon?
Scott, is
well,
this
a cartoon style is what we're talking about. See, now Max Payne they're going for realistic looks there.
All right.
This is just our
I think.
And number one.
Yeah.
God, I hope
Who's
you lose
number one?
at Monkey Ball. I so hope you lose.
Easy with that banana.
Number one is Sonic the Hedgehog.
That I would agree with that.
He's a cute little guy.
Sonic rules.
Sonic the
SSJ
Hedgehog coming in
Trunks.
at number one.
SSJ Trunks says Sonic rules. Sacred Silence says Link has hormonal problems.
Because of his feminine side.
Burr says Sonic number one. He predicted it correctly. And Amazing Rando says, yes, Scott, Mario is real. So I have some support in chat.
Yeah, okay. You guys can go to talk to your real friends.
All right, it's time to play our
Peter Pan
game.
lands.
It is time to play the game. It is time to go head-to-head with Tina T. Dub.
Yes.
The chatters have asked us to play this game. It's called Super Monkey Ball. It is for the Nintendo GameCube. It's from Sega. And we're going to play the monkey fight. And the way we're going to decide what happens, usually we stick an L on someone's head. Today it's all about that banana. Laura, you want to tell us what we're going to do with that banana?
You're not planning on going out tonight.
We're just, I'll have it here ready for whoever wants to lose.
And what are we going to do with the banana?
I sent some smushing.
It's going to be smushed into the loser's head. There's one round.
Which screen
Let's
are we
go.
on?
You ready to go? I'll look there.
It's
I
good,
think we
it's
both
good.
look there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Tina, tell us who you're playing
Super Monkey
as.
Ball Monkey Fight. I am in the red. T-Dub is in the blue.
Oh, the red goes down! Oh boy, we got 52 seconds left. So far, we've got Scott off the board once this banana is good. It's warm, it's mushy. I've been sitting on it. It's gonna smush nice. It's gonna feel good. I hear that banana's good for the skin, guys, so don't worry about it. Scott is in the red. He's
not
just had his
turning out the
second
way I
knockoff.
expected.
Tina is in the blue. She seems to be fighting a strong fight over here. She does not want any banana on her face. Well, let me tell you guys, this is some good banana.
All right, come on. I'm in the blue, that's all I know.
Get him off the board. We got 22 seconds left. They both fell. It is a tie score right now. I think it's 40-40. Oh, shoot. 50. Scott is up 50-40. Come on.
Yeah!
Oh, 60-40. Tina, you're getting a banana. Tina, the banana's coming your way. You got 3 seconds. Oh, 3 seconds.
Oh, Scott.
Oh, no. Can you smell what Scott is about to cook? Here you go, honey. Ready? I'm going to toss it. Don't drop it. Get it.
I quit.
Come on, baby.
Webcam, what?
Come on. Thank you very much for watching and participating in the show.
Yeah.
It won't work without all the chatters and the viewers at home posting to the boards. Thank you to our guest today, Josh Crane, the dude. He's the hardware whore. And of course, thank you to Banana Face right over here, T-Dub, and to Laura Thug. I'm AGM. We'll see you next time.
Here we go, team. Come get real close.
Oh,
yes!
All right, caller, spill your video game guts to us.
I was just wondering why Laura does not like The Sims.
Ooh.
Who do we have on the phone here? Calling Laura out like that.
This is CCPPC.
Ooh, it's crazy chick Powerpuff
Girl.
chick thing.
And you're not a fan of The Sims? We're gonna find out what your thoughts are. Is it a compelling game experience? Is it a compelling game experience or just digital Barbies? The Sims are online, and so are we. Gather around. We'll discuss because G4TV.com, the show that puts chatters on TV, starts now. Hey, and welcome to another G4TV.com, or as I like to call it, an interactive gaming cocktail. That's 1 part Tina Wood, right there, 1 part Laura Foy.
Shaken, not stirred.
1 part live chat and message boards. I'm Scott Rubin. I'll shake and serve.
Scott with 1 T.
With 1 T. On the phone we have CCPPC, who's going to tell us what's so appealing about Sims Online and put the question to our own Laura Thug. What's the deal?
CCPPC, here's my thing with The Sims and sim games. I just don't get it. I live my life. I don't want to play a game where I have to go to work, clean the house, drive the car, deal with obnoxious neighbors. Like, that's not fun.
All right, now hold on. CCPPC, what do you feel about what Laura just said?
Yeah.
I think there is some truth to that.
Okay.
Very good.
Why do you like The Sims? Sell it to me. Tell
I
me
like
why.
it because it's just not another game about killing. It's about socializing.
Oh, well, you can't argue with that.
2 points in CCPPC's corner. Well, here, real quick, I actually played The Sims. Dave from Portal was nice enough to hook it up for me a little bit last night, and it's more of like a glorified chat room.
Right.
It's much more interactive, so it's not so much as like a video game as it is like this lifestyle experience, but I really think maybe we should be a little bit more open-minded about these role-playing games.
I understand PPC, the desire to want to role play and play a game, but like I would stick with the EverQuest things. To me,
but that's
if
all
I'm
about killing.
But it's not just, there's Motor City Online. That's not about killing. It's
Right.
about driving.
But it's a lot less.
They're not about killing if you don't make them all about killing.
But The Sims Online is a lot less detailed. It's a lot less building up. You can kind of get into it right away.
I'm not sold, but I will play them
You're
for
gonna
a
have to get
brief
in there.
period of time.
And
Probably.
I think that if you were playing a sim character that looked like you, that might make it a little more exciting.
So now not only I'm simming my life in a game
you're
because
simming you.
I'm me all the time. If I want to play like you, I want to look like you, Scott.
Gamer620 says people get married on EverQuest. Maybe they'll be getting married in The Sims.
My name is Holden, says The Sims is boring.
Yeah.
And
Captain Atari says it's fun to kill Sims. Have you ever walled one in and let it
you know
starve?
what? There's actually an Easter egg in one of the earlier Sim games where if you kill all your family members, that ghost will come and haunt your house.
That's weird.
That's good stuff right there. That's good
I was playing
gaming.
The Sims and they burned down the whole kitchen cooking dinner, just like I would.
Oh, really? So,
Alrighty.
all right,
Thank
so
you, CCPPC.
Thank you for calling the G4TV.com
You made some
Motorola
good
game
points.
line. We appreciate that.
Hey,
You're
now.
welcome.
Anyway, I see a blinking light, but let's... Hey, caller.
Hey,
Hey.
Hey, what's your name?
Gino,
Gino. Where are you calling from, Gino?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Thanks for calling in. What's your question or comment or anything else you want to share with
Pizza
us?
rolls?
Well, what's with these spyware pop-ups I keep getting?
Pop-up.
Pop-ups like when you mean pop-ups like if you're playing like a game on your PC and like a computer
and then
pop-up?
these pop-ups come in, like a bunch of them.
A bunch
Pop-ups
of pop-ups
drive
come in.
me nuts.
So like what game will you be playing and you'll have pop-ups?
I don't know, I play a lot of Sims, I play a lot of PC games.
So you're just playing The Sims and all of a sudden all the pop-ups from all the other stuff in your computer will...
And when I'm on the internet, too, anywhere.
I think
Yeah.
it's like when
We're
you
so
download
obnoxious.
anything from the internet these days, and gamers are kind of particularly ripe for this because you're downloading game demos, you're downloading patches, you're
Right.
downloading movies of game, and with those files come spyware and other program that kind of when you say, oh, do you want to download this now? And you go, yes. You might think you're talking about the game demo,
right.
but it's really like the ad eliminator or the
And
other...
these like file sharing
external-
programs,
Right.
right? They open you up so
Yeah.
you're totally vulnerable, right?
There's-
Like Kazaa.
The pop-ups are so obnoxious
Yeah,
now,
well,
though.
the idea is that you need to go to like places like CNET and to other sites that have kind of their impartial, unbiased view of some of the software that you can use. Because there are things like Ad Eliminator and stuff like that that actually remove ads from being seen on web pages, let alone the pop-up.
You know what? It's kind of like when you get spam in your inbox.
Yeah.
And it has a link that says, click here to unsubscribe from this list. Actually, I've heard that clicking that link is not unsubscribing you. It's making you more open and eligible to receive more spam from other companies.
It's
very manipulative. Don't open them. Just delete them.
And if someone says, email this to take your name off the list, don't do that.
They're just putting you on 10 other lists.
Right, because they're basically verifying that your email address is valid.
They're so obnoxious. They drive me crazy.
They're
They
sneaky.
drive me crazy.
We're going to stop the madness right
Gino,
now.
thank you so much for calling. We really appreciate
Gino.
it. Thanks. And thanks for being an active forum member.
Yes.
No problem.
All right.
All right, it's time to give out another honorable mention, a post on the message board that sparks conversation with other members of the G4 community. And while it is a toss-up as to which is more exciting, getting the honorable mention or having your post read by Thug, we can all agree that it's better not to post something you wouldn't say in a crowded room. So, Thugger, who gets today's honorable mention? Did I shock you?
Yes, you did.
Sorry.
Today's honorable mention goes to Sean Feld. Sean Feld is a good poster.
I love that show. Oh, Sean
Feld.
Seinfeld.
Oh, I didn't even catch that reference. Wow. Okay. Weird. Well, what Sean wanted to talk about was weird game moments. There's weird games, and then there's some gaming moments that just... What's going on there?
Yeah.
I think the developers are having a little too much sippy sip. And they're just like, I know what would be funny. Let's put this in that, screw people up. Anyway, let's take a look at some weird game moments as nominated by our viewers. First is Sean Feld's one. Totally weird stuff. He says, seeing Bill Clinton and Al Gore in NBA Jam.
I actually love that one.
I never knew our nation's leaders were such ballers.
I can slam dunk.
Look at Clinton go. I love that Clinton's in pink as well.
Love me an intern.
That's pretty weird.
I'm a good ball handler. Already.
He should be playing with Arkansas if they had a...
Scott?
Okay, hey, and Digital Girl wants us to know in Medal of Honor, there's a part where you're walking along with your gun, making sure nobody attacks you, and it's all very serious. And then you look through a window and see dancing Nazis.
Look at his little
Look at
legs.
these dancing Nazis.
Oh my God.
Very weird.
Oh, Halo. Everyone knows this game. But there's a part where a grunt talks about a food nipple. Yes, that's nipple. I don't know about you, but I think anytime the word nipple is used in a shooter game,
pretty weird.
That's pretty weird. I missed that playing that game.
He scratched my head.
Real Halo fans know about it.
I'm prepared.
Captain Amy wants to write in Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty when the president, right there, he grabs Raiden in the crotch and he says, you're a man. He goes, what the heck was that about? This is an example of developers, just sitting around trying to screw with gamers' heads.
When we come back, an in-studio surprise you won't want to miss as we get a look at Star Wars The Clone Wars for GameCube and PS2. Don't go away. Scott Robin with you, the host of G4TV.com, thinking about the greatest interviews in all the years that we did the show. It'd have to be Cliff Bleszinski. He never shied away from a tough question, always willing to answer honestly and candidly, no matter what we threw at him. So Cliffy B, it's all you.
Carl Conrad, the coolest geek in the world. As a child, he won a mint copy of Action Comics 1 in a knife fight with a monkey. He once showed up to school driving the Batmobile. No one ever learned where it came from. He made love to 3 different women while waiting in line to see the return of the king. Carl will be watching G4's coverage of Comic-Con Await Live with exclusive interviews and the hottest news on TV, films, and comics. If the coolest geek in the world is watching, shouldn't you? Comic-Con Await Live, July 24th and 25th. Stay out of the sun with G4 all summer long.
Hey, come on in. Let's see what Tina has to say.
Did you spend all of your money this holiday season? Are you guys capital B-R-O-K-E?
Brazoke.
Brazoke? Then you are just in time for this week's No Budget Gamer. And I know you're dying to know this week's No Budget Gamer is Live for Speed. That was actually recommended from Kevin, who's Captain Kimmy on our team. This is a single and multiplayer racing sim. It's great to play with a bunch of friends online. Features a bunch of different country and city tracks. Got all types of cars, anywhere from a rally to a GT. Demo's about 32 megabytes. You can personalize your license plate, change camera views, type text to your opponents. And it's incredible. It's really, really good with force feedback steering wheel. Right. And you can go to our website and find out where the download is.
Yep. Or you can head over to liveforspeed.com.
Or you can head over to liveforspeed.com.
You know, if you've ever dreamed about going to battle in the Star Wars universe, our guest today has just the game for you. Star Wars The Clone Wars is out for the GameCube and PS2.
And joining us is the producer, Greg Borrud from Pandemic Studios.
All right. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Thank you so
Not
much for
alone.
coming on. Appreciate it.
Sure, yeah.
He is escorted
He is escorted.
by 2 members of the 501st Battalion.
I got to get myself a set of
You shouldn't leave home
stormtroopers.
without him, really.
Okay, we got questions from the boards and from chat. We're actually going to take a look at the GameCube version. It is PS2 and GameCube. Why don't you actually bring up the game, and we'll start it up by talking about how the movie ties in with the game. What phase does it kind of start
Yeah,
with?
sure. Well, it's an episode 2 game, so in our development of it, we developed it right along with the development of the movie. And the most fascinating part of the movie to us was the last 30 minutes. That was the huge battle at the end of the movie. It was like, man, if
That was
that's
the most fascinating to everybody.
yeah, right. It's like if that's a game and I can be in the middle of that
Right.
huge battle, that's the best, right? What we do is we're actually telling the story kind of in sequence with what's going on in the movie, but what some of the other characters are doing. So, you know, you're actually playing as Mace Windu right now, going through Geonosis and trying to get to the arena to save Queen Amidala and Anakin Skywalker.
Now, you're in sort of a desert environment right now. Maximus Painicus wants to know how many different environments are there and what types?
Right, there's 6 different environments, and we try to cover, you know, all different kinds, really Star Wars environments. So this is Geonosis, which is from the movie. We also have a level called Renvar, which is very similar to Hoth. You know, everyone's seen kind of the stormy sort of. So in the kind of levels, we also have another level called Kashyyyk, which is very similar to Endor. So we're trying to create levels that are new planets that are in these systems that can go into until they kind of expand upon the concept of the Clone Wars, but are still real familiar to people who are fans of Star Wars.
Sailor Boy Dragoon wants to know, can you actually play as Yoda with his lightsaber, and also we'd be able to control the clone army at all? I guess 2 questions.
Yeah, 2 questions. Well, the first one, can you play as Yoda? Absolutely. And this is something, we weren't sure how the whole Yoda thing was going to come out. And when we saw it in the movie, we're like, oh my gosh,
The whole theater was
how
like,
cool
yeah!
was that? So we instantly were like, we've got to make sure we get this into the game somehow.
Right.
So there's a huge multiplayer component to this game. And what we've done is in multiplayer, we've allowed you to unlock through bonuses, the ultimate bonuses to unlock Yoda and to be able to play as Yoda with his lightsaber. So
And in the clone army, can you play as a clone army as well?
you can play as a clone trooper. It's the exact same sort of thing. So our story really focuses on Mace Windu, Anakin Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Just those 3 characters.
We actually have a call. Hey, caller, you're on the G4TV.com Motorola game line. You have a question?
Yeah, I do. I was wondering how you and your crew designed vehicles that weren't actually in the Attack of the Clones movie.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, in the movie, there's only so many vehicles we could work with, but we need to have this full realized army. So really what we did was we looked at new Star Wars and classic Star Wars, because really Lucas is starting to cross the border between these 2 genres, right? And so we designed our vehicles to have kind of the look of the new, but starting to have the look of the classic, you know. So this main tank that I'm playing with here actually has some elements of an X-Wing TIE fighter and some of the grittier look of classic Star Wars, but also maintains some of the lines that you'll see in the new trilogy.
All right, hey, caller, what's your name?
Greg?
All right, Greg, thank you for calling. Did I answer your question?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
A couple people out here are wondering, and I was actually wondering myself, it's a beautiful game. Why no Xbox version? Apulo actually is the one who asked that question.
That's a very good question, and I guess I'd have to say no comment.
Hey, there you go.
Only because, you know, I can neither confirm nor deny that
so
an Xbox
possible
version
there might end up being an Xbox
could
version
be in the
sometime.
works as we speak, and could be coming out relatively soon.
Bubbly Moose here has a really good question, and he says, for someone who's never seen the Star Wars movie, as such as himself, and me either, what's going to make you want to play this game, and will you understand the story?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Star Wars is the classic mythological story. It's good versus evil, right? So I think anybody can get into the story, and we've tried to create our own story that doesn't rely on the movie whatsoever. So we kind of carry on past the movie and kind of start to bridge the gap between Episode 2 and Episode 3. So I think even if you aren't familiar with Star Wars, I think you'll definitely get into it.
Let me get this straight. You've never seen any of the Star Wars movies?
No.
Stormtrooper number 2. There's an opening here. We have an opening here at this desk that if you'd like to co-host the show.
I fell asleep once in the beginning of Empire Strikes Back.
How does that happen?
Un-American.
Help me.
I know. You're hot. Are you all right?
I'm warm.
I don't feel so.
Okay, what about the cutscenes? Is there any movie footage in the game? Can I pick up some?
Does it
movie knowledge
matter?
by
You've
watching-
never seen the movie.
I don't know the
Trying
difference,
to
but
save
for
a few
experts
bucks,
like
not go
these
to the
people.
theater?
I guess I know
actually,
what I'm
quite
doing tonight.
Quite a few cutscenes in the movie, you know, and in between different levels, and that's a great way to help us kind of carry the story along.
Well, it's very exciting. I actually got a chance to play it this morning. It is fun, and the controls are great. Intuitive controls really important in a game that has a lot of action in it. It's called Star Wars: The Clone Wars, developed by Pandemic, but it's a LucasArts game.
Yep.
I think it looks great.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you to our stormtroopers.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Stormtroopers.
She can go.
She can be escorted out, yeah.
I'm already at the little table. How much farther are you going to push me?
Oh, much further. Much further.
You know, football season is almost over, but we'll show you how to start the second season with a side-by-side comparison of NFL games. Don't go away. More Message Board TV show right after this. You're in trouble.
You're plugged into G4 Rewind. Up next, G4TV.com.
2 games I want to keep going back to are Shenmue and Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. Every day after school, I used to walk 2 miles to the store that had a kiosk set up with Sonic Adventure before the Dreamcast was released, and I would play that for hours until the kids behind me started whining too much.
Who is going to win the first ever National Football Video Game Championship using PlayStation 2 version of Madden 2003? The final 2 players are in place, and here they are. It's Chicago, the Windy City, Dwayne D-Train Harrison. Tina, you're going to love this story. He went to the DC tournament and the Philly tournament and lost both times. Then he gets in his car, he makes a 10-hour drive from Woodbridge, Virginia to Chicago to take one more crack at winning. He brought a little 13-inch TV so he could practice in his hotel room, and he got some sleep because you're on your feet all 8 hours.
I
And you
love
know
that
what?
story.
He won.
He won.
He won. Alrighty, and in San Diego, it was 23-year-old Charles Smith of Long Beach, California.
Charles Smith.
Yep. He became the 10th and final regional winner, and it's got to be exciting. There he is. And it's got to be exciting because there's only 10 spots to Jamaica. Charles has one, and it's going to be a very exciting competition. There'll be NFL players there, and of course, you can check out the Sweat special covering the Madden Challenge. It is exciting and big.
Big time.
About this big.
Are you going to Jamaica?
Wait, I'm not going to Jamaica. Are you going to Jamaica?
No, I'm not
So
going to
it's
Jamaica.
just-
Go ahead, Scott.
I'll let you know how it goes out. Alrighty, it's time for my personal post pick. It's about all those posts on the message board, Sweat Forum, G4TV.com forum, saying, hey, I don't know, Madden, 2K3, Fever,
It's a popular
Game
post.
Day. There's a whole bunch of football. They need a little help, and I'm here to give you some football advice.
Which is great, by the way, that you're doing this because we get tons of questions all the time about what's the difference between this game, and I'm glad you're going to clear it up for us.
Pigskin Dear Abby, that's who I am.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, the first one you're going to take a look at here is Game Day. It is from 989 Sports, Sony's entry, obviously PS2 only, and hey, not too bad, Tom Brady on the cover, gotta like that. Alrighty, next, NFL Fever. It's Xbox's foray, the third version of the Fever franchise, Xbox Live support. You gotta like that. 2K3 is Sega's version. It's available on just about all the platforms and does have live support as well as PS2 support. And there it is. It's John Madden Football 2003. Sicky, slick moves, and great graphics. There they are, all 4 side by side. But really, it comes down to those 2.
Right.
2K3 and Madden. Those seems to be kind of
For
the
the
big
sim
battle.
players,
So let's
yeah.
take a look, go a little bit deeper here, pick out some plays. Now, here's one of my gripes. A lot of gripes. Look at the tackle. Oh, Superman. Superman diving tackle.
Which game is this?
That's 2K3. All right, in Madden, you get a little problem with the juke move, but
Go
then
Jets.
you get a little more realistic on the tackle and the hit. It's a little more realistic. All right, let's move on. The deep ball. Both games do a great job in the deep passing game. You'll find realistic catches. You'll find realistic hits downfield. Let's take a look now. Hot rooting, being able to change a receiver's route on the fly, very important. Madden and 2K3 both do it. There's Santana Moss. He's quick. Going to be tough to take him down.
Go Jets.
So far we're equal, but here, 2K3 lets the opponent control your view. Look what he's doing to me. He's confusing me
That's
by flicking the
frustrating.
view back and forth. Very annoying. Another 2K3 thing, definitely the kind of bounce out hits. 2K3 does have a little bit of a harder hitting game. There we go. You're going to notice that sliding,
yeah.
skating thing going on with the juke move. Both games having a little problem with the juke moves. Now, watch this. Is that a fumble, Laura?
I think his knee was down, Scott.
How
Knee
would
was
you know?
down. I don't know.
2K3 will not allow you to
Can I
challenge.
challenge
but
the
look,
call?
in Madden, see the peekaboo booth? He's going right to the booth. He's going to look. He's going to look. And what does he see? I'm sorry, but the knee is down. That call is overturned. All right, now watch this. The stutter step. Being able to stutter step before you spin, very important. 2K3 has it, Madden doesn't. Look at, nice tip pass. Both games handle tip pass as well. They're in the game. They should be. A little bit too much on those tackles. Now watch this. Look at Vinny's face. He's going to get hit from behind real hard.
See you later, Christopher.
It's like Jesus-like fall. Oh, no.
He's a little dramatic.
Great attention to detail. You'll see his blink. And here's my biggest thing. Madden, sending guys in motion. You can't do it on every play in 2K3. It's a big gripe. You should be able to send any receiver, tight end, or running back in motion in any formation. Madden offers it. 2K3, not so much. That last clip was from a game between me and Spike Spiegel. I do also want to say it's really a matter of taste. Jiffy, Skippy, Coke, Pepsi, Jib and Skippy. 6 and 1/2 dozen together. The best thing to do is go to the video store or go to your game rental store, rent both, play them both, try before you buy.
Right.
My personal one, I'm obviously a big fan of Madden.
Scott.
That's going to do it.
That's a high five on that football
Scott,
segment.
virtual high five.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Next week, me, Jamaica.
Jamaica.
You
Us?
here. The show must go on. You ladies are going to do the show. What's
It's going to be the first show just hosted by us.
Us girls.
It'll be girls. And actually, somebody suggested we call it Jugs for just
us girls. So that's what the
I
show
don't know
is.
if that's going to fly or not. But, you know, we are competing against the Super Bowl.
We've got some things in store. You could either watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah, just think about
or
it. In the description, it'll say G4TV.com Jugs.
Right, it's the Jugs episode. So you could watch the Super Bowl, or you could watch, we're going to do a cutscene theater.
We'll do cutscene,
Here's a little taste of what we're going to do.
And I think Laura's going to be starring in this.
Right, so that's Tina there. She's going to be in the black.
This is Laura. I will be the plant behind
so that's going to be Tina. I'm the panther. There goes Tina.
And Laura's
I think you're going to do good. You're going to perform that really well.
No, you've been practicing your letting off
I have
your
been
shirt.
practicing my toss of the. You know what? Why don't we take a look?
Yeah, why don't you guys
These
pick
are some
out
of the things
something?
we're going to be wearing next week. Whereas, like, so you could just watch the Super Bowl, big burly, dirty
But
men.
we're gonna make this a women's show. Even though we like video games, we are women.
Is this here,
Scott, Jamaica or a set of these?
All righty. That's very exciting. And
This is going to look so good on you.
I'm excited for the after show festivities. But thanks for tuning in. For Tina Wood and Laura Foy, I'm Scott Rubin. Till next time, take it to the boards. See that?
You should put it on.
No, I really think that made my
What about this one?
I like the pink fur. That's very cute.
Yeah, I kind of want to. You want to try this on?
Yeah, I should. I think
Is that a top or a bottom? John Romero's about to make you his. Suck it down.
That is one of the many ads that were put out to promote the game Daikatana. And it's one of the 25 dumbest moments in gaming history, according to GameSpy.com. We'll find out which ones were dumberer because G4TV.com, the show that didn't make that list, starts now. Hello and welcome to G4TV.com. I'm Scot Rubin, and with me to help stop the stupidity is the very smart Tina Wood.
Sometimes funner.
And with...
You know, she just never came back for the Mall of America.
She is still at the Mall of America.
Laura's on vacation, so...
Hanging out at the Doodam, powered by Xbox Live, and maybe she'll be here next week.
I don't think she wanted to be here for our dumbest 25 moments in gaming.
Yeah,
She was
and
avoiding it.
if you haven't read it, head over to GameSpy.com. They got a great little feature article on the 25 dumbest moments in gaming history, and we thought, who better to talk about one of the articles over at GameSpy than the director of publishing for GameSpy Industry? His name is Dave Kozak, but everybody online knows him as Fargo. What's going on, Fargo?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Talk to us, Fargo. What's going on with this here?
Yeah, how did this article even get started? Whose idea was this?
So, you know, it's the summer. It's kind of a slow season for games. Everybody's holding back for the holiday season. We're like, what are we going to talk about on the website without games coming out? We said, hey, you know, let's talk a little bit about history of games. And we're like, And we started talking about the dumbest moments in gaming. And he couldn't get us to shut up once we were in a room talking about the dumbest moments. We had trouble narrowing it down to 25.
Well, let's start with the Virtual Boy, because I remember when this came out, and the prospect of a 3D platform sounded really cool, but Fargo, what happened? How did this go so terribly wrong?
Well, this is a hint. If you're developing a product and you have to put a big warning sticker on the front that says, "Warning, prolonged use can cause permanent eye damage," maybe it's a bad product. You had to sit down in front of these goggles. You had to kind of put them on a table and slouch over and hurt your back and stick your face in this device.
Great for posture all around America, huh?
Right, and this was, there are already powerful game systems out, so to have just a bright red.
It was all red, too. That was so annoying.
There were no colors. Yeah, it was all lines.
But Fargo, I got to ask you, did you buy it?
Several of our editors did. We actually had a couple of them going, well, I thought it was kind of cool. We had to throw stuff at them.
Yeah, it's cool for a few minutes.
Tragic.
It is. All right, next one. We got to talk about the game that, we talked about the ad, Romero's going to make you his and, I remember the whole Ion Storm, and actually, they show up all over your list.
Yeah, the Ion Storm, one of the only companies to get 3 separate mentions in the top 25.
The first was Dominion, which was the Todd Porter game that was kind of rescued from development somewhere in hopes of just pushing it out the door, but it ended up being more trouble than it was worth.
Yep. Pushing it out the door, not only that, but they were just trying to burn up options that they had with Eidos to kind of use up games in a publishing contract, which did not speak well for their relationship. With the first game they cranked out was just something that
they just picked up where other people left off,
yeah.
I think.
But the big game, the one that was hyped endlessly and had 30 monsters and 30 weapons and 30 levels, it was Daikatana. Let's take a look at that. And, if it hadn't had all the hype, it probably would have just been another shooter. But because of the hype, people really were expecting a masterpiece. And, what did you guys say around the office when you first played it?
That's right. It was barely mediocre. And that's okay for a lot of games to be mediocre, but after years of development and so much money, it had to be a good game, and it just wasn't.
Now, a little more recent is the controversy. Acclaim has this BMX title. They got Dave Mirra. They're all excited. They're going to be able to compete in the extreme sports landscape. And they decide, hey, we can sell more if we put naked chicks in it and call it the XXX game.
Boobs and butts and hoes and
hoochies
they thought they had a real market there. And Dave Mirra, a professional BMX racer, has a lot of street credibility. He took a look at it and said, I don't want to be associated with this. You guys do your thing. It's not really my gig anymore. And but they didn't remove his name from the marketing. They still used him in the marketing materials. So he slammed him with a lawsuit and cost him $20 million.
Yeah.
$20 million for that, and I'm sure the game didn't make up that loss.
Wow. That's a pretty dumb moment.
That is a dumb moment.
It probably would have been in the top 30 anyway, just for being BMX XXX. But to get slammed by the lawsuit,
all right, before we go,
them to number 17.
Before we go, Dave, what was the #1 dumbest moment in games? And just give us a little brief synopsis. And of course, people can go to GameSpy.com to read the full article.
Teaser, people can go to GameSpy.com and find the feature on the left-hand side next to a picture of E.T. So Atari was in negotiations with Nintendo to sell all of Nintendo's products in the U.S. before they had launched the Nintendo Entertainment System, and then they decided, no, we're not going to work with you.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
It was heartbreaking.
So to find out why, you'll have to read the article, but it is a sad cap.
Well, I got to say, as a writer, too, you guys, the writing is fantastic in this article. It really moves really quickly.
Not only that,
fantastic.
but what's cool about GameSpy.com is all the planet sites. No matter what game you're into, you're going to find a great website there to give you all the information on releases and patches and maps and players and everything. It's a great site. GameSpy.com. Fargo, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
Thanks a lot, Fargo.
There you go.
We'll see you online.
It's a great article.
It is a great
head over
article.
there to check it out. There you go.
Top 150 dumbest moments on G4TV.com. Where do we start?
Well, we might start with a rant, because I got a little code red here. And we wanted to get people up at the Mall of America excited. We wanted to get them ready to say something. So let's take a look at our second code red rant from the Mall of America.
My name's Andrew Fermonic. I am from La Crosse, Wisconsin, and I love video games. They're my life. I spend pretty much all of my time with them, I've lost girlfriends over them, but it doesn't matter. They're the bomb. It's what I like to do with my free time. Sit down, play a little Madden, get a couple guys together, play a little NBA Street. We rep it in the that's how we do it. LAX in the house. Yeah, video games rule.
Just one second.
You got to hold this if you want to rant.
Give me some.
All right. Hey, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to show you how to make your computer scream just in time for some killer PC games. You think I'm going to open this? You think I'm going to open this? We'll be back right after this. Oh, man. I didn't think you really shook it up.
That was one of the dumbest moments.
That was one of the dumbest moments on G4TV.com.
You're dumb.
Totally dumb moment.
Hi, Lee Rehrman here, host of Arena. And one of the funniest things that teams used to do when they came on our show was they would wear fun costumes. And one team, believe it or not, and these were great, big, muscly, Viking-looking guys, they wore kilts.
You're plugged into G4 Rewind.
Hey, while most people are talking about the domination of the console market, PC gamers know that if you want to play games in super high resolution with all the bells and whistles, you're going to have a PC with a great 3D card. NVIDIA knows a little something about graphics, and their latest card has so many features packed into it, you may just find your console collecting dust come January. And here to show up the newest member of the GeForce family is Steve Sims from NVIDIA. Thank you very much for coming here to the studios.
Hi, Tina.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on.
It's
all right.
Brand new card, Tina, not even out yet.
Can I hold it?
Sure.
Oh, you just damaged it.
Oh, shoot. Let me get it back to you. There you go.
That.
All right, well, basically the most asked question from, chat in the forums is what separates this card from the new Radeon? What are the differences?
Well, a number of things. The 5900 Ultra, which is, the new flagship or the Ferrari from NVIDIA, so to speak, is in 0.13 micron process. Now, as we know in GPUs and CPUs, the smaller the micron, the more transistors you can pack in, and the faster the thing can go. So this new flagship product actually can run at 450 megahertz core speed, which is pretty amazing. The 5900 Ultra also has something called Ultra Shadow, and Ultra Shadow is a technology that not only is ready for this generation of games like Unreal Tournament and the things that are coming out now, but it's actually a forward-looking piece of hardware technology that enables games like Doom 3 to run faster.
So you basically put in technology that works now, but you want game developers to take advantage of that hardware to implement features in future games.
Exactly.
No, you were talking a little bit about some of it has already been implemented in some games that we've seen and that are coming out. So specifically, which games have some of this new technology?
Well, the Ultra Shadow technology, like I said, is coming out in games like Deus Ex. There's a game called Abducted that looks really cool that we like over NVIDIA. Doom 3, of course. As far as effects that have gone in, it's more talking about things like our way it's meant to be played program. So if you've ever bought a PC game, you'll see a little seal that says from NVIDIA the way it's meant to be played. What that is it's kind of a sign of goodness. It's install and play. When you bring your card home, when you bring that game home, you're going to put the thing in and it's just going to run. And in fact, you're going to get a really high-level, visually compelling experience that you wouldn't see other places.
So these are companies that have taken advantage of those features, and the seal on the box lets you know that, hey, these guys have been working with NVIDIA to incorporate compatibility and special effects.
Exactly. I'll give you a couple examples. There's an upcoming game, Tron 2, from Disney. Mm-hmm. There's this really cool glow effect between the, on the main characters, the guys who throw the discs and stuff. That was done in collaboration with, Disney and ourselves. Also in Morrowind, I don't know if you guys played Morrowind, the role-playing game. If you go up and you look at any of the rippling water in Morrowind, again, a collaboration.
When I was at E3, I got to go to the big NVIDIA event, which was very, very fun. Smash Mouth was performing there, and you guys showed off some tech demos that we can actually take a look at.
Sure.
One of the ones that I thought was really impressive was the gas station. Talk a little bit about what that is.
Sure. The gas station was actually an example of something called soft shadowing. Soft shadowing is an effect that you see in film. It's basically in the demo you'll see the gas station where the sun rises, and the sun actually is a complete scientific, go geek again, scientific atmosphere model. You can actually change the camera to look at the sun, and you'll see the clouds kind of melt away. That's why when in the beginning of the morning when the sun rises, you can see the disk of the sun, but as it gets closer and starts to rise, it disappears, and you can't even see the sun. You'd be blind, right?
So it kind of definitely gives you more gradients in the shadows.
I kind of got caught a little in the sun there. What happens is as the sun
You're
goes,
lifting the sun. It's heavy. It's very heavy.
I'm lifting up, and as the sun goes up, basically the angles, the shadow that's created on the ground or on any object in the scene is a calculation of where the sun is and where that object is. And over time, the soft shadow moves over those objects. So you guys can zoom in and look at like the barrel or the ladder against the thing, and you'll see this kind of soft, effect go across. It's really cool.
Now, what does this mean for like PC? Like my PC is 3 years old, so can I just slap this card in? Am I going to get all the benefits of this as if it was a newer machine, or how's that going to work out?
To be honest with you, this thing is a Ferrari. It's a Porsche. You really want to have kind of a beefy machine to run it. That said, though, the GeForce FX 5900 Ultra is part of what we call the FX family, which is a common architecture. And we actually have cards with this same architectural feature set from as low as, believe it or not, $79 all the way up to these higher end cards. I think somebody had asked about what these go for in retail. We sell chips, we don't really sell boards, but our estimated street price of the uberest of the high end is probably $499, and the next one maybe $399. But we have cards that go all the way down in different flavors, all the way down to $79.
And no-budget gamer people can get the ones on the lower
card.
Absolutely.
Finally, the other tech demo, the fire effects,
Sure.
and talk a little bit about what you guys are trying to be able to give to game developers to put in their games.
Sure. The demo is called Vulcan, and what it is it's actually was inspired by Lord of the Rings. Do you remember the Balrog in Lord of the Rings and how he'd flame and there's a big fight? And
I remember, but there were so many things going on in that movie.
So what the Vulcan is an example of is basically a real-time particle fire system. So what happens is the Vulcan gets mad. There's a little firefly that flies around the Vulcan, and as he gets mad, more and more flames come out. Each little particle of flame gets aged over time, like wine, and then it turns into smoke. So if you in the B-roll in the demo, you'll see. If you go to wireframe and back, you'll see that the flame is still moving, and that's because it's just a point particle aging over time. It's not a piece of wireframe geometry.
And the ultimate effect is getting more realistic fire in real time, not pre-rendered fire, but real-time fire.
It's real-time
that can
fire
be done
that's very close to the effects that you'd see in movie.
Good time to be picking up a powerful, beefy 3D card. So thank you for coming by
Thank
and
you
showing
very
it
much.
to
I
us.
appreciate
Those
it.
tech demos will be online somewhere, and you'll also head over to NVIDIA's website, NVIDIA.com.
That's right.
Check out more information. Read up. Do your research, Doug.
Yeah, I'll hold on to that.
Okay.
Yeah, your ride
She's
is
gonna be
here.
taking the card home. Hey, when we come back, we're going to go to the Doodad powered by Xbox Live. It's over at the Mall of America, and find out who is going to be this week's winner in our Doodad Host Challenge. The dub is going to be racing.
Yeah, Moto GP 2.
Stick around. We're going to find out if she can beat him. I couldn't. Maybe you will. That's a huge card.
Yeah, that's big.
You're plugged into G4 Rewind. Up next, G4TV.com.
In 2 days, Carl Conrad, the coolest geek in the world, will be watching Comic-Con 08 live on G4 with exclusive coverage of Wolverine, Watchmen, Star Trek, Terminator Salvation, and Star Wars, The Clone Wars. Comic-Con 08 live starts Thursday at 7, only on G4.
Game that I keep going back to. I hook up my Dreamcast and I play Jet Grind Radio. I can't put it down. I like grinding on the poles and stuff. It's freaking awesome.
Hey, welcome back to G4TV.com. A little bit later on, the dub going to be showing off her mad gaming skills
My
against the
motorcycle
Doodad powered by
skills.
Xbox Live. Going to get that big gaggle of prizes for the winner.
The big gaggle.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
But before we go to the Mall of America,
it's
time to go back in.
It's soap opera time.
Yeah.
It's drama. It's sex. It's rock and roll. It's the Sims of our lives.
Previously on The Sims of Our Lives.
Yes, Captain Emmy.
I think you're really pretty.
Oh, Scott!
Laura!
Scott with one T!
And now we begin today's episode of The Sims of Our Lives.
Will you stop slapping me?
Oh, yeah, I'm so confused. In the last 2 weeks, I lost my grandfather. Tina was almost shot to death. You came back into my life, and I just can't handle all of this.
Look, no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you. I promised myself that when I got out of prison, I'd never let you down again.
But Scott, it just can't work out between us. Please, just leave.
Why?
Because I'm pregnant.
Agent Rowdy, please.
Uh-huh.
Agent Rowdy, it's Tina.
Uh-huh.
You remember that favor you owe me?
Uh-huh.
Well, I need to cash it in.
Uh-huh.
I want you to kill Black Wolf.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Tina. Look, I needed to tell you, I didn't really sleep with Black Wolf. I just told you that because, well, I know he's done some things behind your back. And I thought if I told you that, then maybe you would leave him.
It's okay, Laura. Captain Emmy told me everything. Black Wolf hired somebody to kill me.
Oh my God! I just meant he slept with a bunch of other girls.
Oops, sorry. I seem to always be interrupting you two.
It's okay. You know what? We're not going to reschedule the underwear shoot, so you're free to go. Thank you.
I noticed that some of the tile in your bathroom was ripping up. I'm a pretty good handyman. I can fix it for free. I just need a place to stay for a while.
You know, I don't know.
I mean, I can take care of that broken cabinet in your office, too. It just needs a few extra nails to secure it.
When were you in my office?
Excuse me, I'm looking for Tina Wood.
I'm Tina Wood.
You're under arrest, Miss Wood, for the attempted murder of your father. Who is the father of Laura's baby? Why does Tina keep trying to kill everybody? And will Scott please change out of that damn pink Speedo? Tune in next week for another episode of The Sims of Our Lives.
I'm going to jail.
You know, these soap operas, I find it hard to keep up. The plot twists are just never ending.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait to the next one to find out if... I don't know.
But you don't have to wait any longer to find out if T-Dub can unseat the 4 competitors up at the Mall of America. They are at the Do Den, powered by Xbox Live. And you're going to be playing Moto GP 2.
Yeah.
And have you practiced? Have you been practicing?
All night long. I'm going down. Champ, man. Zit.
All righty, guys, are you ready?
Do that number 1. What's your name?
My name is Greg.
Greg, where are you from?
Minnetonka.
All right. Do that number 2. What's your name?
Nick.
Nick, where are you from?
Burnsville.
All right. Do that number 3. Where are you from?
Minnetonka.
And what's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan. All right. Do that number 4. Represent. What's your name?
My name is Josh.
Josh. And where are you from?
Lakeville.
All right, you guys. Hey, break a leg out there, literally. All right, we're ready on this end whenever you guys are.
Are you ready?
Let's do it.
3, 2, 1, go!
Alrighty, there goes Tina, off to an early lead. It's MotoGP 2 now. The key is to find the right line. You got to shift your body weight so you don't go sliding into the turns. Everyone's going to be jockeying for position early on, but keep your eye on these hairpin turns that are coming up. Greg jumping out to an early lead. He's got great lines, great body movement as he leans into the turn. Alrighty, Nick trying to gain some ground. Kind of got to jockey for position. It's all about finding the right line and then jockeying your spot right in. Here comes Ryan. Got to stay close to that turn so you don't go
Waiting for someone
sliding
else
out
to
to the
crash
right.
besides me.
Hanging in there. Where is Tina? Uh-oh, Nick takes that hard turn. He's going to slide. Tina takes it nice and easy. Look at Tina, able to manage a big machine around tight corner. There comes Josh. He's leaning in. He's trying to stay there. He's just behind Greg in second place. But can he make up the ground? Look at the lead that Greg has.
Oh, God, I hope you guys don't get beat by a girl.
Down the straightaway. Here comes Tina. She's jockeying in and out. You've got to slow down for that turn. Here's Ryan. He's going to come up on that tight turn.
Oh, gosh.
No, it doesn't look like he's going to make it. Tina falls right on the straightaway. What is she thinking? And look at Greg. All alone. Nobody can touch him. He's the big winner. But now it's a battle for second place, or as I like to call it, fourth from last. Nick is there. Josh is there. Josh is going to take it. There's Tina doing a little lawn work. And Nick is still hanging in there. He's hoping for some kind of consolation prize. But Ryan looks like he's got his sights on the finish line. He'll take third place. Nick cruising into the finish line for fourth, or as I like to call it, second to last. And here comes Tina. She's making a milk run. Coming for the finish line. Congratulations to Greg. He's the big winner of the Do Den Host Challenge Week 2.
Congratulations to them out there in Minnesota. I got your number next time. Next time.
Alrighty, thanks. Thank you to our guest Steve Sims from NVIDIA. Look for that card this fall. Also, thanks to everyone at the Mall of America. Go ahead and visit the Den powered by Xbox Live all summer long.
Yes.
For Laura Foy, who
needs to get her butt
MIA,
back.
and Tina Wood, I'm Scott Robin.
Yes.
Until next time, take it to the boards. You were doing good there.
You know, it's something. It's like not plugged in. I don't know. Oh, yeah, it's broken.
Nice try.
It's broken. Well, come on. They drove to the mall. Hi, I'm Tina Wood.
And I'm Laura Foy.
As co-host of an interactive talk show about video games, it's important that we have an insider's track on what's happening in our industry.
That's right, Tina. That's why we rely on Geoff Keighley to keep us up to date on the latest news in gaming.
No one person is more plugged in and more respected than the editor-in-chief of GameSlice and contributing writer to Entertainment Weekly, MTV Magazine, and Business 2.0.
That's right. And of all the co-hosts we've had, Geoff was definitely our favorite.
Wow, I really appreciate all that stuff, guys. Thanks. Did you really mean it, though?
No, not at all. Geoff, we just want our pants back. Thanks for coming.
But I'm keeping the panties.
Thanks for tuning in to G4 TV, the show where gamers get to sound off. Now, Tina, how's your week been?
Okay, my week's been pretty good, but I'm still obviously having a hard time with this FSU Miami loss that happened almost 2 weeks ago.
You need to get over it.
I can't.
You might need some therapy.
There's certain things in life I can understand, and there's certain things I can't. And I don't understand how Florida State cannot beat the University of Miami in football. I don't get it.
You know what, Tina?
Get it.
We're not talking about that. I'm sorry I asked.
I don't get
because with us today for his encore performance is the guy who can get both Tina and I out of our pants at the same time.
Geoff Keighley.
Geoff Keighley.
How you guys doing? I still got the panties here.
Yeah, there you go. Don't go selling those.
Let's see what gamers want to talk about.
Hey, caller.
Hello?
Hey, what's your name?
Hey, it's Jack Ruby Ultima.
Hey, Jack Ruby Ultima. Where are you from?
Riverside.
Riverside. What would you like to talk to us about?
Yeah, about the DS.
Okay.
They just announced the price, right?
Yeah, they did.
And, everyone seems to think, well, it's a great price, not as expensive as we thought.
Yeah.
But they're still, they're still going to want to charge you for, wireless or something. They probably would.
Right. Well, you're talking about, so it's only $1,000.
Right. So you're asking, because it's $1.49, and you're asking whether or not they're going to charge additional for the wireless service?
That's what that's kind of asking.
That's your speculation. Jeff, what do you think?
My guess is that they probably will. I have a lot of questions about sort of the online component to DS. They're talking about it as a big part of it, but we have no information on it. We don't even have clarity on what games are going to be online enabled. We know that the Metroid Prime Hunters demo that's going to come with it is going to feature some online.
Right.
But I'm not clear if it's just going to be online, if you have to be in the same room, or if you can actually play people cross-country. So, Nintendo down the road will probably charge people, but I think, it's going to take a long time until they're the games that are really going to support it in a big way.
Right. Once the software's there, then Nintendo's going to have control over it and really be able to do what they want. I don't think $149 seems that bad. Inflation. Game Boys.
I think $149 is a great price.
$149 is great. Everyone was surprised when it was that cheap. Because everyone was thinking it was going to be $199. PSP people are expecting it's going to be $300. So I think Nintendo made a smart move making it $149.
But interesting though, they're doing this online push, and yet didn't Nintendo just come out recently saying that gamers don't care about online gaming?
That is true.
What's that about?
It's a little backwards.
Are you a Nintendo fan, caller?
A little bit. I sort of dropped off after N64 though.
Yeah, so do you think you're going to pick up the Nintendo DS, or you think you're going to look maybe a little Sony device?
You know what? I might pick it up if it's doesn't turn out to be like Virtual Boy the sequel,
No, absolutely. I hear what you're saying. Thanks, caller. Appreciate it.
Thanks, caller. That's interesting. Charging for the wireless. They don't mention that.
No, they don't.
Fine print.
We have smart callers. Hey, caller.
Hey.
Hey, what's your name?
Mark Michaels, or on the board I'm known as Lucky Capone.
We'll take you, Lucky Capone. What would you like to talk to us about?
That game, Second Sight.
Well, Second Sight is a game that people are comparing it to PsyOps. We've played it a little bit. We have a review built in.
I do.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, Codemasters is not a company that's known for putting out, great games, but the developer, Free Radical, are the guys that did Time Splitters, known for doing a lot of good games. I like some of the stuff they're doing with physics and with moving objects around, but it just feels like kind of a poor man's
It's so second-rate to PsyOps. Unless you have a GameCube and no other system, I really see no reason for you to get this game as opposed to PsyOps. Now, they're touting it as having a better story. But let's talk about it's an action game. Do we really care about the story?
Yeah, you don't care.
I don't care about the damn story.
And it's a little frustrating. She's like, what you know, kind of getting lost a little bit. Like, what am I supposed to do? Which power do I need to kind of go through
The telekinetic powers were nowhere near as cool.
The
as they were in
controls
PsyOps.
also have some problems, and I think, you know, the way you use physics in this is not as precise as PsyOps. PsyOps really nailed making the controls on the right analog work well with the objects. This has some problems with objects kind of getting stuck and stuff.
Yeah,
so
look,
it's all right.
Grim Reaper 1986 on the board says he hates the game's controls. This kind of game is best played in third-person or first-person viewpoints, not a viewpoint you'd see in everything or nothing.
We'll call our. Have you played PsyOps?
Yeah.
Yeah, stick with that, buddy.
Yeah.
Stick with that. Listen, we've got to take a break. But get out those feeder mice because later we're going to get up close and personal with the world's most famous lizard. And it's not Tina.
Hey, this is Scot Robin from G4TV.com. And if I have to think back to some of these memories that really still stick with me after all these years, would have to be getting out to E3 and meeting the people who were actually at home watching G4. Because we didn't think anyone was watching.
We're back, and back with us for the second time, proving that Tina and I keep them coming back for more, is Geoff Keighley.
Geoff Keighley.
There you go.
And joining me, of course, are your Penny. So we have three guest hosts.
That's great, that's great.
I don't know if they really are.
Speaking of coming back for more, when you need a little fix of G4 TV, Tina, when can they get that?
They can get it Wednesdays, 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. And don't forget to watch us or hit our message boards at g4techtv.com. Get your voice heard, or don't.
We might just put them on the show if we hear them.
Yes.
Let's hear some right now.
That sounds good. Hey, caller.
Hello?
Hey, what's your name?
Chicken Noodle.
Chicken Noodle.
Chicken Noodle.
That tickles you kind of for some reason.
He makes me feel better.
Chicken Noodle, where are you calling from?
Coachella, California.
All right. What would you like to talk about with the three of us?
Like what's new in the game and why should I buy it?
You should buy it now.
Sly 2.
Love it. Tina likes a platformer, ladies and gentlemen. Mark this day in your calendars.
Did you play the first Sly game?
Yeah.
And what'd you think of it?
It was alright.
It was all right. Well, some people are saying this isn't quite as good as the first one.
Who's saying
actually wasn't that big of a people on the boards. If you'd go to our boards and check them, you'd look and see that. People,
Really?
I actually think it's a little bit, I'm having more fun with this than I actually did with the original game.
Really?
Yes.
No, there's a lot of new stuff. I mean, you can play not just Sly, you can play, Bentley, and you can play, the whole team. And I think it's got kind of an interesting economy system. You can kind of upgrade the characters as you go along. It's got a lot of good stuff to it. My worry is that this game is still so kind of kiddie and childlike.
You know what? I totally agree with you, and I am a big fan of the Sly, franchise now. But like the text, the dialogue, the jokes, they're really not funny to me.
Yeah, the dialogue to me is just, it feels, I mean, it's like it's so cartoonish. It's just kind of a little over the top.
And I love the style.
Can you guys not be 35 years old and enjoy a good, cute game?
I enjoy the game. I enjoy the game. And let me tell you one thing, a major improvement, I think, from the original Sly game. You mentioned you can play as multiple characters, but the cool thing is when you play as multiple characters, you're all in the same environment, and you go back to one, back to the other. Where I really think this is where they failed in Munch's Odyssey, and I'm a big fan of that franchise too, as y'all know, where you had to go from different environment, and it was weird for me, but I felt disjointed. But here, you're together as a team.
And you're working together on a mission.
Working together on one mission, it's family.
And LA Kings Fan 18 says, the graphics are incredible for a cel-shaded game, and the gameplay is easy to catch on to. This is going on to his list just like the predecessor. Thank you, caller. Pick it up. Okay. Absolutely.
Pick it up. It's better than the first.
Absolutely. Hey, caller.
Hey.
Hey, what's your name?
Jack.
Jack, where are you calling from?
Glendale, California.
All right, do you have a question for us?
Yeah, it's about Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2005.
Okay, what'd you like to know?
How much do you guys think it improved from last year's version?
It's a good game. It's a golf game. My favorite thing in this game though is they have this great sort of create a player feature, and I spent I don't know if you guys have done it, but it's just
why even bother? You have to go through hours, pick the hair, pick the brow, pick the color, pick the nose,
fun. I mean, you can actually
lip gloss.
You can do fun stuff. You can put freckles on people. I don't know if you saw Tiger Woods was on. He was on Conan O'Brien the other night, and they actually they put Conan O'Brien in the game.
Oh, did they? I missed it.
No, it's really cool. You can create your own golfer.
Waste of time. What?
It's fun. Don't you like that stuff?
It is a fun game.
Give me the game.
No, I agree with that. I think if you're really actually a big fan of real golf too, it's the best golf game out there.
Right.
We've talked a little bit also. I don't know. Have you played 2004?
Yeah.
Caller?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would absolutely play this. I mean, in some ways, it's like a lot of money to be playing because it's not that many different things.
Is it worth another $50 to buy it? But they have this Tiger Vision feature. I don't know if you've seen it, but it actually allows Tiger to sort of, you see where the putt's going to go.
Right.
So some people are saying it's making the game too easy because it sort of, gives you hints. But I think it's great to make it more accessible.
There's more of there's more customization that you can do, so you can actually make the course harder and more difficult at the beginning.
Do you like golf games in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what about more like arcade golf games like
Hot Shots 4?
Or Outlaw Golf?
I haven't played any of those, but I've played Mario Golf.
And that's good times. That's good times.
Yeah. I would stick with that stuff. Hot Shots Golf 4 is fun. I absolutely prefer Tiger Woods games, but I really like more sim.
It's more of a realistic sim.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a quick, just pick up and play and have a good time, you're gonna go with Outlaw. You're gonna go with Hot Shots. If you want more of a realistic golf sim, like create your character, I guess go with
Tiger. Again, EA Sports. They always deliver, the best, most realistic sports.
Just in the game.
All right, I hope that answered your question. We answered each other, so I don't know if that helped.
I think it helped.
I don't know.
I feel better.
I kind of feel like we made it all about us.
Really?
Yeah, why don't we throw it a break?
Hey, we're going to take a quick break. But coming up, Geoff is going to give away some free G4 goodies to some gamers who know fact from fiction. And on our way out, let's take a quick look at GameFly's top game rentals.
This August, X-Play's Got Game as Adam and Morgan travel the globe bringing you the biggest gaming conventions in the world.
You want to see them, and we've got them.
Starting with G4's fan-favorite award show, G4ia. Then on to Germany's Leipzig, Europe's battleground for console domination. And PAX, Washington's huge indie gamer culture party.
We just got done playing Metal Gear Solid 4. I gotta say, this is now one of the must-have games.
This August, X-Play's Got Game, all month long, starting August 7th. Part of G4's Stay Out of the Sun Summer.
Welcome back to the show that bears all, and bearing all of ours is Geoff Keighley.
Yeah, you're pretty proud of those, aren't you?
Glad to be back here. Yes, I'm going to keep them here.
Yeah, we're not going to say whose is whose.
We won't say what we have of yours inside of the dressing room,
That's
Geoff
right.
Keighley.
Now, but let me tell you, at home, sometimes you look at something that's kind of weird, like Tina, and you just look away, right? But sometimes
not after a couple drinks,
you look just a little longer, and you'll see something truly beautiful. So yes, just like Tina, occasionally cool things come in strange packages. And I'll bet that's the case with this week's Twisted and Sweet, presented by Juicy Fruit. You don't join me anymore?
I just sat there and took that.
Wow.
I just took
That's
it. I took a beating.
I feel the tension right
I took
here.
a beating from you.
I get no love anymore. A little joking around. But Geoff, tell me what game is weird and yet beautiful for you?
Yes.
Well, this is definitely a weird game. It's Amplitude. It's a game for PlayStation 2 that came out about a year ago. It was one of my favorite games last year, and it's just totally twisted. It's it's basically a rhythm game, but it's my favorite rhythm game.
No, it's a seizure. I want to have a seizure next half-hour game.
It's fun, and you pick the different tracks. So you have drums and bass and vocals. And you basically just do the patterns for these different games.
Right.
But what's great about this is it's got great music. It's got Blink 182, Pink, BT, Garbage is in there. Absolutely great bands. And also it's an online rhythm game. You can actually face off against people online, and there's no other rhythm game that's been able to do this kind of stuff. There's a remix feature. I love this game. It's only about $20 now.
I thought it was really hard, but I do enjoy it. Let me tell you, Kevin Parivai of G4 fame is
so
a master
good at this game.
It's ridiculous.
Is he a musician?
Yeah, and he's a percussionist as well. So.
See, I've heard that. Drummers do well at the game, and one other reason then, it's Twisted and Sweet.
There you go.
It's more twisted than sweet, I think.
You're not doing it. It's Geoff's game. It's Geoff's game.
Sweet.
Okay, well, it's not about that anymore. So everyone's favorite giant radioactive lizard is back, and this time he's back online. And to show off Godzilla Save the Earth
is... Tina, we got to class up the place for the guests.
Scott McCarthy.
Tina, leaving your underwear all over the place.
I forgot.
You can't take his laptop.
Now bring in the guests. Bring in the guests now. All right.
Scott McCarthy, brand manager of Atari, and my neighbor.
There you go.
Yes.
New neighbors, new neighbors.
And your neighbors. Now, first of all, what is it that you want to tell us about this game?
We went out and we asked just fans of Godzilla, what do you want out of the next Godzilla game? And they told us by far, we want the game on PS2, we want an Xbox, we want it online, and that is exactly what we were able to bring them.
We posted the boards for everyone to write you in questions, and B. Harlan 2002 wrote in, with the little intricacies that made the movie so much fun still be there, such as the not-so-good voice acting?
The not so good voice acting, that's not really part of the entire Godzilla franchise, the license that
But it's still
that
got
we're able to
that
get.
kind of
Exactly.
camp-
We still got guys in costumes running around the city, so that's really what we were going for. And you see Jet Jaguar and Godzilla 2000 right there. So, I mean, we were able to bring in a lot of the really, really cool monsters that the fans really, really wanted.
Well, let's take a call. Hey, caller.
Hey.
Hey, what's your name?
Tyler.
Tyler, where are you calling from?
Bristol, Connecticut.
All right, you a fan of Godzilla?
Yep.
What's your question for Scott?
Will there be anything exclusive to the PS2 version or the Xbox version of the game?
You know what, Tyler? The PS2 and the Xbox version are exactly alike. You can go online with both of them. So
But there is a PS2 version this year, which you guys have finally. Because that's the thing is, this Godzilla, came on the GameCube, then the Xbox.
Right.
Why is it taking so long to bring it to PS2?
You know, we just really thought that the GameCube was for the original game was the best one to go out with. We had a great party game, and the GameCube was the party system. So now we have an online game, and PS2 and Xbox are the online systems.
Thanks, Tyler. Totally appreciate it. Now, you talk about online. How many players are we talking about and downloadable content? What do we...
We're still planning on downloadable content. There will be up to 4 players online, but you can still do the one-on-one versus. So there's up to 5 modes of play when you go online.
And talk a little bit about some more of the other monsters that we can look forward to.
Tell us about the monsters.
Space Godzilla is going to be in the game. Jet Jaguar that you see there is in the game. Baragon's in the game now. There's actually finally a full playable version of Mothra that everyone wanted. So we basically just put in everything that the gamers were asking us for.
And which cities? Well, we got a UFO, so we've got someplace far, far away.
The UFOs drop power-ups. The city that we're fighting right now is Boston.
Is Godzuki in the game?
Godzuki's not in the game.
Good, I don't really like Godzuki.
Godzuki's expensive.
Godzuki, yeah, exactly.
Thank Godzuki. Godzuki's not in the game.
Godzuki's the only monster with an agent, so we had to avoid Godzuki.
And is Adam Fish wants to know, talking about the battle system, pretty close to the first game or the original game?
Well, we really retooled the entire battle system, so the battle system is much more intricate than it used to be, and actually there are more combo moves and a lot more specific moves per monster.
Right, now let me tell you, I think this is the host challenge that we did last year.
That was good.
Where
we're not going to talk about it.
Let me tell you, it's an emotion. You can get very invested into this game. We had a host challenge with the Godzilla that got a little heated, so to speak.
Who won?
Laura did, but it was between Laura and Scott, actually.
It's debatable, but hey, you
Laura actually threw in her controller before it was over.
Whatever, she cheated.
And see, the game's not allowed to do that.
She doesn't want to remember any of this.
God, I'm trying. All right, next week, G4TV.com is turning Japanese. We really think so. And in honor of the Tokyo Game Show, we'll be looking at this year's show and what it means for you and your gaming future. Plus, Tina, a brand new cutscene theater. So make sure to tune in next Wednesday at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. It's going to be good times.
It's going to be very, very good.
It's going to be fun, so check it out. But in about 2 minutes, we're going to give away some super cool stuff. But right now, EA is giving away 50 grand to the winner of its Madden tournament. That kind of makes our shirts and stuff seem
like they're about 50
cents. Not so cool. But let's check in on the tour anyway.
Jay Sparks back again for yet another installment of the 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge. We're in the 12th city on the tour of Philly, where the big story is the Madden Road Warriors that have traveled from all over the country to take place in this particular bracket. We'll catch up with them, find out a little bit about their lifestyles, their travels, and how they're getting down on the sticks. And I understand you've been to a couple of other cities just to compete in the Madden Challenge. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Nothing much to say. I was up in Boston last week. I was in New York yesterday, made it to the playoffs in New York, lost in the first round.
New York, a lot of people went deep. I haven't seen Philly yet, so gonna find out.
Can we expect to see you at any other Madden challenges throughout the remainder of this year?
Yes, sir. DC, South Carolina, Atlanta. Too many hurricanes out in Florida. You might see me somewhere else, though.
Just understand that the next time you come to a Madden challenge, you might be facing off against one of these very road warriors we talking about. And then the only question remains is, do you got game?
All right, now sometimes I lie. I just straight up make up a bunch of crap and then tell it to Laura, like, you look good today.
Thanks, Tina.
And she believes me and I laugh at her. Anyway, to make sure nobody laughs at you, we're gonna clear up some video game truths and untruths, because it's time for... That's right, Geoff has some statements here, some true, some not so much, and he's gonna read each one to a caller who will guess whether he's lying or not. Get it right, get the prize. We got hats, we got t-shirts, you ready?
I'm ready.
The callers
let's
are
get a
lined
call.
up.
I'm ready.
Hey, caller.
Hello.
Hey, what's your name?
Killer Mike on the board and Michael.
Michael, where are you calling from?
Theodore, Alabama.
All right, you ready for Geoff?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, Michael, here's the first rumor. Okay, imagine a teeter-totter. On one end, you put 4 of the new sleek-looking PlayStation 2 hardware units. On the other end, you put one Xbox. Believe it or not, the side with the one Xbox is still going to be heavier than those new PlayStation 2s. Do you believe me or not?
I believe you.
You are correct. That's true. Absolutely.
All right, congratulations. We'll be sending you some swag.
Yeah, that's true.
Some light little suckers, huh?
Yeah, I think they're 900 grams each, and an Xbox is like, you know, it's
That's
4
drug
pounds,
talk,
something
isn't
like
it?
that. That's true. I don't know.
All right,
That's the
let's
first
take the
one.
next call. Hey, caller.
Hey,
Hey, what's your name?
this is Jim Maximus on the forums. I think you know the last name.
Yeah, we do Paint a Kiss.
Yep.
All right, let's go. Listen up for Jeff.
Okay, Jim, here we go. To promote the upcoming release of Halo 2, Microsoft is distributing T-shirts emblazoned with the slogan, "I can kick your ass in Halo 2." Now, the campaign has been such a success that Microsoft will soon put out a similar shirt for Blinks 2 with the slogan, "I can suck you down in Blinks 2." Believe me or don't.
That's a good one. What do you think?
That's just too stupid to be false. I have to say true.
Actually, it's not true. The part about
You're too smart for yourself.
That's right, you're overthinking it.
You are overthinking it. All right. All right, thanks, Max.
But I worry about Jeff that made that rimmer out.
I was like, okay. All right, hey, caller.
Hey.
Hey, what's your name?
RFX,
RFX, where are you calling from?
Rochester, New York.
Listen carefully.
Okay, here's the next one. In the second week of release, Burnout 3 Takedown, which is one of the best games of the year, was the best-selling PlayStation 2 title at a major retailer, selling more copies than both Sly 2, which is what we talked about earlier, and Shell Shock NAM 67. Do you believe me or don't?
I believe you.
Unfortunately, that's not true.
Oh, Jeff, you're killing it this week.
No, and it was I was really surprised by this, but actually Sly 2 and Shell Shock NAM 67 sold more copies than Burnout 3 on the PS2. I was really disappointed about this.
I'm a little disappointed too, but Sly 2 is good times. So.
Absolutely. All right,
Sorry, buddy.
All right,
Next one.
last
All right,
one.
one more.
Hey, caller.
Hey,
Hey, what's your name?
Splinter Cell MGS.
All right, listen carefully for Geoff Keighley.
Okay, here we go. Here's the big rumor. In the wake of the recent Women's in Games conference held in Austin, Texas, Microsoft will release an Xbox for the holidays. Now, the console will be in pink, believe it or not, and will come with free access to Xbox Live and a lot of casual games on Xbox Arcade. Do you believe me or don't?
I don't know about a pink Xbox. I don't believe you.
You're right. That's true.
Wait, he said he doesn't believe you.
He doesn't believe it. There's no pink
There's no
Xbox
pink
coming
Xbox.
out.
Right, that's what I meant. Okay, everybody gets prizes because, as you know, it is G4TV.com. We are out of time. We want to thank our guests, Scott McCarthy and, of course, Geoff Keighley for playing with us. And you guys for making the show happen. Keep playing. We're out of here. Tina, you look good.
I do. I'm swag girl.
Remember how we lied to each other?
Swag. Yeah, exactly.
Get those back.
There's one show out there that keeps coming up. Hurl. It's good, unclean fun.
Eat it! Eat it!
The greatest gag reflex competition ever mounted.
Don't puke, brother. Don't puke. Eat more.
It's gastronomic molestation. It will bring about the imminent destruction of the human race. Reality TV that's turning heads and stomachs. Hurl. All new Sunday at 7, only on G4.
The highly anticipated GTA San Andreas is finally out, and we're dedicating this edition of our show to its release.
That's right, and with us once again is the one and the only Tommy Tallarico, host of Judgment Day, Electric Playground, and really good-looking guy.
Thank you. You know, I'm excited to be here, and we're excited to hear what people think of Grand Theft Auto.
You know, Tommy, when we were thinking about who would be the right person to join us for the special look back at the series, you were the first person whose name came to mind.
Oh, really? Why is that?
I don't know, actually.
Well, maybe it's because Tommy Vercetti is the character, and he's Italian, and I'm Tommy Tallarico, I'm Italian.
No, that's not why.
No, maybe it's because the game's raw and gritty, and I'm like kind of really raw and gritty. You know?
Don't make me laugh, come on.
No? Well, maybe because GTA has a really great soundtrack, and I do soundtracks of video games.
No, I don't think that was it.
No? Well, maybe it's because I like to carry a bat around with me and beat the hell out of people!
That was it! Yeah!
That was it!
Everybody to the all Grand Theft Auto episode of G4 TV. You guys and your bats, Tina, you have to admit that we are super excited to have with us our favorite gangster of all time, the Tominator, Tommy
Tallarico. So excited.
Great to be here again. I'm hoping to make out with you this time, though.
We'll see how it goes. I got the bat in my hand if you want to do anything.
No. Well, sorry.
He's looking to move up in the world, Laura. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God! Listen. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is out in stores, on store shelves, and we've been playing it, and it is undeniably one of the biggest games to come out this season.
Absolutely, of course.
But let's talk about how the game started. The original Grand Theft Auto.
I tell you, I remember when the game first came out, it wasn't even sold here in America.
No.
I had to go online and get it on eBay. It was only available in Europe, and it came out.
Okay, well, it was a top-down game. Like you said, only on a PC. You can play up to 4 characters. The cool thing is it still took place in Liberty City, which I'm like so cool. They still stuck with the Liberty City.
You know, the funny thing is that the way the characters walked, like this.
Very primitive.
On the thing. But what was great is that the cars still controlled amazingly, even in the top-down
I mean, the
thing.
game was great. It stayed on the UK charts for 2 years on the top 20.
And every car was drivable. But let's take a call and see what they have to say. Hey, caller.
Hello.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Possum Kingdoms from Columbus, Ohio.
All right, what would you like to talk about within the GTA series?
The soundtracks over the years, games.
Okay. Yeah, what was your favorite soundtrack over the years?
Well, so far, Vice City, although I like Laszlo the best in GTA3.
Yeah, I agree. Vice City, well, that was like, I think there was such a push for the soundtrack, too. And to really have such a collection of 80s songs all in one game, I thought it's awesome.
The timing was great. Now, on the new game, we have Willie Nelson.
We do. Well, we have Tupac and Willie Nelson.
Tupac and Willie Nelson. I mean, that's
I love that.
And the great thing as well is that they release the soundtracks as normal soundtrack CDs as well, but not only the individual radio stations, but also the box set, which they did last game, and they're doing this game as well.
I love that Tupac has been unfortunately passed away for quite some time, but is making more music now than he was when he was alive.
That's true. Now, do you know on the new soundtrack that they're releasing, it's a 2-disc set, and they have a special DVD with all sorts of cool, unique stuff that's only on that DVD.
That's a collector's edition, I think it is. Hey, thanks, caller. We appreciate it. Let's move on. Hey, caller, what's your name and where are you calling from?
This is Cutie Pie, and I'm in Oregon.
In Oregon.
Hey, Oregon.
Hey, Cutie Pie, what would you like to talk about?
Well, I wanted to actually ask what you all think about the controversy that Grand Theft Auto gets from the media.
Ooh, that's
pretty negative.
It is pretty negative.
Can I
and that's
answer this question?
Fantastic question.
Because I'm so sick of these politicians and media outlets and parents groups, all talking about video games or violentness. Now, look, the video game industry, we police itself, we rate games, and if some kid goes,
they make us.
Well, yeah, but we do it, and it's not our fault if somebody buys another game. And violence in video games. I mean, sorry, last time I checked, Hitler wasn't a big Crash Bandicoot fan, and Kane didn't bludgeon Abel with a Virtual Boy.
Right. Now, but look at the games that you're referencing. You're not referencing the Grand Theft Auto series that encourage you almost to run over pedestrians and beat up innocent people.
It is 17 years old, but I think, are you a parent? No, I'm just asking. No, and I'm wondering if we might all feel differently if we had kids, because I do wonder.
I wouldn't let my kid play Grand Theft Auto.
And there are exactly, I wouldn't either. And there are kids that aren't 17 getting their hands on these games, and it is up to the parents to do it. And as far as policing them, you're right. Parents have to police their own kids. People have a right to make whatever.
Well, I challenge any politician to take me on in a debate, because games do not cause violent nature.
Okay, just.
Where's my bodyguard? Seriously, put down your bats. Get your finger off the trigger.
Pisses me off
Put
when
your
they
fingers
say
on
that.
the phone, because after this, we're taking more of your calls right after this. Can you keep that from him?
You're going to timeout.
There it is.
You are going into timeout right now.
I'm a little upset. The Yankees
Hold me.
Hi, Lee Rehrman here, host of Arena, and one of my fondest memories of hosting the show was Kevin Pereira's audition. Kevin had never hosted anything. I don't think he'd ever been on television before. And when I tell you that the first 5 minutes of his audition, he wet his pants.
You're plugged into G4 Rewind.
All right, in case anybody doesn't know, Grand Theft Auto has hijacked our show today, so we brought in Tommy Tallarico to make sure Tina doesn't get out of line.
That's right.
You know how she gets.
Now, we're excited to have Tommy this week, but next week you guys have to tune in, because it's going to be about RPGs. We've got Paper Mario, Alien Invasion, and a bunch of others. If you want to talk about these games specifically, we've got a number for you. 1-866-G4-TV. 215. So call it, leave your opinion about those specific games, and we may play them on the air.
Do we get to hear you doing phone sex?
Yeah. No, that's going to be cut
That's
out.
a different number.
That's the 1-900.
Yeah, that's the 900 number.
Exactly.
All right, well, listen, we're talking about Grand Theft Auto, so let's get back to the phones. Let's see what people want to talk about.
That sounds good. Hey, caller.
Hello?
Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Celery Goblin. Calling from Lowell, Massachusetts.
All right, what would you like to talk about?
The maps in San Andreas.
Yeah, what have you heard about the maps?
I heard they were going to be like 3 times bigger than the first ones.
Yep, that's correct.
True that.
What else have you heard about the maps?
Well, I just think it's going to be kind of stupid because in the other games, you start off in the mission, right? And you drive around for an hour before you actually get to the mission. And it's going to be time consuming, and I don't really want to play the game that much.
You know what I'm going to have to say? I never really found in either Vice City or 3, Liberty City, that I was bored in the maps. Like, I never was like, gosh, I wish I could go to more parts of town. Like, there was enough to keep me busy.
Yeah, because like every car is pretty much drivable. I mean, there's a ton of places that you can go inside. I mean, you know what? That's like the way I look at it, caller, is kind of just a personal gameplay choice and opinion.
Well, I think too that what the focus is too is that you can do a lot of different things all over the place as well. So it's not just you're driving from 20 minutes from point A to point B.
Right.
There's going to be a lot of side missions. So
I hope so, because let me tell you, one of the things I hated about Mafia, which is a similar game, is that the driving, it just is so long from thing to thing, and it wasn't enough to keep me entertained in between.
Jump out, beat up a hooker, and then get back in your car.
From what I've playing San Andreas, I haven't had that experience. Trust me, no boredom yet.
All right, thanks, caller. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, caller.
Hey.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tyler, and I'm calling from Bristol, Connecticut.
All right, Tyler, what do you want to talk about as far as GTA is concerned?
My favorite moment in Grand Theft Auto 3.
All right, why don't you tell us what that is?
I want to hear. Better be nice.
My favorite moment in GTA 3 is probably when I make the game go in slow motion and I take out my flamethrower and I just burn people and make them scream.
Now, Tyler, what do you love about that moment?
I don't know. It's just fun hearing them scream no.
Okay, so would you enjoy the game Postal?
Yes.
I'll bet you did.
Have you ever been arrested?
Nope.
I mean, flamethrowers in general are cool.
Yeah, they
don't you
are.
think?
No,
I mean,
yeah,
any
they are.
game where you get a flamethrower.
Absolutely. And
you can burn
actually,
people.
Tyler, if you go to our site and people watching, there's a ton of everyone's favorite GTA moments, and it's really fun to go through and see because it's such an enormous, open-ended game that there's so many bazillion things you can do.
On a smaller scope, not to revisit the violence conversation, but we don't do these things in real life.
Right.
So when
Well,
I
some
get
of
to
us.
drive down the road and watch people jump out of the way, screaming, that's good times for me.
That's right.
It can be a lot of fun. Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate the call.
All right, thanks, guys. Now, listen, we asked you to go to our website, and you did, and you wanted Grand Theft Auto cheats, and there's some cool ones, guys.
I didn't get an invite.
You didn't?
No.
Well, I'm going to give it to you right now, because right now it's time for the Cheater's Request presented by Singular Wireless. Tina, pay attention. In this week's Cheater's Request presented by Singular Wireless, we're answering Samantha Gavin's request for Grand Theft Auto Vice City codes in this GTA special. This game has all kinds of cheat codes: flying cars, unlock all weapons, instantly spawn new vehicles, change Tommy's looks to play as a different character, turn the cars pink, or have a crowd of groupies follow you around, just to name a few. To turn the cars pink on the PS2 anytime during a game, enter circle, L1, down, L2, left X, R1, L1, right, circle. You can turn Tommy into a random pedestrian by entering D-pad right, left up, L1, L2, left up, down, right. Re-entering this code will change Tommy's looks again and again. To turn the cars invisible, enter triangle, L1, triangle, R2, square, L1, L1. There's a lot more codes, so check out the Cheat Sheet Master Database for the full list. To send in your own cheaters requests for some other games, visit us at g4techtv.com/g4tv.
Now, where was the Tommy Vercetti nude code? That's what I wanted to see.
Now, why did you want to see that?
All right, you right there could be the winner of a $25,000 shopping spree at Circuit City. That's right. G4 Tech TV is going to be giving away 4 $25,000 shopping sprees. That's right. Wow. And in addition to $500 in daily prizes.
Woo! Woo!
Well, if you want to get this, what you have to do is from November 8th to November 21st, watch G4 Tech TV every night from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern.
Woo! Whoa. Hey, and to enter, look for our G4 Tech TV Digital Digs Dash Sweepstakes commercials, which contain G4 Tech TV codes. Each time you see a different code, Go to www.g4techtv.com/digitaldigs- to enter.
Now, there are 4 new codes each night.
Really?
But the more you enter, the better your chances to win. So you can like cheat like I would have done.
Nice.
But, and it's brought to us by
Circuit City.
Very good, very good. Now, we've been talking about some of the older Grand Theft Auto games in the series. Let's hear what the viewer reviews on the new San Andreas game.
All right. Hey, caller.
Yep.
Yeah, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Underflesh from Chandler, Arizona.
All right, so you've had a chance to play San Andreas?
I have so.
All right, do you think this game lives up to the hype?
Definitely. It's definitely a lot different from the last couple. There's a lot of different side missions. Like I got in a car last night, and you can do pimping missions.
Yes, collecting hoes.
Yes.
Nothing better.
There's all sorts of different things. You can at night you can go burglarizing things.
Yep.
And so it's a lot different. The cooler thing is that the cars don't slow down when you run after them like the last one.
Right.
And did you notice like the blurring effects too when you start to go like really fast when you steal like a Ferrari or something and you're going really fast, they start to do like a little Need for Speed blurring action.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And caller, do you think this was better than Vice City?
From what I've played so far, yes, but it's completely different than the last one.
All right, well, we totally appreciate your thoughts on the game.
I wouldn't say completely different, but it's got a few new features.
Yeah, well, it's completely different sort of setting. You know, you went from like the 80s in Miami to total like thug life.
I noticed it started to get a little stale, just a little bit.
Right.
You know, like not saying it's not a great game. Tony Hawk's are great games. Madden's a great game. This is a great game too, but it's like started to play a lot of new stuff.
I agree.
But I'm still beating up hookers
and you're still doing the same
running
thing.
people.
Well, let's see how everybody else feels. Hey, caller.
Hello?
Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yoda Girl from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
There you go, Yoda Girl. What do you think about Grand Theft Auto San Andreas?
I think overall the game is great.
Yeah? What do you think about the violence in this game?
No more violence than Vice City.
That's very,
or
very...
Halo.
Is there anything you didn't like about this game? I mean, because I have to admit that there are some things that we were talking about earlier that kind of got on my nerves a little bit. Anything that you could say was a flaw?
The map is too small, and the blimp, it's hard to make out where you're at and where you're trying to get to.
The map is too small.
Have you only opened up the first city yet?
Oh, you mean the map that appears on your screen?
Yeah, exactly.
I agree with her on that. Yeah, I actually agree with that because then you have to go and you kind of have to go out, then go to your big map and kind of like scroll to find out exactly where you are.
I thought the gunshot sounds were kind of weak, actually.
Right.
The gunshot, you know? I was hoping to...
One thing that's bothered me with all the Grand Theft Auto games is the damage modeling on these cars. I mean, they just get banged up so easily. All you do is just brush against a pole and my car's falling apart.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily brushing against
I'm a
the
good
pole.
driver.
Maybe running into it at 90 miles.
Where are you going with this story?
Hey, thanks, caller, for your thoughts. I totally appreciate it. Hey, caller.
Hey.
Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Tadakin from Atlanta.
Tadakin from Atlanta. We love
Good
Tadakin.
boy.
He's a good boy.
All right, let's talk about GTA San Andreas. What do you think?
I love the game. I like it a lot more than Vice City, actually. I like the main character because he can actually do stuff.
Right. What'd you love about CJ, right?
Do stuff like what?
Well, the problem I have with the previous game is that Tommy Vercetti's this big badass character, and he can be blown up, shot 50 times, thrown up buildings, but if he falls in water, he's screwed.
Right. This guy can swim both under the water and on the surface, which
And
is a
if
bonus.
Tommy Vercetti got trapped in a corner with the cops, he had to run back out, and Carl can climb.
Right.
Those little things mean so much.
And what about getting a big-ass fro? I mean, how great is that?
One of the first things you have to do in the game is get a haircut.
Yeah.
But I, of course, went and got the fro.
Right.
Yeah.
See?
Oh my God, I got the fro too.
Did you? I got the fro in the goatee. I like that one. And the other cool thing was, what do you think about the whole eating thing, Tadakin? As far as like, I played probably like a solid 5 to 6 hours. I only ate once.
Yeah, I haven't eaten it all.
You haven't eaten it all yet.
You haven't eaten it all. You got to get the pizza.
I like getting ripped, though. You can get ripped if you work out.
Is your stamina down because you haven't eaten?
I don't know. I'm too busy beating up hookers to check.
Dude, me and you both. I love this guy.
Class act there, Tadakin.
Well, there's fat hookers this year, too. What's up with that? I guess it's real life.
It's trying to get real life. Real life. There you go. They
Thanks,
probably have
Tadakin.
missing a few teeth as well.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed and I've also read about the game is that they don't make it so much like The Sims where you have to eat and it's annoying, but it's there and it does affect you in the long run.
Right.
So there you go. Thank you guys. All right, listen, we're going to be right back to give away a whole bunch of G4 goodies. But first, let's take a look at Gamefly's top rentals.
Can I have a G4 goodie?
No.
I'll give you a G4 goodie.
You're plugged into G4 Rewind. Up next, G4TV.com.
Hi, this is Nutsonik, and you're watching G4 Rewind. What is your favorite old G4 show?
The first show I really started watching was X-Play.
And then it eventually became my favorite show.
Arena!
Now it's probably Attack of the Show.
Judgment Day.
Actually, I liked Arena.
G4TV.com.
My favorite show on G4 probably has to be Ninja Warrior.
Started watching X-Play and then got into AOTS.
All right, guys, we're back. And let me tell you, Grand Theft Auto is not the only game with hard hits and big muscle heads. In fact, Tina, look no further than the EA Sports Madden Challenge. Let's see what's going on with them this week. Bring it on, Jay Sparks.
Jay Sparks here in city number 19 on the 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge, and we in Nashville, Tennessee, aka Cashville. Speaking of AKAs, in the Madden world, everybody got an alias or ballin' nickname. We'll catch up with some of these cats, find out how they got their nicknames, and how it stuck with them throughout the Madden world.
My name is Madden King because I come from Omaha, Nebraska. I won like 20 tournaments, so they just start calling me the Madden King. Well, they call me Big Rick. As you can see, I ain't too small, if you can just tell, you know.
We got Spider-Man, Batman, Ant-Man, you know what I'm saying?
Bar none comes from, I bar nobody. I fear nobody.
My name from probably Madden back when I was playing Sega was Tommy Chubbs, because my name is Thomas, and Chubbs because I'm skinny.
You know it's branded, baby. Bar none. You see it, baby. You know it's for real. When you see it, you know it's for real, baby.
So now y'all know just a few of the stories behind some of these Madden ballers' nicknames. I'm Jay Sparks, aka the Handsome Hustler, because I'm always hustling, and my mama thought I was handsome.
Well, we've been giving you all the lowdown on GTA, so let's see who's been paying attention. It's the GTA Trivia Giveaway. So let's start playing. Really quick, you guys are going to be playing for the 2-disc set soundtrack of GTA. It doesn't come out, comes out in a couple weeks, so the winners will be getting it through the mail. So
And a date with Tina.
And a date with me
Can
if
I
you get
throw
it
that
right.
in?
Yeah, totally.
Sure, why not?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Topless, why don't we just say?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
cool.
buying.
All right, so let's take a call. Hey, caller.
Hey.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Jason from Gate City, Virginia.
All right, you a big GTA fan?
Yeah, just a little.
All right, well, let's see. Tommy's going to throw a question out.
Oh, yeah, you ready for me here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, now GTA designer Rockstar North was originally called DMA, as I said earlier. What does the DMA stand for? Is it A, digital machine animation, B, doesn't mean anything, or C, death, mayhem, and anarchy?
Ooh, go caller.
A, B, or C?
C?
No! Survey says.
It actually...
Hit him with the bat! Bash him with the bat!
You're wrong, sir! You are wrong! It actually doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
Which is pretty funny because it's DMA.
Sorry, caller. Sorry about Tommy's violent temperature. Let's take another call. Hey, caller.
Hey.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Kevin in Chains from Seymour, Connecticut.
All right, listen carefully to Tommy.
Okay, ready for this now? Which of the following is not a gang from GTA 2? We got A, the Hare Krishnas.
Is it Hari?
Hari?
They're not
No, they're
hairy.
hairy. They're like, well, actually, they're not hairy.
B?
Okay. B, the genetically cloned scientists.
Okay.
Or C, the violent video gamers.
Okay, which one is not? A,
Which
B,
one
or
is
C?
not?
Well, I enjoy running over Hare Krishnas in that game.
That's very true.
Good.
I'm gonna have to go with B.
What is wrong with you people?
Okay, one more. Time for one more. The answer is, Tommy, the answer is?
The answer was C, violent video gamers.
Yes,
Right.
also knows Tommy Tallarico. One more. Come on, let's go.
Okay, all the songs
Okay,
on...
hold on. We need a contestant.
Oh, screw them.
Tommy, we need a contestant. All right, hey, caller, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Ryan Dotson. I'm calling from Borrud, Maryland.
All right, listen carefully, because none of you guys have gotten it right yet.
Okay, you're our last hope here. Here we go. All the songs on Flashback Radio were also featured in the 80s movie A, Scarface.
Right.
Okay.
B, Flashdance.
Okay.
You know about that.
I know all about it.
And C, Who's That Girl?
With Madonna.
Right. Okay, yeah. Okay, what's the answer?
All right, I thought if it's not Scarface.
I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on, sorry.
What was your answer?
I'm gonna go with C.
No, we just gave it away. Nobody knows what they're
I hit the laptop.
doing.
Holy crap, I got it wrong?
Yeah, you got it wrong. Sorry.
We tried to help you out there. We tried to reel you in. Do we have time for one more?
No,
The answer was Scarface. But he didn't want to listen. All right, so we are out of time, but I want to thank Tommy Tallarico.
None of our cars are right.
Jesus Christ.
Anything about it.
We're out of here. Until next time. Goodbye.
This August, X-Play's got game as Adam and Morgan travel the globe bringing you the biggest gaming conventions in the world.
You want to see them, and we've got them.
Starting with G4's fan-favorite award show, G4ia. Then on to Germany's Leipzig, Europe's battleground for console domination. And PAX, Washington's huge indie gamer culture party.
We just got done playing Metal Gear Solid 4. I gotta say, this is now one of the must-have games.
This August, X-Play's got game all month long starting August 7th. Part of G4's Stay Out of the Sun Summer.
All right, we're back, and everything is new.
New year?
Yep, new set.
New video games?
Yep, and is there anything else new? Something else that you see that's new that maybe we should mention?
No, I don't see anything. That's it.
Tina, don't you see anything else that's new?
Oh my God, you got your hair done. It's burgundy and it's spray. Today on G4 TV, it's the Clash of the Titans. Half-Life 2 versus Halo 2, then it's slaughtering in Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, but screw that crap, because we got Lauren Lanning toting Oddworld's Strangest Wrath, and he brought some Oddworld bling.
Next on G4 TV.
Okay, welcome to G4 TV, the show that gives gamers a voice. Now, Tina and I want you to meet the final piece to our little gaming puzzle, our new co-host, Geoff Keighley.
Finally getting an introduction. Geoff Keighley, we're so excited to have you. Absolutely.
Seriously, anyone who watches G4 knows Electric Playground. You've been a host of that. We're big fans of the show.
He's got Entertainment Weekly, GameSpot. He's one of the first guests on G4TV.com.
That was fun.
And Geoff named one of the top 30 business journalists in the world under 30 by newsbios.com, just like you and I were.
Just like us. Remember?
That was great. It was a great team of that.
Honestly, we're so happy to have you.
Absolutely.
As this being, your very first episode, we thought we'd pop your cherry a little bit and celebrate with some champagne.
Have a little bit of champagne. So great.
Just get a glass.
Just right over there.
Take a look.
Down there or something?
Welcome aboard, Geoff Keighley. Woo! Season 4.
Did you guys already drink it? Or?
All right.
Well, you guys, not only is Geoff new, we drank it. Tina, I thought you took the last sip.
I did. I'm just going to get the shards off of
Wow,
it.
yeah.
Not only is
that
Geoff
tasted
new.
good. That had a bit of a punch to it.
Was that good?
Yeah.
A bit of a punch.
There you go.
Okay. All right, people, let's look at this set over here. I'm here at the hub of interactivity. We're going to be taking your calls. We're going to be chatting you up, checking the message boards, all right here from G4 TV's new mothership. It's awesome, and it's good times ahead, don't you think?
Yes.
Looks good. Well, anyways, guys, we should get the show started. So let's kick it off with a debate for the new season. And it's a controversial one about two games, Half-Life 2 or Halo 2. Which is the better game? Now, even though the games are on different systems, Halo's on the Xbox and Half-Life's on the PC, that hasn't stopped fans from arguing over the relative merits of each of these sci-fi first-person shooters. But I've got to be honest, I don't think there's much of a debate, guys.
Correct.
To me, Half-Life 2 is by far the better game.
Half-Life
it's got more
2.
innovative, it's got, better gameplay, better physics. What do you guys
Better
think?
weapons.
Yeah, I think technologically it's a phenomenal game, probably the greatest game ever made. But let's talk a little bit about multiplayer. Let's talk a little bit about You cannot discount the resources and the replayability that Halo 2 brings to the table. You just can't.
Absolutely, and the multiplayer aspect is huge.
I mean, obviously, they're both shooters. One's on the PC, one's on the Xbox.
Right.
I do agree with you, but I do think there is a bit of an argument about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, Half-Life's got the Counter-Strike, which a lot of people forget about. It's a great multiplayer feature. I just think the Half-Life single-player campaign was so much better than Halo, but they're both, two of the best games
But I
of
know
last
you've
year.
only played
There's no
that
doubt about
once. Let's get to Andrew Croft. He's from La Cañada, California. Hey, Andrew, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Let's talk Half-Life 2 versus Halo 2. What are your thoughts?
All right. Well, I thought in Halo 2, the single player, the campaign just felt kind of more epic. It felt larger, like on a galactic scale. Whatever you do affects, everyone else in the whole, galaxy.
And that's interesting that you brought up the Halo 2 single player when you were just talking about, you sort of discounted that a little bit.
Yeah, I thought it was good, but I mean, Andrew, did you feel it was particularly innovative? I mean, was there something that they did in that game that you hadn't really seen in other games out there yet?
Well, I think Half-Life 2 definitely had the better single player.
Okay.
But the best thing I think about Halo 2 is just the multiplayer. Just it blows everything else away, in my opinion.
The multiplayer is a huge aspect. That is, I think, in a lot of reviews, that's the dominating force. Which is why Halo 2 is coming out on top, because it's just undeniably good times.
Right, Andrew, do you play any other PC games, or are you just more of an Xbox player in general?
Yeah, I'm more of a console player in general, but I do play, the best PC games that come out that I hear about.
That's one of the challenges, I think, is a lot of people, Halo, they love it on Xbox, but they're not even exposed sometimes to the PC games, which are normally where, first-person shooters are the best.
Shooters need to be played with a keyboard and a mouse. If you want to get the exact, pinpointing of your gun, the precision, and the larger detail on your computer monitor, it just makes for a better first-person shooter gameplay experience.
Absolutely. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it. Now we've got Mike McCormick from Cincinnati, Ohio. All right, Mike, Half-Life 2 versus Halo 2. What are your thoughts?
I'm calling mainly for Halo 2. I think it's far superior than Half-Life 2.
Wow. And you think graphically and everything?
And you played through both? You played through both the games?
Well, graphically and all that stuff, I'm not going to measure the two between that.
So I think you're just talking about the game that you're having more fun with. You consider that the better game?
Well, exactly. For me personally, I go for a fast-paced game, and overall, Halo 2, from beginning to end, it kept me on the edge. I mean, wondering how big or how tough the next round of enemies were going to be.
And what was your feeling when you finished Half-Life? I mean, did you say this game was all right, or was good?
No, this game was great. I mean, there's no question about it.
They're both phenomenal games. I agree. I mean,
you're comparing two gems.
It's like
that's true.
Half-Life. Yeah, Half-Life 2 justified every puzzle. Every time you figured out what you're going to do, you went, that makes sense.
No, that was the selling point for me, the puzzles. I'm like, and then you just feel so rewarded, like you just dominated the world, and I loved it.
All right, well, this show's about you guys. Let's take a look at the poll results from the G4TV.com website. The winner is Halo 2, 68% of the people think that Halo 2.
I'm absolutely blown away. I thought it was going to be a bloodbath in the other direction.
Absolutely. Well, I think Half-Life 2 is a better made game, but I have more fun with Halo 2.
But this guy said it, they're both gems. You're comparing two gems.
Yeah, exactly. They're two of the best games of last year.
All right, well, there you go. Resident Evil 4, you guys, is out on the stands. So next act, we're ripping it up and taking out the chainsaw. Will it make the cut? Plus, later in the show, we're bringing in the developer of Oddworld, Stranger's Wrath, Lauren Lanning, and he's giving away some special prizes, so stay tuned.
Scott with 1T, host of G4TV.com. The question of the age is, why only 1T? All right, I'll tell you. The truth is, my parents couldn't afford the second T. Okay? You feel better now? You happy? Now you have the answer.
Damn, this set looks pretty. And Tina, speaking of pretty, you're pretty.
Aww.
Jeff, you're pretty.
Jeff, you're so pretty.
But you know what? Resident Evil 4 is out, and it is pretty. We've all been playing this game, and you guys, it's gorgeous. I remember when the first time I played a Resident Evil game, when the dogs jumped through the window, back on my PS1, and it was awesome. I've been a fan of it since then.
That was like 96, I think, right?
96?
98, I think.
Or 98?
You can find it out later. But whatever it was a while ago, and 11 games later, the franchise is still alive. But do we care? Do we care about this new game?
Of course we care.
Man, we do with Resident Evil 4. I think the whole franchise in general, the survival horror genre, it really brought it into life,
It coined the phrase, really. It's the first of its kind.
And one of the problems with Resident Evil, the franchise as a whole, has been that, it was always stuck in this rut of sort of the same game again and again with the same mechanics, and the camera didn't really move. It was very static. And this Resident Evil 4 is a completely amazing 3D environment, and they've totally sort of, they birthed new life into the whole franchise.
They did, because Outbreak was a little shady, a little sketchy. A lot of the Resident Evil fans weren't really happy with it.
The game was terrible.
I wouldn't say, okay.
Yeah.
And it always had bad voice acting, like we know from the cutscene theater, right?
I enjoyed bad
cheesy
voice acting.
Right.
Well, Jill.
Right.
The key.
Yeah, but if you think about it, Resident Evil is such an important force in gaming. We've had comic books, movies, feature movies,
Action figures.
Action figures. There was even a really bad play. There's been some novels.
There has.
People love this franchise.
Well, I think thanks to Resident Evil 4, the franchise is not going to go anywhere. We actually have some people on the phone who want to talk a little bit about it. We got Frank Vitarello. He's from Lyndhurst, New Jersey. Hey, Frank, how are you?
Hey, Laura. Hey, Tina.
Good. What do you think about the whole Resident Evil 4 game?
Oh, this is the Resident Evil game that we've been waiting for since, Resident Evil 1.
And tell us why,
Why? Well, apart from the just amazing graphics, I think there's not going to be games in the first wave of next-generation systems that look as good as this game.
Yeah. Right.
But also the fact that Capcom is kind of tipping their cap to a lot of the great games of the past 4 or 5 years. It's got cinematics that feel a lot like the quality of the Metal Gear series. It's got those interactive action sequences that are kind of like Dragon's Lair or Shenmue.
And is there anything that bothers you about it? Like, I got a little bit frustrated just because you're used to kind of running and shooting at the same point, or straight, and you can't do that in this game. Did that bother you at all?
That's the only thing with the new over-the-shoulder look. It kind of feels like it wants to play like Max Payne, but it still moves like Resident Evil.
Right. And what about the inventory system? That's another thing that sort of frustrates me, is you always have to go to the inventory.
Yeah, it's like the old pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons type inventory system, but I like that better than the inventory boxes that are like scattered through the levels on the older.
Right. So out of a 10, what do you give this game?
Oh, it's a 10.
Wow. It's a 10.
It's a true Resident Evil fan.
I think it's a 10 for the
Appreciate the
Resident
call.
Evil franchise, but like you said, there's a couple flaws. I hate having to push out to my menu screen to equip my different weapon. Just push the B button.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thank you again, caller. Let's go to Austin Snell. He's from White Lake, Michigan. How you doing, Austin?
Hey, good.
Great. Why don't you? Good. We're doing great. Give us some comments on Resident Evil 4.
Yeah. Well, I think this is probably one of the best games I have ever played, but it's probably kind of biased from me. But
Did you work on it? Why would it be biased?
But I do have some things I didn't like about it.
All right, give us the criticisms here. What are the criticisms?
Okay.
Talk the trash.
Okay. I hated Ashley. She always got in my way. She's so bratty and annoying. She keeps dying and getting captured by the
Chicks do that.
It's tough with, but AI characters and stuff like that. That's a really hard thing to pull off in games. Is when you have a character following you around and that kind of stuff.
But now I've read, and I cannot confirm nor deny, that if you position her and the camera in a certain angle, you can almost see up her dress, and she'll yell, "Stop it!"
Oh yeah. Like you can stop her at the top of the ladder. You can climb up, and she's like, "What are you looking at?"
Right. Well, great. I mean, there are definitely flaws, but to me, one of the coolest things is you're just kind of waiting for the enemies to kind of back off, and they just keep coming, and they come right up to you. I mean, you get this claustrophobic, really like survival, like this horror feeling.
That's
like
what
you can't get away from them, you know?
No, and what about the difficulty? That was the other thing that I think a lot of people have been complaining. It's a pretty hard game. Did you finish it? I mean, did you feel it was too difficult?
Oh yeah, I finished it like tons of times, but
tons of times. Wow.
It's like 25 hours to finish this game or something. So okay.
Well, you know, the very first villagers, they're not that difficult, but they're just there to get you acquainted with the game, to sort of get ready.
And there's more drama coming, I guess.
Yeah, well, thank you for the call. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Tina, you mentioned how it coined survival horror. Were you scared? And that's what we want to know. Were you scared?
Yeah, I enjoyed every second
and the music and the sound, it has a great ambiance, the whole thing put together.
I know, like I let out little yelps.
By far my favorite Resident Evil game.
Production value is amazing on that game.
So there we go. We enjoy it. But, you know, if you think Tina is strange, you guys ain't seen nothing yet, because we've got Oddworld Stranger's Wrath up next with the man who, you know what, refuses my marriage proposals every time I ask, Lauren Lanning. Plus, he's got autographed copies of his artwork book, and we're giving them away to you. Seriously.
The host I missed the most would definitely be Sarah Lane. Her and Kevin Pereira had a lot of great chemistry on Attack of the Show, and you never knew what to expect.
Hey, welcome back to the interactive talk show all about video games, G4 TV. Now, January is normally a month where there are not many big blockbuster games, but this year we had Resident Evil 4, which we just talked about, and the fourth game in the irreverent Oddworld series is also coming out. It's called Oddworld Stranger's Wrath. It's a visually stunning first and third person shooter starring Stranger, a mysterious bounty hunter. But more importantly, it has a great sense of humor, and that's what the Oddworld games have always been known for, something that we really like. But anyways, I want to introduce our guest today, because joining us to talk about all things Oddworld is Lauren Lanning. He's the president of Oddworld Inhabitants. Lauren, welcome to the show. And you're also the voice of Abe, right?
Welcome to the show, Lauren.
There's the Abe voice. Now, Lauren, before we start talking about the game, I want to ask you about the console wars, because a few years you were a really outspoken proponent of Xbox. You got up on stage at E3 saying, you know, we can do our games for Xbox, you know, PS2 can't power our games. I remember afterwards, Jason
I never
Rubin,
said that.
Well, but afterwards, Jason Rubin called you guys a lazy developer, I remember, in an IGN article. And now, you know, so a couple of years later, we look at, you know, PS2's been much more successful than Xbox. There's been a lot of really innovative games out there. I mean, do you still agree with what you said, that Xbox is a better system?
Well, there's been a lot of... there's when you come to technical capabilities, the Xbox is an amazing system. It's a superior system. We never said that the PS2 won't deliver great games. The argument was about how should development costs fuel or be conducive or counterproductive to building great games. And what we were proponents of is better tools for developers, systems that were more developer friendly, so we could build better games at cheaper prices. And ultimately, that would mean that more gamers got better games more frequently and had a wide variety to choose from, and developers would stay in business longer.
Which is all we want.
Which is why we will probably will.
I guess.
Of course he did. Leave him alone, Geoff.
Any game that has flatulence in it, it's got to come from a guy with a sense of humor.
No, seriously. But let's talk a little bit about Stranger's Wrath. There was a tough time there. I was sweating where, it was going to be published by Microsoft, and then EA picked it up. How bad did it get? Like, how close to being canceled did we come?
Well, it's a long, interesting story.
It was back and forth for a while. I was like, it's not going to be canceled. It's not.
But Oddworld was it ever in jeopery? I mean, was this?
Well, I think in our entire existence, we're always in jeopardy. Building
That's being an independent developer.
Us too.
Yeah, exactly. This is actually our last show as well, so it's been great knowing you.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
We tried.
But a small developer, it's like being a hamster in a field of tigers.
Right.
You're just waiting to be gobbled up. But the project, it was a very innovative project, and it took a long time to really get it running. We built it from scratch. We built all new technology, and in the process, the Xbox was originally targeted towards casual gamers, and Microsoft and the market proved that the hardcore gamers were really adapted to it. And this caused Microsoft to shift some of their planning reasonably slow. And at the same time, it caused us to rethink some of our planning. And it made sense for the separation from Microsoft, and the jump to EA made sense. And so far, Microsoft was always a great partner.
Well,
and Microsoft
EA's not a bad partner either.
No, exactly.
EA's not a bad partner either.
They got it all worked out, seriously.
So the future is a really interesting place. And at the end of the day, Stranger's Wrath made it out.
Yes.
And but the history of Oddworld, it's always been difficult, and it's difficult for all the small developers.
It's all in the name, right?
But we built something that we're proud of.
Good.
And the team did an amazing job. So.
Well, we have Tim Donnelly on the phone from Dover, New Hampshire. How you doing, Tim?
Pretty good.
Good. Do you have a question for Lauren?
Yeah, actually I do. I heard that there's going to be living ammo in this game. Is that correct?
Yeah, live ammo. That's right.
Yeah, and what kind of ammo is it going to be?
You can shoot Laura out of a big
And the ammo talks back to you. That's one of my favorite parts.
It's really smart-ass ammo. We're always trying to squeeze more character into the experience and give the gamer more options. So we developed a concept of all these little critters in the environment, and you hunt all these little critters, and they each have different impact and effects on the rest of the characters in the world that you would use them against. And the reason we created this is we wanted to bring something new to combat and shooting. And some of the things that you do, you have skunk bombs that make characters throw up, that incapacitate them, spiders that'll tie them up, bees that'll sting them, bats that'll blow them up. Bats are like grenades with teeth, and fuzzles that are like living landmines. So into the game, because we're at Oddworld, we're trying to bring innovative things that still play really well and try and discover some new territory.
Very inventive.
Awesome. Thanks, Tim. We totally appreciate it. Let's talk a little bit about the Western theme. How did this you guys sitting around a round table and just go, okay, there's a lack of Western games. How about Western meets
Western
Oddworld?
comedies, no
Yeah,
less.
exactly. How did that come about?
Well, we wanted a different signature. I mean, the Oddworld games they take place on such a different universe that sometimes it's hard to communicate. And the idea of like displaced people, bounty hunters, murderous outlaws, all of these things really resonated well with the Western idea. And if we place this in a Western world, it would help people to sort of go, oh, I have an idea of what's that about. Like when you first saw Abe and you see this blue guy with stitches in his lips and he works at Rupture Farms, you go, what is that? What's going on? And so we felt if we could place it and begin it in a little bit of a familiar universe, then from there on, we'd escalate it into a more crazy place. But at least you'd go, oh, I have an idea. It's a bounty hunter in a Western-like theme, and you're hunting outlaws.
And this looks like a great time.
And it's bizarre, and there's some crazy things happening. Okay, I get it.
I can't wait because personally, Red Dead Revolver didn't do it for me. Dead Man's Hand, not so much. Stranger's Wrath.
We've been searching for a good Western. Well, look, Lauren's going to stay and hang out because when we come back, Lauren's going to answer some true and false questions, and you're going to have an opportunity to win an Oddworld Inhabitants art book created by the very talented staff of Oddworld Inhabitants. Now, everyone's got their favorite game. You've got their favorite game. I've got a favorite game. Laura has a favorite game. I do. But now let's take a look at Anti7651's sweetest 5 games. Your voice on G4T, and here's how you get involved. Head over to our website at g4techtv.com and click on the G4TV Wanna Be a Caller form. Post your opinion in the designated thread, and we will contact you from there. See, it's pretty painless, so make your voice count.
Okay, well, Lauren has agreed to play a little game with a few lucky callers. Now, you guys, we're going to give away this book. Tina, Jeff, and I will each read off a little bit of trivia about Lauren and Oddworld, and your job on the phone is to decide if it's oddly enough it's true or it's way too odd for this world. Do you like that? Lauren, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
All right, caller, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, I'm William from North Carolina.
What's up, Willie? Okay, oddly true or way too odd? Chris Rock was originally considered to play the voice of one of the furballs in Stranger's Wrath.
Oh, man. I'd say oddly true.
Lauren?
This is true.
Ooh,
Really?
you win a book! Yeah, you win a book. No, Chris Rock,
So
what
what
happened
happened?
Well, you ever try to hire Chris Rock? The guy's a fortune.
He's got the Oscars today.
That's why we got Jeff.
That's on, I know, right? Oh,
We love you, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, let's give away some more books.
All right. Hey, caller.
Yeah,
Hey, what's your name?
Matthew.
Where are you calling from, Matthew?
Larry, California.
All right, fantastic. Now, oddly enough, it's true or too odd to be true or something like that, right?
Whatever.
Abe has stitches because he has no teeth.
Not true.
That's correct.
Wow.
It's not true.
What's the real
not
answer?
true.
What's the real answer?
The real answer is he cried when he was a baby and his mom sewed his lips shut to keep him alive.
To keep him alive?
Yeah, and then it's a longer story as to why.
Oh, I bet, because if he made noise, somebody would come and kill him. And
Yeah.
Yes.
You're going to be a good mother.
I'm going to bring
Okay.
Yeah. All right,
All right, so he wins the book
He
too.
wins the book too.
Exactly.
No,
All
books
right,
left.
one more. So now here's the next one. Caller, you there?
Hello?
Hi, what's your name? Where are you from?
Terrence Sanchez from San Jose, California.
Okay, cool. So here's the true or not. Now, the question is, what Lauren actually came up with the idea for Abe because he had a Kermit the Frog doll, and he actually dropped him in a vat of acid when he was younger, and that sort of birthed the idea of this Abe character. So do you think that's oddly true or not?
I'll go with true.
It's true? Is that true, Lauren?
No, it's false.
No? How did you come up with that? That's right.
It was the tab of acid.
How did you come up with
all
it?
the difference, right?
Abe was inspired by third world workers in conditions like Bangladesh shipping companies.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. Well, thank you. You know,
Pretty deep.
actually, you guys were out of time today, but we want to thank all of our callers and, of course, Lauren Lanning from Oddworld Inhabitants. And, you know, seriously, my offer for marriage still stands.
Yeah, really. He said no
Why you guys
comment.
elope right here?
Anyway, we're out of time, so see you next time.
Great job, Jeff Keighley.
Yes, thanks.
Fantastic.
Good to see you guys.
Thank you,
Great,
Lauren.
thank you for having
Appreciate
me.
it so much.
Thanks, Lauren.
Absolutely.
Awesome to see you.
There's one show out there that keeps coming up. Hurl. It's good, unclean fun.
Eat it! Eat it!
The greatest gag reflex competition ever mounted.
Don't puke, brother. Don't puke. Eat more.
It's gastronomic molestation. It will bring about the imminent destruction of the human race. Reality TV that's turning heads and stomachs. Hurl. All new Sunday at 7, only on G4.
Always packing the surprise.
You're banging over there. You're like,
in my belt. Hello,
Ready for
everybody,
this.
and welcome to another group therapy session for gamers, just without the fun prescriptions.
Hi, I'm Tina.
Hi. Thanks for sharing, Tina. Tina,
Appreciate
Jeff,
it.
I have to admit, this week, curiosity got the best of me, and I went and I shelled out my $13 to see Batman Begins, and of course to get a look at the new Mrs. Cruz, the future Mrs. Cruz. But I have to tell you, I was a little bit disappointed. I like the dark take on Batman, but not nearly as good as the first, and I thought Christian Bale a little too young and whippy to be.
Wow.
I did not get a chance to
disagree.
see it, so
Oh,
this
you
is
didn't
your
see it?
guys'.
I thought
I'm
it was
curious.
good. I mean, to me, what was great about it was that the look and feel of it. I mean, it was great backstory, and it was a real emotional story. But you know, like, you look at how the parents were killed in the first Batman movie, and how it was done in this film, and I think it was just so much more real. And I mean,
It was
the cool
more of
thing
a
is just-
better explanation.
Yeah, exactly. I just thought so. It was a really well done film. I mean, some of the action I don't think was nearly as big as and exciting as some of the other stuff.
I thought it was too much action.
Yeah, it wasn't, and it wasn't as memorable. It was just like him sort of just battling guys. But I thought really, you know, as a whole, it was tonally just really great. And I preferred it to like the Spider-Man movies, which are
Definitely
never
version
really
Spider-Man's, but not as good as the
first Batman, but
well, how did
whatever
Christian
is.
Bale do compared to the other Batmans?
Christian Bale, okay, so he's Bruce Wayne, and he's like, hey, everybody, I'm Bruce Wayne. All of a sudden, puts a mask on, I am Batman! And then, like, his voice changes, and all of a sudden, he's like a demon.
He's Batman. He is Batman.
But all he did was put a suit on.
And he's also
Batman.
a big gamer. I interviewed him a couple weeks ago, and he's a huge Halo fan.
Well, I wonder if his voice changes when he plays Halo, because I was a little annoyed by that.
Well, he actually is in the video game, though. And let's talk about that now, because Christian Bale, the whole cast, is back for the game from EA Games. Now, in this game, there are film clips, Batmobile chases, and plenty of Splinter Cell-style stealth gameplay. Now, the game is definitely a little repetitive, in my opinion, but the voice acting from the film cast is really great. Like, Laura didn't like Christian Bale's voice, but there's a lot of his voice in this game.
Liam Neeson did great in the game.
Liam Neeson is really, it's just so cool to see these guys.
Liam Neeson is so, you know when it's Liam on the...
It's so neat to see Liam Neeson, Morgan Freeman, all these guys in the game. So anyways, Paul Shelton from Rushville, Indiana, posted on the boards, and here's what he said about this game. He said it was only barely above average, marginally original, and fell victim to the flaw of many movie video games released. Of course, we have Paul on the phone. Now, Paul, what is the flaw you're talking about?
It really just doesn't add anything to the Batman Begins experience. It's just, it just seems like a non-interactive, interactive movie trailer.
Well, the story is exactly like it was in the film. You're saying you had a problem with that.
Well, it just didn't expand on anything, really. It was just like...
Right.
Right, it didn't really explain much that the movie left unanswered.
So first of all, let's establish, did you like the film? Laura and I were sort of, different on it. What do you think of the film?
Yeah, I like the film a lot, except for somewhat of the retooled origin at the beginning.
Right.
But overall, that was a good movie, and it definitely made up for the last two, so...
Okay, well, but you're saying that you think the game, your movie games, you expect it to be something more. I look at, the Lord of the Rings games, which I thought were fantastic, and they were just play the movie, there's nothing new there in those games. Did you like those games? Did you play any of those?
I tried a couple of those, and they were good, solid games, somewhat like Batman Begins is, but, the movie games that I really like are something that, open up the world more.
That's true. That's true, and that's always a bonus. But, let's take a look at this game just as a game without the fact that it didn't add on to the movie. What did you think of the gameplay alone? Because I found the cape gliding was just more fun than I've had in a really long time.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, I'm saying it's sort of, it's Splinter Cell-like, too, I think. I thought it was
stealthy.
A little, some of the guys that worked on Splinter Cell worked on this game, and I think it was a little weird where he was, crawling along pipes, and it was, it was very, like Sam Fisher. Was that something that bothered you, or do you like that kind of gameplay, Paul?
I like Splinter Cell, but Splinter Cell does it a lot better.
Yes.
And this is just, seems like a faster, more, action-paced version of that.
That's because it was Batman doing it, not Sam Fisher. It had to be a little bit different. Now, what about driving the Batmobile? I thought that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I thought that the gameplay of it was done well, but you don't even get to do some of the coolest parts that you see in the movie. Right. Jumping off the top of the parking garage, driving on top of the building.
Yeah. And the Batmobile stuff, it doesn't come until probably 3/4 of the way through the game.
Yeah, there's only a couple levels that even...
So yeah, and I think also, the fear thing is, I think you make a good point, Paul, about sort of it not taking, some of the conventions in the movie to the next level. Because the fear feature I just found was very repetitive. You go into an environment, you have to, do one thing to sort of scare the guys. And there are these guys with machine guns. You walk in, and then they can kill you, but if you do this fear thing, all of a sudden they lose their machine guns.
Like a crate in the corner falls, and they're like, oh my god, let me throw my gun, because I'm so afraid. I thought the game is just a fun game. And the thing why I kept playing it is because it's so easy. It's just so easy that you don't get stuck, you don't get frustrated. It's just a fun little game where you can be Batman.
Yeah, and it's very acrobatic and stuff like that.
Right.
So it will give you a chance to really be entertained. And I don't think we're looking for the Halo. We're not looking for a system seller. Yeah. But as far as having a video game based upon a movie, I thought it was great.
Cool. So Paul, should buy it, rent it? What should we do?
Just rent it, because it's if you play it through, it's not that much longer than the movie, maybe a couple hours.
Right. Well, but you do actually get to have, if you were a fan of the movie, you get to have those voice actors. It's incredible how well that was done. The voice acting was really well done.
I played through this game. It only takes probably 5 to 7 hours.
It took me 2.5.
And the characters look like Christian and Liam Neeson, so it was good.
It's cool.
All right, coming up after the break, we're going to be saving you kind folks a bunch of cash because we're telling you which games you shouldn't spend your money on. Don't turn that dial. Or take out the wallet.
It's unanimous. Fans and critics agree Attack of the Show is time well wasted. One of the coolest shows on TV, more ballsy in its journalism than 60 Minutes.
What will the fanatical religious right hate more? The fact that there's witchcraft in the book or that there's a gay headmaster?
AOTS doesn't push the envelope, they lick it. Yeah! I attain techno bliss.
I think you should just take it out and show everybody what you got.
The show that gets it before it gets out. Attack of the Show, weeknights at 7 and 10, only on G4. Stay out of the sun with G4 all summer long.
This is Glenn. I'm just calling to let you guys know I got my Xbox back. Thanks a lot for that message delivery.
I just gotta say, stop with the war games. There's way too many as it is. Get something new. World War II, yeah, it was a big deal, but you don't need to keep screwing it up.
Can't be the only one who sees this. Hold a picture of Lorfoy up to a picture of Goku when he's Super Saiyan. See the family resemblance.
Usually get Dante, but
Are you the spitting image?
let's take a look.
You get the angry look, you get that same angry look.
Practically brother sister right there.
I can see a little bit of that.
I have a little bit more facial hair, but other than that, twins.
He's a good call, absolutely a good call.
There you go. All right, people. You know, like Live Aid, Goodwill, Happy Hour, we're here to help. So we thought we'd take this chance to hear from some of our gamer pals about which games out there we should all steer clear of. It's time for gamers to help gamers by saying, hey, buddy, don't buy that game.
Or hey, girl.
I'm tearing up. I'm tearing up. Anyway, we got Jim Walker on the phone. Jim, what games should we not buy and why?
Well, first off, I want to congratulate all three on a wonderful job on Attack of the Show this week.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it.
Appreciate that.
You saw the
With
show.
that said, God himself could not save WrestleMania 21.
Really? God's a pretty powerful human being, though. Well, not really a human being, but... forget about it. Go ahead.
The controls, when they decide to work, mind you, they're clunky, not very responsive, not very user-friendly. And the AI, let's just say, let's take the Michael Jackson jury. And we club them over the head with a baseball bat for about 40 minutes apiece. Then you toss them over a cliff into a pit filled with wolverines. Should they survive, you got something about as dumb as the AI in this game.
Wow.
So, someone feels ripped off.
I think he's holding back.
Exactly.
I think you're holding back a little bit about how you really feel.
Censoring myself
Give
for
me an
television.
example of that. Show me an example in the game.
Oh, an example in the game?
Yeah.
Let's say a ladder match.
Okay.
You climb up the ladder, you grab a hold of the suitcase or the belt, whatever's hanging up there nowadays. Instead of trying to climb up the ladder and knock you down, they will simply knock over the ladder and stare up at you like they're trying to catch what's inside your shorts.
Well, that's where the comedy comes into the game. All right, talk a little bit about slowdowns.
Slowdown's a slight understatement. I would call it more of emergency brakes.
Yeah.
All right. No, it does make for a fun game. Now, people at home are probably wondering, I mean, are you a fan of wrestling in general?
I'm a fan of the SmackDown games, but wrestling as a whole, you have to keep in mind, it's a sport primarily watched by Southern men who try to look macho in front of their friends by watching oiled-up men play grab-ass.
And you're not one of those men?
No, I am not.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Jim.
Thanks for
I
the
think
consumer
you are,
warning. We appreciate
heartfelt.
it. Absolutely.
Yes.
We know some people also posted to our boards, and
Yeah,
a lot of people had comments on it. And let's take a look at some of the games that people said you should never buy. Well, Nintendo Fanatic wrote in. He said, "Prince of Persia: Warrior Within is Tez Suckers." Whoever thought of a heavy metal soundtrack for a game that probably doesn't even take place in this millennium? I think that's a good point. I didn't like the music at all in that game.
He's serious.
Yeah, he is. All right, and Tizit writes in and says, Stuntman. I wanted to like this game so bad, especially since it got good scores from IGN and GameSpot, but no matter how hard I tried, it just wouldn't let me.
I agree. Didn't like that game much either. X-Playman writes in. He goes, Donkey Konga and the bongo drums. Nintendo did it again. They sucker me into buying a game with a controller that makes me look like a dang fool.
I was a great game.
I mean, you know what you're getting when you buy a game like that.
Yeah, and you think he was going to look cool with the Kongas?
I'm just like, the Kongos are on the package.
I know, and this thing is also mostly subjective. That's a great game, and so is Prince of Persia. What are you talking about?
All right,
what about you?
Being the big, huge, mega video game TV stars that you are, you think that we might know a little bit better than to buy these crappy games, but no, we're all fools. Let's start with Tina. Tina, what game should our friends not buy?
I really think Star Fox Assault was a huge letdown. I think that series should be buried just like E.T. was, millions of miles away someplace and far, far under the Earth's core. No improvement from the previous game. Super easy, very confining. There's no new design, really. It just wasn't a great time, and it was for $50, and yeah. Star Fox Assault, not so much.
I liked it.
Yeah,
it was all right. But the game that I picked a game that was just so disappointing when I played it. It was Terminator 3: Rise of the Machines. Now, there haven't been a lot of great Terminator games. There was a Terminator 2 arcade game with a light gun that I loved playing in the arcades about 15 years ago. But this game was just so universally terrible.
Yes.
And, you know, the game was just not a great quality game. It was, you know, supposed to be tied into the movie. The movie was kind of fun.
Talk
This
about
game,
a bad video game based on a movie.
yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of bad ones, but this one just, I mean, the environments were terrible, the AI was terrible. It was a first-person shooter, and that's the toughest thing about, you know, first-person shooter is that it's got to be good, because, I mean, the competition
great
is so
AI,
good.
yeah.
Exactly, so it was a really disappointing game.
I agree with you on that, actually.
Well, I put a lot of thought into it, and I decided that my thoughts would best be expressed in poetic form. So I wrote a little something down for you.
I'm afraid about what you're about to say.
Put some effort into it.
Yes.
You know, overachiever. Dead Man's Hand, oh please don't buy, or you'll be as dumb as this game's AI. I thought how great this will be, a Wild West shooter. I can play on my Xbox or my computer. I'll be a Mexican outlaw filling enemies with lead, but I wanted to shoot was myself in the head. The graphics are reminiscent of the original Tapper, not like Star Fox. This game belongs in the crapper. The scripting is predictable and the mechanics are flawed. And the posse road? Oh my God. The levels are short and the bosses are wimpy. For added pleasure, the multiplayer is skimpy. You're the only one online, whether early or tardy, not unlike being at a Tina Wood party. The hit detection is flaky and the poker is lame, so I'm begging you all, don't play this game.
Can I bring the hook out?
That was better than the actual game right there.
After the break, we're blowing things up as Geoff gets up close and personal with one of the men behind Destroy All Humans. You don't want to miss it.
That's right.
Look at you getting all funky.
I like it.
My parties are very...
You're plugged into G4 Rewind. Up next, G4TV.com.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. Now, you know, a lot of gamers complain frequently about the number of sequels in the video game world. Heck, I remember playing King's Quest VIII a few years back. So it's always time to celebrate when a brand new game franchise comes along, and Destroy All Humans from Pandemic Studios and THQ is definitely just that. Well, joining us to talk all about the game is one of the designers of it, Cameron Brown. Cameron, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Now, Destroy All Humans, really inventive game. The most interesting thing to me is that this game was actually developed in Australia, of all places.
That's right.
How does that happen? I thought Pandemic was based here in California.
Well, Pandemic is based here in Los Angeles. We have a Brisbane studio, Brisbane, Australia.
Right.
So up in the Sunshine Coast where it's very hot, very sunny. And we have a bunch of crazy guys over there who have been slaving away on Destroy All Humans for the last 2 years. And
how did you guys come up with this idea? What is the premise behind it?
Well, I mean, the premise is obviously that we wanted to take the 50s B-movie kind of alien invasion kind of shtick. And the interesting twist is that let's play the aliens and let's destroy all the humans. And so the idea came up just from a really genuine brainstorming session at the Australian office. These guys are throwing around ideas. You know, someone actually proposed it kind of as a joke. They're like, what about Destroy All Humans, 50s B-movie, it'll be really fun. And, the longer we talked about it and the longer it got discussed, the more it stuck. And it was just kind of, wait a minute, there's something to this.
And I know Tina's actually checking out a version of the game, playing it.
Right now,
How do you
I'm
like
just
it?
throwing cows and chickens and sort of getting used
flinging
to
some
it.
cows, yeah. That's what we like.
But people are comparing the open-ended gameplay a lot to Grand Theft Auto. So what similarities and what differences will we see with that?
There's definitely some similarities. The game has a sandbox world, and you can run around very freely. You have the alien Crypto. He has a jetpack that allows you very free movement around, and you have a UFO that you can fly. So there's some similarities there in that you can run around freely. Where it differs a bit from GTA is that it's a very story-focused game. There's a real adventure that Crypto goes on, and we've put a lot of time and effort.
There's a lot of anal probing.
There is a ton of more anal probing than.
Excuse
that is one of the weapons. That's one of the weapons.
Well, it depends on the cheat codes you use for San Andreas.
Okay.
So with a lot of emphasis on the comedy. So what we've done is we have Crypto and his kind of universe. We've put him in the kind of classic 50s sitcom B-movie universe. So you have a lot of suburban angst bubbling beneath the surface. So when you scan thoughts and go through the story, you kind of get this whole picture of another world that existed, this very funny 50s universe.
And a brand new engine, right?
A brand new engine. This was all made by the Australian studio specifically for Destroy All Humans. So I think you'll see that they're pushing the PS2 really hard, getting some great looking stuff out of it. The Xbox version looks gorgeous. They've done a great job.
We've actually got a chat room full of people just bustling with questions, and Vigilante360 wants to know, can you make crop circles in the game?
I think in one of the later missions you can. Yeah, you've got like a death ray on your saucer. So and so as you can spray that across buildings and set things on fire and stuff. So yeah, don't hold me to it. I think you can create a crop circle later.
Well, that's cool that you actually you can play the alien, but you can also sort of have the stuff in the saucer. So
right, exactly.
That's the nice blend of that.
Yeah, well, the Crypto when he's on the ground, he can take human forms, so he can exist in the world without being discovered, and so that's an important mission tactic. When you're in the UFO, it's all about alien invasion, death rays, explosions, flinging things around. So things get kind of crazy when you're up there, but it's a nice.
No, it's fantastic to see such an inventive game. I mean, I got to ask you, why do you think, I mean, there's so few games that are as original as this game? Is it a problem with the way the business is set up?
No, I don't see it as a problem personally. I mean, I look out there and I see a lot of creativity. You know, not necessarily in the top-selling titles, not necessarily in the mainstream. And I think, you know, what we're trying to do, what THQ is trying to do with this title, is bring something that's both creative but is also going to be like really popular and you know, really out there. Because I think there's all sorts of crazy stuff happening on the fringes of the game industry, and you know, I think there's a lot of creativity. I think, you know, it's commonly said there's you know, it's just all sequels, but I think if you dig beneath the surface, there's a lot there. What we want to do is kind of pop that out a little more and have that creativity bubble to the surface.
And hopefully, I mean, once you create a hit like Destroy All Humans, you know, we'll see sequels, maybe going to handheld, anything else that, you know, you're going to do with it?
We're not ruling anything out. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I've heard some rumblings. There might be some handheld versions coming. But anyways, I can't wait to play it. All right, Cameron. Well, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
You guys should stick around because after the break, we're talking about a big video game music concert that's coming up in Hollywood. Plus, Tina is giving a makeover, not to me or Laura, but to one of you at home. We'll see you after the break.
Not that you guys couldn't use one. Next week just gives me the chills, you guys. We're talking about Battlefield 2. We're going to find out if it's the most kick-ass shooter of our time. And Ted Price is going to be here to talk about Ratchet Deadlock. And check us out every Friday when we premiere at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific.
Absolutely.
Well, we excited? A little Battlefield 2 action?
Can't wait. Can't wait.
All right, all right, but
it's going to be a good summer.
Before we get to next week, there's some unfinished business here today, like our latest gamer makeover presented by Axe. Let's take a look.
Can't wait.
We got your email. We're very excited to make you over. My question is, Scott, why is it so important that you get made up tonight?
My high school reunion is tonight. There's a girl there I really, really want to impress. I haven't seen her in forever.
You are going to look so pimp tonight. All right, Scott, first thing on the agenda, Axe shower gel. You got to make sure you smell real good for Kimberly.
Okay.
The scruff, it's got to go, right?
Yeah.
You got 10 minutes. Let's lose it. I'll see you then.
Okay. Hey, Kimberly, it's Scott. You remember me from gym class?
Well, let's see what we can do to make you look a little more like Casanova and a little less of this.
All right.
Ready to try some stuff on?
Totally ready.
Give me kisses.
Are a stud, man. Absolutely, Scott. You look great. Are you ready to go to your...
I'm so psyched. I'm ready.
Go knock her socks
Gotta
off.
catch my plane.
Go say hi to Kimberly for us.
So what happened with Scott and
He got a date. He did. He got it. I don't know where it went from there, but he got the date. That was
you
the
have
mission.
To find the stud inside.
He looked good.
Awesome.
I was
Good job,
like,
bud.
actually, if Kimberly doesn't work out, maybe, you know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, anyway, you guys at home, you've probably heard about the huge video game concert being held at the Hollywood Bowl on July 6th. It's called Video Games Live. Well, we've got our good friend, my good friend, I don't know about you guys, and he's also the executive producer of the show, Tommy Tallarico, on the phone. He's going to tell us a little bit more about it. Tommy, are you with us?
Hey, girls, how you doing?
Hey, Tommy.
Tommy.
You miss me?
Of course.
Always.
But I'm here now, Tommy, so watch out.
Is Jeff taking good care of you?
Of course.
Awesome.
All right, tell us a little bit about the concert.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge celebration. I mean, we got all the greatest music in video games played in our Hollywood Bowl show by the L.A. Philharmonic. We got lasers, lights, live action, exclusive video content from the games. You know, some of the games we're talking about is Halo and Metal Gear Solid and Mario and Tron and Tomb Raider and Sonic and Castlevania, Advent Rising.
Probably some of your music too, right, Tommy?
Advent Rising.
We got to plug Advent Rising. But the other great thing about the event is we're having a huge festival beforehand. This is a G4TV.com exclusive. We're actually Hideo Kojima, the creator of the Metal Gear series, Yuji Naka. Wow. We have 40.
And we're going to be there too, Tommy. Don't worry. We're out of time, Tommy, but that wraps it up for this week. I can't wait to be there at the show with you. We're going to have tons of fun.
Yeah,
Make sure you guys sign up for our newsletter at g4tvtheshow.com and visit our forums and let us know what games you guys are playing and what we should talk about on the show. We're going to see you guys next week when we're talking about Battlefield 2, and Ted Price, the man behind Ratchet & Clank, joins us. Have a good night.
All right, so is it a date?
It's a date.
We'll be there. Absolutely.
I can't wait.
July 6th with Thomas.
Let's go to Ticketmaster, son.
We gotta get some free tickets from Tommy, right? Maybe not. Where have all the original games gone? Tonight we try to answer that question with video game agent Seamus Blackley and Sega of America president Simon Jeffrey.
Then we discuss 2 original games, Geist and Darkwatch. They're original, but are they any good?
Plus, we give you a sneak peek at the samurai slasher Genji for the PS2 because G4 TV, the show responsible for delaying the release of Zelda, starts right now.
Do you know how many Nintendo fanboys are going to be camped outside?
Put it up when we come into the office. Hey, everybody, welcome to the show that never lags. Now, Geoff, Tina, we just said Zelda is delayed. You're going to have millions of Link fans not happy this Christmas season.
Not coming till as
March?
early March, or even April, I think, of 2006 at the earliest.
Yeah, but do you want the game early or do you want the game good? I say hold off and get the game when it's great.
I want it great and I want it now.
Amen to that. You know, the other big news this week, guys, was Xbox 360 pricing finally came out. Now, it's $399 for the system if you want a hard drive and backwards compatibility. There is also a core system without the hard drive, without backwards compatibility, for $299. Now, it's kind of expensive, and our topic today is actually going to center on originality in games. So we invited Seamus Blackley, the co-creator of the Xbox and now an agent at CAA, to join us in that discussion. But since we have Seamus on the line, we wanted to ask him his reaction to this pricing strategy. Hey, Seamus, what's up?
How you doing, Jeff?
Good. So $399, that is the most expensive console launch in a decade. Is this shades of 3DO for Microsoft?
No, I think this is shades of the reality of what it costs to put out such high-end equipment now.
Profitably, right? Unlike the Xbox.
Well, everybody, when they launch new hardware, loses money. I mean, I think this is something a lot of gamers know now, but you have to keep it in mind. And in fact, every home electronics device anybody ships, including Sony, DVD players, VHS, TVs, they're loss leaders. So everybody sells them for less than it costs to manufacture, at least initially.
That's right. You make the money up on the games, which is something we're going to be talking about today, original games.
Yeah,
right,
well, let's get to that. You know, it's no secret that there is a lack of, and a major lack of original titles that are on store shelves lately. Here is the proof. Take a look at this. Sequels. All right, number of original properties. Now, this is handheld or console in the top 10 games sold during 2004 in the U.S. Drum roll, please.
Goose egg.
Goose. Bagel.
Wow. Except Halo, but Halo wasn't released last year, so it's not on our
now
list.
let's take a look. Now let's sort of make it a little bit broader. Let's go to the top 50. How many original properties in the top 50? And the drum roll, please. One. Fable.
Fable's the only game.
Yeah, so
wow.
as we can, so you know, we can kind of speculate as journalists and really gaming enthusiasts, but we want to keep Seamus on the phone, who's a big heavy hitter, and also we got the president of Sega of America, Simon Jeffrey, on the phone to talk a little bit about why this is happening. Now, Simon, in 2004, only 1 out of the top 50 games was an original title. Now, why are we seeing such a lack of original successful titles?
Hi, Tina. Well, I don't know if you can say that 2004 is really sums up where the entire industry is right now. There's no doubt that in 2004, Fable was something of a unique thing, and it was the only successful original title. But I think if you look at 2005 already, we've seen Mercenaries, God of War, Destroy All Humans. We've seen some original titles coming along that are doing really, really well. And I think we're certainly seeing, as we move to the transition of some next-generation consoles, the introduction of Xbox 360, there'll certainly be a lot more consumer demand for original products.
I hope so, but I mean, even looking towards the future, there's like less than half are original titles and most are sequels. Now, Seamus, let me ask you, who do you think is ultimately responsible for the lack of original titles available out there for us?
Well, I mean, it's, again, you have to be careful of what you think about as an original title, because if you look at that top 10 list, sequels to original properties are making a lot of money. So the reason that you make original titles is so that you have a long-term revenue stream from a publisher standpoint from an original property. It's called franchise creation. And in every entertainment business, franchise creation is really the core thing that drives the profitability of the business. So in a lot of ways, you're going to see, as Simon points out, a lot of publishers really interested now in starting up those next franchises. What's the next Halo? What are we going to do with God of War now that we have a successful franchise?
Right. Well, I know, Simon, you're betting pretty big on some original properties later this year with Full Auto and Condemned for the Xbox 360. Why decide to do original titles like that and not, just do a bunch of movie licenses and those kind of things?
Well, I completely agree with what Seamus just said. It's all about franchise creation. Right. 5 years ago, Halo was an original title. Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter, they were original titles. 5 years from now, we'll be looking at Full Auto 3, Condemned 3, and you'll probably be having conversations with other people about where are the original titles. Right. But they were original 5 years ago. And that's just the way the industry evolves and matures.
It's actually the case in Hollywood as well, that as different regimes come into power at different studios and publishers and music labels, there are people who take bets on original properties and create franchises, and then 2 or 3 years later, there are other people maybe in charge who are not in that mindset.
But how is the industry doing? I mean, are we creating enough original properties? I mean, Simon's doing some. Seamus, you've been an advocate for, Tim Schafer and Psychonauts, Lauren Lanning, Oddworld. I mean, is it tough to get these original properties made, though? Tougher than it should be?
Over to the publisher.
Okay. Simon?
Yeah, well, it's certainly tougher to, when you're looking at a return of investment and profit and loss analyses and all those things, it's certainly tougher to create original titles in the first place. But as we've been talking about, the big bet is in the long term, in not the title being a one-off, but in there being franchises and sequels that come out of it. And that's what the creation of original properties is really all about, rather than just making one-offs.
Yeah, there's a skill. People talk about, the movie business being a more mature medium, and I think that there's a skill set about managing your risk, like taking the right bets, smart bets on cool stuff.
Are we seeing less risk because there's so much money now in video games? Are video gamers and game makers getting very big, greedy eyes, is what I'm asking.
Are you a greedy man?
Are you a greedy man, Simon?
Well, personally, Simon is, but the industry-wide.
Thanks, Seamus. Well, like every industry, like every business, like every company, everyone has to look at the bottom line, because if companies lose money, then they go out of business. If the industry overall is not able to generate profits, then the industry will disappear. None of us obviously wants that, because this is a nice place to work.
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Well, it's a good balance, I think, between original stuff and sequels, franchise creation, and we hope there are more original games coming soon, and you guys are two great advocates for it, so thanks.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. All right, now for those looking forward to an original title in the near future, you will have over 100 to choose from. Here we have in the upcoming 2005. Yep. But for those into sequels, you got over 260 to choose from. So like those guys said, this is a business. Yeah. It's not just a creative place where people can go and spend $1 billion and do what they want to do. Here's some of the upcoming titles
that we have. The question is, how are these going to sell? There are going to be a lot of them that are coming out, but are they going to be big? Is Fear going to be big? Gun from Activision and Neversoft, they're really pushing that.
Absolutely.
Are they going to deliver big numbers, or are they going to go out and fail, and the publishers won't want to push
it? It's a great question.
We got some fabulous new franchises coming this way. All right, guys, the originality continues when we come back. We're going to talk Angry Outlaws and Darkwatch and Possessing Janitors and Geist. See you on the other side.
They're original. Did we like them?
That's right. Are they original?
I'm Kristen Holt, and yes, I have a funniest, fondest, and scariest moment that's all the same when I shot Blair on the Saw parody. I had just met Blair. It was literally like, oh, hi, Blair, I'm Kristen Holt. Bam! Shot me! Like, that's what happened.
I just found out that Zelda isn't going to come out in 3 months. It's going to come out in 7. Come on, Nintendo. You have, nothing coming out this year. Put out a game that's actually, good.
Hey, Laura, I just saw you on The Weakest Link. I didn't know you were a contestant on there. That's so awesome.
What's your guys' take on the remake of Final Fantasy VII for the PlayStation 3?
Here we go.
Well, we talk about the Final Fantasy VII. They've actually been showing that as a tech demo, but they keep saying it's only a tech demo, it's only a tech demo, but I guess they just apparently, rumor has it they recently showed in Japan, and they didn't say it was a tech demo. So it looks like we're probably
Fueled
gonna
the
get
rumors.
Final Fantasy VII on the PS3, but who knows, you know? But we'll get, you know, we'll
Looks
keep you
good.
up to date.
Keep us posted.
Yeah, you are the weakest link, my friend.
Yeah, I was short on cash, and I figured I'd just win a lot of money on a video game show, or talk show, and it
didn't work out so well.
Didn't work out. I was the weakest link. Anyway, welcome back to the show. Now, we've been talking about originality in games, so let's take a look at two big recent releases, Darkwatch and Geist. Now, here we've got two original titles, but I gotta tell you, I didn't find anything original or innovative in either one. I mean, Darkwatch is really just the same level over and over again. Nothing original there. No new bosses or anything.
But a
And
great
Geist-
title sequence from Kyle.
Great title sequence. And guys, you know, I gotta tell you, it just annoyed the hell out of me. The possessing thing was cute, but at the end it just became more of a nuisance than like a pleasure.
It was so cool to play a rat.
For the first time.
So you just want more sequels? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Laura? You just want Halo 4, Halo 5?
I want good original games, and I don't think either one of these.
Like Oddworld, right?
Yeah.
Oddworld.
Because that's
Now
done really
you're
well.
talking.
That's right.
That's a good game and a great franchise.
You know what? Everything's not going to be American Beauty. Everything's not going to be cast. It's like we're going to get mediocre, good, entertaining games. These were both fun first-person shooters that had a little bit of stuff we hadn't quite seen before.
What have you not seen? Possessing?
Well, the possessing thing was you got to play the pinball
Possessing was in
machine.
Messiah. I think the thing is that these games are, you know, the question is, do you respect the originality and do you support this game because, you know, they're just new IPs? I think the question is, you know, it's a good question about originality. Is it, you know, is it just original because it's a new title and a new storyline, or is there real original gameplay and how
Like
you
at
actually
least
play?
Geist went out on a limb a little bit, and there is some originality in that. But let me tell you that Darkwatch had nothing. I mean, have you never shot, you know,
What about the
zombies
double
before?
jump? A double jump in a first-person shooter. That's new, right?
It wasn't even a jump. He's like flying, and it looked all funny.
I understand what you're saying, but you can't expect something brand new in every video game that comes out. Just like you don't do it in the movies, just like you don't do it in television. It's like one is going to come along that's going to be great, like Psychonauts, every once in a while, but you're not going to get it every time. And if that's what you're looking for, you're never going to be happy.
Well, gosh, man, Jesus, I agree with you. I'm just saying I was disappointed. I wanted a fun Western vampire shooter. Like, the premise is awesome, and Darkwatch just didn't go through. But all right, but enough about us. Let's take a call from our good friend and executive editor at Game Informer magazine, Andrew Reiner. Andrew, let's start with Darkwatch. And what's your take on this game in terms of originality and, you know, overall gameplay?
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up?
I guess when I first started going through it, I felt that it was a pretty standard shooter. But early on in that first stage, you watch your main character, Jericho Cross, kind of tear into his own horse, give in to his vampiric temptations, and he just starts feasting on it. It's at that point that you realize that this is going to be a much different ride. And it was a ride I actually enjoyed.
I agree with you, Andrew.
So do you
well
respect
said.
it as a game, you know, because of its originality, or you think it's a, you know, compared to other shooters, how do you think it compares, you know, the Halo?
Compared to other shooters, gameplay-wise, it's, you know, a typical shooter.
Right.
Yeah, your weapons look like something, you know, like Eddie from Iron Maiden wouldn't mind playing around with, but in actuality, they're just, you know, it's another shotgun, another sniper rifle.
And horseback riding. We always love the horseback
You know,
riding.
we thought Zelda was going to have the only horseback
I'd like
riding.
to demonstrate the horseback riding. When you're on the horse, you can literally spin around and do a 360, and it's fine. It's totally cool. It's acceptable. Apparently, vampires are very flexible.
Well, let's talk about Geist. What about that, Andrew?
Geist, you know, I was kind of hoping Nintendo would pull another rabbit out of its hat like they did with Eternal Darkness.
I love that Eternal Darkness. That was such a great game. This was another mature one, but I mean, so you're saying, Reiner, obviously it didn't quite live up to Eternal Darkness?
It didn't. Obviously, it brought a new gameplay mechanic to the table, but I
You
didn't
say
think it was
new.
fully
Now
realized.
this is, you know, it was in Messiah. You know, Shine did that a few years ago, the Possession. So you say it's new just because it hasn't been seen sort of on GameCube before? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, exactly. It's something GameCube fans haven't seen yet, and I just didn't think it delivered the thrills that that everybody kind of hoped it would.
I agree with you. And to me, the possessing made no sense. Like, I'm all in favor of trying to figure out puzzles in games. I love it. But like I was talking to you earlier, when you want to possess the dog, apparently exploding things next to its head doesn't scare the dog. You have to possess the food and shake. And that just frightens the hell out of the poor pup.
All right, last thing, the $2.99 Xbox or the $3.99? Which one are you going to get?
$3.99. I
There
have
we
an
go.
HD TV, so.
All the bells and whistles for
stuff.
sure.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Thanks for calling in. Talk to you soon.
All right, you're going to want to return because we not only have an original guest coming up after the break, but an original game as well. We're talking about the hack and slash ways of the samurai with Genji.
This is a game I can
It's an
play.
original, but based off the
I have some business to talk to you about. Whoa, who's that? You owe me money.
No way, dude.
It sounds like...
I think I have to kill you.
It is. Everyone's favorite cousin in the Code Monkeys Grand Theft Auto spoof.
Is that so?
Code Monkeys season finale, Sunday at 10, only on G4.
Hi everyone, you're watching G4 Rewind. My name is Brian. You may know me as Nux Sonic. When did you first discover G4?
I first discovered G4 on a Pringles can, actually, in like 6th grade. Because I opened it up and it said right on the top, G4, TV for gamers, and I got really interested in it right then.
I first seen G4 probably about a year and a half ago when I first got Dish TV.
All right, we're back and turning our attention to a brand new game franchise. Now, although it may sound original, it's actually based on the Tale of Genji, which is widely regarded as the world's first novel. It was written in Japan in the early 11th century as a romantic story to entertain Japanese women. Well, the game is a little bit different, of course. It's a samurai slasher for the PS2. And Kyle Schubel, the producer from Sony, is here to tell us about the game. Not the romance, right?
No, definitely not.
Now, Kyle, we've been talking about original games on this show, so I wanted to ask you, first of all, why do you think there's so few original games out there?
Well, it's unfortunately comes down to dollars and cents. It's a bit of risk mitigation. I mean, it costs so much to make a good video game now. You kind of want to stick with what you know. And if you've got an installed fan base, you got an installed...
But Sony's done a lot of... I mean, I look at the franchise that Sony's done for PS2 with SOCOM, Ratchet, Jack, God of War. I mean, they've been really investing heavily in original titles. Why is that?
Well, you know, Sony believes in this medium as the future, and really we like to kind of take some chances. And, you know, when you see something great that's going to increase the art form, you got to kind of grab it and run with it.
Wow, well, Genji, I think, looks at a very artistic game. Now, this is based, as I mentioned, a 1,000-year-old, 1,000-page book, a romance novel. I mean, that sounds a little weird to take to a game. Is the game going to be a little less boring than this long novel?
The game is definitely going to take a serious departure from the story. You know, you basically, the Tale of Genji was 80% about, you know, sex, romance, 15% about music and poetry, and then 5% about, you know, fighting and politics. So
what about the actual gameplay? I mean, what's original about sort of the way you actually play this game? Because, you know, Mr. Okamoto, who has done, you know, Onimusha, it's a similar sort of style of gameplay, right?
It's got a vaguely similar, you know, you do have a lot of sword fighting aspects, you know, digging in, you know, doing the usual samurai gig. But one of the things that we really focused on Genji Dawn of the Samurai is the aspect of tate, which is the inner relationship between the person swinging and the person being hit. Yeah. And that's something that you generally would only see in cinematics. You know, why do we like, you know, samurai films? Why do we like going to see Kurosawa films and Kill Bill? You want to watch people
the artistry of that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Now, it's interesting that, you know, Mr. Okamoto, who's done Onimusha, did this game, was when we were looking at the opening cinematic for this game, it's amazing, actually, how similar it is to Onimusha. We actually have a side-by-side here where you can actually see, it looks like it's almost shot-by-shot, a remake of the original Onimusha. Is that, did you know this? I mean, it's so surprising to me, but...
Well, it's, you know, Okamoto-san has a certain style to him, and he definitely is the creative visionary on both titles, so I think you're just getting a little bit of the similar feel that he really enjoyed about the first, you know, Onimusha, and also going into this.
Well, it's epic, and this is interesting for you to be doing sort of this epic game because, you know, I look back at your history. You worked on a game here, which is amazing. It's Boogerman, a pick and flick adventure.
Pick and flick adventure.
You've come a long way, Kyle.
Yeah, well, you know.
How did that influence your work on this game? Is there anything from Boogerman that helped you with this game?
You got to carry over some of the fighting styles from each one of your games, you know, and Boogerman definitely had some interesting style to it, but no, just the transition through your career in this industry can definitely take you down some odd paths.
Well, you're on a great one now. Now, Tina is actually playing the game.
We
Tina,
know Geoff actually worked on E.T. as well.
There we go.
Well, I know the game's out in Japan, but I'm very curious about the difference between how, you know, the Japanese version and the American version.
Well, one of the things we really want to stay true to was the Japanese feel of the game. So we kept the Japanese voiceover, we just put English subtitles in, and we tried to stay as true to the story and the translation. But on top of that, when we kind of looked at it, it's a sword fighting game. ESRB, love them. You're not ever going to say anything bad about it. But
not like David Jaffe.
Hey, you know. But it was just one of those things where we kind of had a feeling we're going to get an M on this title. And, you know, it's sword fighting. You're going to have blood. You're going to have the laundry list of things. So when we realized we were going to get that, we kind of embraced that. For Japan, they actually were able to target they have a different scale. For us to be able to get a T, we had to take out 60 to 70% of our death animations and lose a lot of the aspects of the fighting. So when we went, okay, we're an M, we went and embraced it and cranked that scale out to the top. So now you've got the full spread of animations and such that can happen in the game. So
right. So it's interesting that we always talk about the violence. So you guys actually just push the envelope as far as you could to keep
but
the
not
M
for
and
that AO, right?
No.
Well,
God,
I know.
no.
I'm kind of doing a little hacking here. I'm thinking the samurai's getting busy on the side here.
Oh, there's that.
Very funny. Laura, you've been talking to everybody in chat about the game. What are people
chat and
saying?
the message boards. Raw Beef wants to know what sets it apart from other games similar to it, like Dynasty Warriors.
Well, you've got a strong story aspect to this one. It actually is based in reality. You know, when you look back at the Japanese history of it, the tale of Genji was mostly based in reality. It was a colorful tale about things. So the minutiae is the only thing that really changed. We tried to stay somewhat true to the era. Trust me, the story's taken some serious deviations, with when you start adding in magical stones and demons running around. But it's basically, I think, the story-driven aspect and the depth in the combat system.
Now, is there RPG elements as well, or is it straight hack and slash?
There are RPG elements. Your character does level up. You can upgrade your weapons. You also find an essence of Amahagane, which are small chips of that magical stone I talked about that basically you can use those to enhance your character. And that's actually personal customization. That's not just, oh, I found 3 of them, I get this. No, it's like, oh, I want to be better at attack, defense, or health.
Cool. Very cool.
What's this thing I'm fighting right here, Kyle? Can you...
That is Nue. He's one of the Act 1 bosses. He's a tiger, scorpion, demon thingy.
He's an original creature. From an original game.
Tina's just about the best.
Well, come on now. I just leveled up. Give me some skill.
Well, thank you, Kyle.
Cool,
We're out of
thanks,
time.
Kyle.
Thanks for coming down. And you at home, if you like big boobs and tennis, then you're not going to want to go anywhere because Tina's going to give us both those things right after this. Tina, you get so much for the show. You're so good.
I appreciate that. If you like small boobs and blonde hair, you can do it.
Okay. All right, if you always wanted a dog but were too lazy to walk it or maybe too cheap to feed it, never fear, Nintendogs is here. We'll find out if it's all bark or actually got some bite next week.
So cute.
It's so cute and so much fun, that game. But we have to wait till next week to see how we really feel.
I have a real dog.
All right, well, now it's time for our hot and fresh new game presented by Domino's. I love how the Domino's spins like that.
It's got some hot and fresh
All
for us,
right,
Tina.
I decided to slap your way a little Outlaw Tennis.
Whoa.
Okay, I played this on the Xbox. You guys, the game actually has surprisingly responsive controls for a tennis game. Not quite Virtua Tennis.
That's what I was going to ask.
No, but definitely not bad at all. You got 7 different match modes to choose from. Of course, hot potato. Who doesn't want to play baseball and football when they're playing a tennis game? You got 16 eccentric or eclectic characters to choose from. I love Killer Miller. He's kind of my favorite. He's sort
That
of
jiggle technology.
little jiggle technology. You got head-to-head online play. There's a new fighting
Look at
system.
that I love him.
There's a new fighting system. So you actually get to beat the crap out of each other, which is pretty cool. And there's licensed music, none of which I've actually heard before.
Right.
But still not bad for a soundtrack. But again, the fighting system, now it's not Dead or Alive, but the game is a lot of fun if you want to pick it up. Yeah. Someone comes over, a little bit of online play, and you know what the best thing about this game is? It's $19.99.
I love the Outlaw games. I think they're all fun.
Love the low price games. Cliffy B would be happy.
Yes, he
exactly.
would be.
All right, guys. Well, that wraps it up for this week. We want to thank all 4 of our guests, and thanks to you guys at home for watching. Now, remember to visit G4TVTheShow.com for more information. Most importantly, keep supporting those original creative games. See you guys next week.
That's right. That's right. Can't complain
Gotta
if you're
support
not out
them.
buying them.
You got to
right?
shop at the mom and
Very
pop store,
important.
Yes.
buy original games, crush Darkwatch.
And watch
Only
our
more
show.
people would have bought Oddworld, Laura.
Exactly.
Yes.
Then Munch would still be with
You
us.
people all weren't afraid. Is the 360 just too expensive? Tonight we talked to Microsoft executive Peter Moore to find out why they'll be releasing 2 different versions of their next-gen console.
And fashion designer Mark Echo will be with us to discuss his new game, Getting Up, and the political controversy that it sparked.
And EA producer Amir Jami is here to talk about Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth 2 because G4 TV, the show that's a tough hobbit to break, starts now.
Well, you're good with those one-liners.
Clever,
Yes.
You're so funny.
Crazy week in gaming.
Crazy week in gaming.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to G4 TV, your one-stop shopping source for all your gaming needs. Now, Tina and Jeff, a lot of news going on in the gaming industry this week.
The summer's supposed to be quiet for games. And there's all this buzz.
Thank God it's not. Thank God it's not. Because I'm sure everybody's heard Microsoft is coming out with 2 different versions of their next-gen system. They've got the core version for $299.
Yeah, not a bad price for a video game system.
And then they're also going to introduce the full premium version with some extra features like a hard drive.
For $3,000.
No, wireless controller for $399. Anyway, it's causing quite a stir, and everybody's talking about it. So what we've done is we've gone and asked Xbox executive Peter Moore to join us on the phone and answer some of our questions and figure out what's this all about. So Peter, thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure. G4TV.com. It's always been a dream of mine to be on this.
Thanks,
hey, Laura,
Peter.
Tina, Jeff, how you doing, guys?
We're good. Thanks for coming on,
We
Peter.
figured it was a really slow week for you, so
Nothing
good time
going
to
on
bring
here
you
in Redmond.
But Peter he's willing to face the fans and the
That's right.
controversy and the developers.
He's
right?
nice now. We'll see how this goes after the interview. Peter, one of the things we wanted to do was talk to some developers and how this is going to affect the way they do games and how they're creating games in the future for these two systems. So we went out and talked to some of them. We're going to roll some tape and afterwards give you a chance to respond. Ready?
Okay, great.
Let's do it.
My initial reaction, actually, as a consumer as well as a developer, was a little bit of disappointment. The main reason is because they're offering one console without a hard drive.
You were pretty much well set thinking it was just going to be one product, one price, and coming out with a different price, arguably with less features, is pretty surprising. Not too sure who the market is for that, but it's an interesting strategy.
I think most gamers will probably buy the core system, because I think that a lot of gamers are, going to be money conscious. And keep in mind, it's $299, but no one's going to let you buy it for $299.
All right, Peter, well, that's what the developers are saying. Now, obviously, there's some mixed opinions out there. Now, people are talking about, this idea of they might have to compromise their games in order to put them on these two systems. What is your response to what people are saying?
You know what, Jeff? I think Lyle actually said it best there. It is all about the system memory. We made a decision a while back to build in 512 megabytes system memory, and he made the point there, I think, very clearly that that's what developers are looking for, and they're looking for the game to stream out of that system memory, not to put stuff on the hard drive. So that was a decision we made. On top of that, DVD, the ability to stream data faster off the DVD. We've now got a DVD drive that's over 2 times faster than the one on the Xbox.
So you're saying the hard drive is sort of less essential to the Xbox 360 than it was to the original Xbox? Because back then, a lot of people were saying you guys were really pushing the hard drive. This is a big differentiator.
The developers have been aware of this situation for a long time, Jeff. Right. And so the ability for our team to work with them in a far more, quite frankly, robust architecture of a console than even the Xbox has been critical. We made a very conscious and very expensive decision to include 512 megabytes of system memory, and that's been the big deal. Bottom line here, I think, is that gamers are just going to have to wait to see over the next few weeks as we start showing these games, where there's going to be a Tokyo Game Show the middle of next month, and then, of course, of XO5 in October in Amsterdam. The proof of the pudding, as I always like to say, is in the tasting. And you are going to see games. I personally played both Perfect Dark Zero last night and Cameo, which I've been playing, as you know, Jeff, for a long time.
Right.
The games are spectacular. They are rock solid. They're visually beautiful, and it is transparent to the gamer as regards whether there's utilization of a hard drive or not. So I'd say the gamers out there that are concerned about this, just wait and see, because it really is going to be the game experience that will make the difference. The developers are all aware of it. I'm also seeing third-party games in the last week or so from Activision, from Ubisoft, from Electronic Arts, from Tecmo, that just look spectacular.
All right,
and
Peter.
I'm not hearing the same commentary from these guys than that I did from some of the developers there that are somewhat naysayers.
Okay, well, Peter, another part of the reason why people are upset is that you suggested all year that there would be one system that comes standard with a hard drive and a wireless controller, but now not so much. So why did you make that change?
At E3, we announced the Xbox 360, and that is exactly what we're still doing. The Xbox 360 core system, and then, of course, there's been a later announcement that, quite frankly, is based upon growing our install base on a global basis. We look at it, and somebody, again, made the point, and I couldn't quite see who it was, that this will allow a price point that allows us to grow our install base. Right. Guys, we talked at E3 a lot about growing the industry, and price point is very important.
Peter, do you feel like you're alienating the hardcore gamers and really kind of going for the mainstream money?
Not at all. Not at all.
Because that's what everyone's saying. They're in an uproar about it, saying, you forget about all the people that really stood by the original Xbox with the hard drive. You bring out these two systems. It's a little bit more mainstream. People are a little bit fired up about that.
Well, you know what? I look at the boards as much as you guys do, and I can tell you that, and I've looked at thousands of posts, probably more than I should do to allow me to sleep at night. And the ability for you to get what you get at $399 for this incredible 20 gigs of hard drive, wireless headset, DVD remote control, HD AV pack, you rolled it all together, and it's an incredible experience for $399. Somebody was telling me today, for the graphic capability of the console would cost you $1,000 to go to Best Buy and buy a GeForce video card. I mean, It is tremendous value. The other thing I will say as well is that the pre-order activity in the last 24 to 48 hours from our U.S. retailers, and then I spoke with some European retailers in the last couple of days, has been huge. And it is skewing heavily towards the premium SKU.
On the pre-orders, are you seeing more for the core system or more for $299 or $399?
Premium SKU.
So, Peter, I wanted to ask you about that because a lot of people have been asking, what is the split going to be? Because some hardcore gamers are saying, if I want the $399 system and I go to a store and they only have the $299 one, I'm going to have to buy that, and I'm going to have to spend $150 to buy the hard drive and a wireless controller on top of that. So what is the split going to be between premium and core?
I think I couldn't give you the exact numbers, Jeff, because it's global, but I can tell you it's going to be very heavily towards the premium SKU in the early going.
Is that, people have said, maybe 70-30, 80-20. Can you quantify it at all?
I really can't because, ask me that question in another couple of weeks when we see some data. I would be guessing.
Right. Now, Peter, you mentioned that you were been playing Perfect Dark. Now, EB Games has put up a bundle for $700. It includes Perfect Dark Zero as sort of a day one launch title. There's been a lot of speculation if that's going to make day one. So if we see that in the bundle, can you guarantee that it's going to be a day one title?
Jeff, this is a software business. There are no guarantees. You know how that works. What I can tell you is I played Perfect Dark yesterday. I actually was in co-op mode, which is just spectacular, and played a number of levels. The game is rock solid.
So your confidence is increasing, though, that it's looking more and more likely to be there at launch?
I would say certainly that my expectations versus last week continue to grow. I am very confident this game will be in that launch period, and I like to talk about
what does the period mean? Means by the end of the year?
You've asked me that question 100 times over the last month.
Yeah. So what you're saying is Perfect Dark Zero is guaranteed to launch.
You guys can try all you like to put words in my mouth.
No, and then you said Halo 3 will also be in the bundle. That's great and fantastic
that's
news.
Fabulous, yeah. I better get on that right now then if Halo 3 is going to be part of that.
But actually, can I ask you about that really quick? Because I did make the announcement about the movie coming out in 2007. When are we going to see Halo 3? Are we going to see it with the release?
We made a movie announcement. We didn't make a game announcement.
I'm sorry. I meant the movie announcement, yes.
The game announcement will be at a later date to be determined. Right now, we're very excited to be able to partner with Universal and Fox. We don't even know what that date is. The movie business is as fluid as the game business as regards dates, but we're very, very pumped to be able to bring Halo to the silver screen.
All right. Well, thank you, Peter, very much for your time. All right. Up next, we're talking to fashion guru Mark Echo about the recent attacks against him and his upcoming video game, Getting Up. So stay with us.
Hey, Scot Robin, host of G4TV.com, remembering what I feel when I see the old episodes. It would have to be, what's up with the hair? Every time I look at it, like, what are you thinking, dude? What the hell?
You're plugged into G4 Rewind.
Game developers, if you're making a game for next generation, please make it good. With games starting out at $70 a pop, we can't afford to be buying crappy games for next generation.
What is up with the Xbox 360 pricing? Come on, I sat there and priced it out. It's going to cost me $700 if I want a memory card, an extra controller, just to get on and play some games. I mean, that is a lot of money.
Can't get nothing past our viewers. Oprah's giving away a car with every Xbox.
Peter Moore, it's like we have the developers being negative, we have the fans being negative.
Boy, I tell you, what a show. All right, welcome back to the show that brings the controversy straight into your living rooms. Now, fashion designer Mark Echo loves attention, but this week he may have gotten a bit more than he expected. He had scheduled a release party for his new game about the world of tagging, Getting Up, and at the last minute, believe it or not, New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg revoked his party permit because the mayor's office said the game promoted vandalism. Well, last night, Mark ended up getting to have his party, and we've got him live from New York right now to tell us about the controversy. How you doing, Mark?
I'm chilling. I'm good.
Nice.
Good to be here. What's up?
Good. We appreciate it. First of all, let's go right into it. Now, tell us about how do you feel about the hostility that came from the Bloomberg administration?
Oh, it was one of those things. I could have never hired a better PR firm than Bloomberg Media Service. It's kind of, I don't know that he intended to give us as much attention as we managed to get. We planned this event well over a year ago. And not knowing what the date would be on the release of the game, it was something that was just kind of was intended to coincide. And when we went for all of our permits, everything was cool. The 10th precinct, the cops here in New York were down with this. Long story short, they ended up revoking the permit despite us having it in our hand. And we fought. We fought the city, and I filed the suit against Mayor Bloomberg on First Amendment rights to paint what we wanted to paint and what we deemed as art, and what he saw as us inciting vandalism, and we won.
Mark, now I'm a big fan of your clothes, and I hope that you're not leaving that behind, but what made you decide to make a game about graffiti lifestyle?
Well, graffiti is one of those things that just informs so much of what I've done as a creative person. In 5th grade, I must have been, I don't know, 10 years old. I don't know how old you are in 5th grade here, but I got a book. I remember getting a book from my father called Subway Art by Henry Chiffant, the photographer Henry Chiffant. It was at a time in my life where, graffiti became an invitation to hip hop for me. I grew up in a town. There's a very diverse, eclectic community, large Black and Latino population. And as a white kid fitting in, I was definitely not going to rap, and I was too fat to break dance, so graffiti was my thing.
But you love the graffiti, Mark, and what's interesting about, the game industry, though, is that there's all this talk about, games with killing and violence in them and stuff like that. Lots of controversies about those. But now a game like Getting Up, which is about something, like graffiti and tagging, is getting so much negative attention. Why do you think this game is getting negative attention instead of some of the other games, which are even worse?
Well, if this was a film, if Getting Up was intended to be, if it was a film that I was releasing, or a television series, or a Broadway play, there wouldn't even be a blip on the radar.
Right.
I think it, again, has to do with the mainstream media's lack of understanding of the medium. As a gamer, yes, you can do pretty violent and aggressive things. And I guess it's the thought process that because you are controlling it interactively, that you are in control, that you somehow are existentially committing the crime. Yeah. And it's, watching a film, you're a voyeur. You sit there, we go to a movie together, 200, 300 of us all in a room in a theater, and, it's a much more of a group thing, but we're voyeurs to that crime. So it's more like it's at an arm's length. It's okay. I think it's just a generational, I said, generational lack of understanding.
You're part of the video game generation, which is great, and I actually saw you speak at DICE earlier this year. You gave this speech entitled, What Killed Jabba the Hutt? And you had some pretty harsh things to say, actually, about the gaming industry, which I think you respect a lot. But did you feel it was sort of premature for, with your first game not even being released, to be out there criticizing the industry?
No. I'm that guy, I love video gaming. I love games, and I consider myself a gamer. And I don't think I was being critical. I think I was more of an advocacy stance and more of kind of like, hey guys, let's wake up. The sweet spot for where the audience is in order to kind of hold down the next generation of consoles has to be a wider net than currently we're speaking to.
But isn't the view, sir, that you have to, the hardcore has to respect and love your game before you can even get to the mainstream?
I do believe that.
Right.
I do believe that. And I also think that me trying to be in front of DICE was to let people see that I have an opinion. Yeah. I think the beautiful thing about, the game world is everybody has got an opinion, and gamers have strong opinions.
Yeah,
and not everyone's going to agree with me,
At least you have a point of view.
I have a point of view, and I'm not just some guy that's taking my logo and glomming on to another business opportunity. I'm in love with the medium. It's something I'm very emotionally close to. I'm very passionate about.
Mark, you just mentioned your logo. Let me ask you now, a big part of the game is putting some pain on fictitious advertisers by tagging over their ads. Now, as a guy who puts the word echo on everything he touches, can you really make fun of other people's ad campaigns?
I approached this, and when I wrote the story, it was written from a very cinematic point of view. And, I wanted there to be kind of some jokes in it, and like insidery stuff, and commentary on just consumption.
Right.
So I just thought it was a cool idea, and I can make fun of myself. I'm not beneath that.
You and Lauren
Well, I think we're going to see Mark Echo, the reality show, coming very soon for some reason.
No. Yeah, I won't do reality
We want to see
shows.
what goes on behind closed doors over there for sure. Thank you so much for being on, Mark. We appreciate it.
Good luck with the game.
Peace, guys.
All
Bye,
right.
G4. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. All right, Frodo may have finally gotten rid of the ring, but he's not finished making video games. We're talking to one of the heroes behind Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth 2 when we come back. And I heard Mark Echo really loves real-time strategy.
You're plugged into G4 Rewind. Up next, G4TV.com.
Peter Jackson may have put Lord of the Rings to rest, but the folks at EA certainly can't get enough of those hobbits. In early 2006, EA is going to release the real-time strategy game Battle for Middle-earth 2 for the PC. And joining us today to give us an exclusive sneak peek at the game is one of the game's producers, Amir Ajami. Amir, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Geoff. Glad to be here.
Hi. That's right.
Hello, ladies.
That's the way to do it. Now, Amir, Battle for Middle-earth, great game. You guys are coming back with the next one. But what I got to ask you is, the Battle for Middle-earth sort of covered the entire War of the Ring. So I'm wondering, what is left to cover in this sequel?
So that's kind of true. Battle for Middle-earth 1 did cover the entire War of the Ring as it was portrayed in the movies, but we've secured the book rights now. And the books really talk about these gigantic battles in the north part of Middle-earth that really weren't depicted in the films.
So you're kind of creating new creatures and stuff that we didn't see in the film?
Exactly. So we've got giants, dragons. Dragons were never portrayed in the films, and those are creatures that we're very excited about.
That must be kind of fun to sort of take, sort of Peter Jackson's look and feel of his film and sort of create new creatures. I mean, it's going to still sort of look and feel like the film, right?
We're maintaining the look that John Howe and Alan Lee kind of created for the film, but we're marrying it to the book rights as well.
So you guys doing lots of Lord of the Rings games. Is you ever going to sort of run out of these? Are we going to see the Lord of the Rings, DDR? Or like what's coming next?
You probably won't see DDR, but you know what? Lord of the Rings is the archetypical fantasy license, right? It's been around for 50 years. It's older than D&D. It's older than Star Wars. It'll probably be around for another 50 years. So there's a lot of content there. And there's a lot to pull out of it.
Well, it's good you guys are still in RTS games, because there seem to be fewer and fewer coming out on the PC, but you guys are pros at that. Now, Tina, Laura, you guys have been looking into the game. Sounds exciting, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I ask you, because the movie, there's no visual association like there is the movie. Creatively, is it more creative to pull from the book than it is to pull from the movie?
It is. We kind of, we can't create our own units from scratch, but we kind of do get to pull and choose from the gaps that really didn't go into detail in the books.
Because we only know what Frodo looks like because he looks like Elijah Wood.
Right.
But if he didn't exist, you could create any Frodo that you wanted to.
Right. But, Frodo is going to look like Elijah Wood. And so the movie set the style, and we're kind of carrying that through in this game as well.
Right on. Now, some people posted to the message boards, and one of the things a couple of people asked are, what criticisms from the first game are you going to address as you develop the sequel?
Yeah, so one of the biggest criticisms we got was the fact that in the first game, we forced you to build structures in certain locations. We called that the build plot system. So we're kind of going back to traditional RTSs and letting you build anywhere you want. That's the biggest feature.
Well, the game looks good. Can't wait to play it. Thanks, Amir.
Thanks, Amir. And you at home, keep your hands right where they are, because after this, it's going to get hot in here when Tina and Geoff fight over handhelds. I see you. I see you.
The fight begins. What side are you on?
Go get him, guys.
PSP or DS?
Next week, your worst nightmares meet a highly anticipated first-person shooter. We take a closer look at Fear. We're going to ask the game's executive producer, Chris Miller, why this one is destined to scare the crap out of us.
Whoa.
You scare me on
Zombie.
a daily basis. All right, guys, now every now and then an argument within the gaming community is so compelling and so filled with passion and so really annoying that the only way to finally put it to rest is to make a battle right here in a G4TV.com Flame War, presented by Foot Locker. Hence my stylish outfit.
Show me some shoes.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's
a respectable career. Now listen, today Tina and Geoff are getting to the bottom of the handheld war. The question is simple. Who's winning the battle? The DS or the PSP?
You mean the
Geoff
answer is simple.
is going to take the side of the PSP, and Dina, the DS. It's a fair battle. No hitting below the belt. Are you ready? All right, Geoff, start us off. What's your opening comments?
All right, my opening comments is that the PSP, this is an aspirational device. This shows the future of handheld video games, takes it to the next level. The problem with the DS is that there are some innovative games on it, but you buy a DS, it's a Faustian bargain. You get a couple interesting, innovative games now. Longer term, there's just no exciting games. There's no momentum for the device. I challenge you to name 4 DS games that are coming out this fall that you're looking forward to.
Trauma Center, Lost in Blue, Electroplankton, and Castlevania. Innovation.
Not this fall.
Innovation. Talk about progression. You got dual screen, you got the touch screen. Take something like Nintendogs, where all the DSs flew off the shelves thanks to one game. Take the Xbox and Halo. Sometimes it takes one game. It is about quality, not quantity.
Thank you, Tina. Good point.
You think hardcore gamers are really going to, buy a DS for Nintendogs? I think it's going to help expand the market, absolutely. But the problem is the DS, there's just no momentum for software going forward, and a couple of the games are innovative. But, who would actually want to have a DS when you could have a PSP? And it's so aspirational, so inventive. Look at the quality of the graphics in the games.
Thank you, Geoff.
All right, we're not talking technical, but if you want to talk about quantity, well, more people own a DS. So So obviously more people would.
Because that's totally unfair.
Excuse me.
Can I respond to that?
Out of order. Let her finish her statement.
Regardless of whenever it came out, people have had plenty of time to rush to the store shelves and buy a DS or the PSP. And today, if you count them, there are more individuals walking around the planet that we live in that own a DS. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Jeff?
Totally unfair because the PSP came out later, didn't have the holiday season. By this time next year, I guarantee you the PSP will sell more.
That's a good point, but it doesn't matter about you guys. We put it up to you and the boards to decide who's the winner right here in the big fight, the DS and the PSP.
Well, they get to decide who wins.
They get to decide. I don't even decide. I can't even rule my own court. The winner is a whopping 75% of you think the DS is winning the battle.
Thank you for visiting. Thank you for visiting.
Thank you for playing. You guys both did good jobs. Go for the PSP.
I love the PSP.
All right, big thanks to our guests Peter Moore, Mark Echo, and Amir Ajami. We're going to be back next week bringing you the inside scoop on what really matters in gamers' lives.
Did you make me bring out the Picto Chat card?
I never want to see you using a PSP then, Tina.
Yeah. You know, the Picto Chat is
2
like
years from now when there's no game.
Just what is Nintendo up to? We'll talk to some experts about whether or not the Revolution controller will actually be revolutionary.
And they've pulled the plug on Ashford's Call 2. We're going to talk to the man who did the deed, Jeff Anderson from Turbine, and find out why.
And the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Chris Miller is here with exclusive footage of this highly anticipated FPS because G4 TV, the only show with motion-sensitive forced feedback, starts right now.
What is that?
That's important, isn't it?
My chair's rumbling.
That's right.
Hey, everybody, welcome to G4 TV. Now, Laura, I couldn't help but notice how large your hands are. What? Yes, and you know what say women with large hands can't hold the Game Boy Micro.
That's what I was thinking.
It's tiny.
Because it's so tiny. Take a look at it against the GBA.
Right.
And you can really see the difference. $20 more expensive, though. It
That's
only
right.
weighs 2.8 ounces. Basically plays all the game that the GBA SP does, over 700 titles. Graphically, it looks really good, I think.
It's cool, but for me, it's like, you know, when you have this and then you have the DS, which is only, you know, $20, $30 more, it's like, you know, how do you pick between the two?
This is a lot less clunky, and it fits in your pocket. And
but you can't play those great DS, those innovative DS games.
Right, that's truly a problem.
There's no stylus with it. But anyway, it's coming out mid-September. Everyone's kind of looking forward to it. So that's the Game Boy Micro.
That's one of the news from Nintendo. That's some of the news from
What
Nintendo.
else
But
do we
what
have?
everyone really wants to talk about is the Revolution.
That's right.
And as you guys know, the Tokyo Game Show, which is one of the longest-running, most important annual events in gaming, is happening right around the corner, September 16th through 18th. And this year, Nintendo's going to make an appearance, where in the past years, they usually don't show up.
Yep.
And in fact, company president Satoru Iwata is going to be one of the keynote speakers. So basically, everyone's wondering, what the hell is this guy going to say? Because what we want to know, what we want him to say, is what is this new Revolution controller? What's it going to look like?
Right.
And what's it going to do?
We're
Tina?
dying to know.
I'm dying.
Everyone wants to know, and there's so much speculation because, you know,
Yeah.
E3, they showed the console, but they said we have to wait on the controller. I remember he did that interview with Miyamoto, and he said, you know, we don't want anyone to steal it.
That's
so
what
we
they're
can't talk
very
about it
lips
yet.
are tight, man.
Exactly. But let's take a look at what they've actually said on the record about the Revolution controllers. This is a quote from Mr. Iwata. He said, "There are too many buttons and sticks on controllers for novice players. We really want people to feel like they want to touch and play with it."
Dirty,
So that's kind of it's interesting. And then he also said it certainly makes a game better to have voice commands because it can alter how the game is played. We may or may not use the microphone in the new Nintendo Revolution interface.
the microphone. I don't think it ever works
I don't
right.
know, but there's all this sort of speculation,
speculation.
and like no one really knows what they're going to do. But of course, you know, when we asked Nintendo of America for comment, they said Nintendo does not comment on speculation. So obviously they haven't been talking to Mr. Iwata.
Nintendo doesn't comment on Nintendo's own press release. All right, well, even though Nintendo isn't giving out much specific info on their new controller, that doesn't stop their legions of fans from taking a stab at what they think Nintendo has up their sleeve. Take a look at some of these mock-ups that we've taken from 4colorrebellion.com, and as you can see, they are all over the board.
It's got a shovel so it can dig itself
But
into
does it have a
grave.
microphone?
It
That's the
doesn't.
question.
No, it doesn't.
I like this one because it's got the microphone. It's interesting because a lot of people have been talking about maybe the controls will actually be don't it could be a touch screen or something.
Bad.
It's
I actually
cool.
don't think
It looks
that's bad.
comfortable, at least in your hands with the rounded corners. I like that one.
The win.
Just win. Just win.
It's simple, like Iwata said. Few
Exactly.
buttons.
Not a lot of buttons there.
Oh, I love that.
And this one, which we're not really sure, is it remote controlled? What's it doing?
This is like something that fell off the space shuttle that now they're just saying is part of the controller.
It could be a chair. I'm not really
There's
sure.
lots of speculation. One thing people keep talking about is maybe the controller's going to have like a gyroscope or some tilting. I mean, that's the big speculation might be in there.
We'll see.
I'm not that excited about the tilt thing or the microphone, but I like the win button.
And I want it to be wireless, as long as it's wireless.
Yeah, definitely it's got to be wireless. And so, what we wanted to do was check in with an expert. In fact, Nintendo expert and IGN Cube editor-in-chief Matt Casamassina to get his take on all this commotion. So, Matt, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad to be here.
All right. Now, Matt, we just saw some, obviously, you know Nintendo having their fanboys. We've got some incredibly detailed, imaginative mock-ups. You've seen them as well. Do you think any of them maybe are on the right track?
I think they're probably... They may have some elements of the right track, but I don't think any of these controllers are accurately going to represent what we're going to get with the final product.
Which possible elements are you talking about? Like the microphone, you think that's a sure thing?
I think probably, yeah. Actually, Nintendo itself has said that it was evaluating the idea of using a microphone and that it was, you know, something that it would probably include in there, but it wouldn't be a controller-making option.
So, Matt, do you think, I mean, there's talk about, you know, gyroscopes, you know, interesting sort of, you know, touch screens, you know, that kind of idea. Where do you think it's actually going to net out? What do you think is true? What's not?
Well, I think this is all really wishful thinking, and I think it could come true just because Nintendo has dabbled in all these technologies. If you look back, touchscreens obviously on DS, although it did say that it wouldn't be using a dual-screen design for anything on Revolution.
Right.
And we're still talking about just the controller. Yeah. Now, Matt, do you think that the Revolution has a chance to be #1 against the PS3 and Xbox 360?
I think actually it does because, you know, it's going for a different market like DS, and I don't know if you guys have noticed, been following the trend with DS versus PSP. Probably, I think most would agree PSP is the better hardware, but DS is really outselling it because it's.
I heard like Nintendogs has sold. Someone told me it's like sold 250,000 copies already. Or
something? In the first week, and it's just because you know these games are really appealing to a different type of audience, a more mainstream type of audience.
Definitely.
And it also has got to be backwards compatible. He's got to be able to play all the old Nintendo games on it.
Right. So. Yeah, they've commented that all these, you know. It's going to be able to be compatible with every past system.
I heard it's going to have a GPS unit, so if someone steals it, you're going to know exactly how to catch it.
I mean, based on some of these mock-ups, that could very well be true.
Well, the mock-ups are great. You know, everyone's sort of predicting that they're going to hopefully talk about this at TGS. What are your sources saying? Do you think this is where we're going to find it?
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to happen here at TGS. They're definitely going to be talking Revolution, and based on people I've talked to, the controllers are going to come up.
Big news. Well, thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
And,
appreciate it.
We'll have a report from Jeff from the TGS.
I will be there.
Good news on the
And I'm going to watch from my living
TGS.
room.
Okay, good.
And you guys, I also got a chance to speak with the founder and president of Astro Studios, Brett Lovelady, and these are the guys who designed the controller for the Xbox 360.
Oh, wow. Cool.
And basically what he says that gamers now are so trained to use the joystick that has this button, an analog stick, and this button, that he doesn't know if Nintendo should stray too far from that concept design because gamers may be like,
I agree.
That's weird,
radical.
and I don't know how to play with that has buttons
the thing is,
over
the
here.
controllers are not. I remember with the PS3 controller, everyone saw this weird sort of boomerang thing, and everyone kept saying it's like that's interesting, but it's like the DualShock for PS2 is so great now.
Yes. Right.
You don't need to change it. It's not broken.
There's a transition period.
But it doesn't mean it's the best. He even mentioned the fact that we use, Brett was so great, he mentioned use keyboard and mouse, which may not be the best technology, but we're so used to it.
Exactly.
But he did say that if any company could do it and make us all go this other way, it would be Nintendo.
Cool. I agree.
So there you go.
That's interesting. Well, you know, we also talked to a bunch of developers to see, because, you know, developers are what matter if they're going to make games for this.
Absolutely.
They're going to be excited. And one quote that's been out there on the internet is Peter Molyneux from Lionhead Studios. Now, I saw Peter a couple of months ago, and he was asking me, what did I know about the Revolution? Now he gave this quote saying, never underestimate Nintendo. That's all I can say about the controller.
He's right.
So he's obviously excited. He's a creative guy.
He's on the page with Brett Lovelady. He said, if anybody can do it, Nintendo.
That's good. And then we went to Ted Price from Insomniac Studios. This is what he told us. I think he was joking, but he said, what's unique about the Revolution controller is it's going to play games for you. Eventually, upgrades will include add-on AI modules to do your job and manage your relationships.
Ted's such a tech guy.
That's
He's like
mainstream,
the AI
though.
module.
The guy with the win button was on the right track. You don't have to do much.
But finally, of course, guys, look at this. Look at this photo. You got to love Cliffy B. And this is what Cliffy B told us. He said, I'm glad someone's trying to change the paradigm. The last big innovation in controllers was the introduction of the analog stick.
And up next, we're going to talk to Jeff Anderson from Turbine, the man who took away your world. Don't even think about moving. You either, Jeff.
I'm not moving.
If I could compete in one game, it would have to be Unreal Tournament on Arena. I love that game. I had the maps memorized. I knew how to manage power-ups. I had my double jumps and my strafing technique down to a science. But none of that mattered because I needed to have perfectly styled hair and lots of denim. That was my role on Arena.
Nintendo, what's your problem? We don't want to see another Mario sports game. We want to see some M-rated games out there because M-rated games have better plots and are more fun to play. What the heck's with all the negative put-downs about Advent Rising? I mean, I'm borrowing it from a friend right now, and I played it. Yeah, it's the frame rate. It is horrible, but it has an awesome story plot.
Please don't tell me I'm the only one who wants a Mutant League football remake, especially on the next gen. Bones breaking, guts flying. Count me in.
You might be the only one.
We got a lot of angry viewers who want
That's right, Tina. He doesn't like all those bad things you're saying about Advent.
You weren't a big fan of
I
Advent
wasn't,
either.
no,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's like
Good music, that's what
it doesn't actually play smoothly or straight, or you can't jump. But hell, it's a great game.
Right. Good times. All right, guys. Well, welcome back. Now, what do you do when you find out the MMORPG you've invested months of your life in is going to shut down? Well, this week, thousands of Asheron Call 2 players had to face that very question. Now, the MMO market is growing, with World of Warcraft recently topping 4 million players. Pretty impressive. But a few games are dominating the market, leaving many small MMOs struggling to survive. Well, joining us via satellite today to discuss the state of the business and to explain the closure of Asheron's Call 2 is Jeff Anderson, the CEO of Turbine, the company that created the game. Hey, Jeff.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Jeff. Thanks for being on, Jeff. Let's get right to it. Why did you decide to close down Asheron's Call 2?
Well, the closure was really based around a simple business decision. We just didn't have enough subscribers coming into the game on a daily basis to make it successful enough for us.
How many subscribers did you guys roughly have?
Well, we don't talk about numbers. Obviously, what we want to reinforce is the difference between where we are in a game like AC2, which was kind of in the later stages of its development, and a product like Asheron's Call 1, which is still very vibrant and has a huge community.
Why do you think the game didn't get the subscribers maybe it deserved? Why did it fail?
Well, there's lots of reasons it's possible that it didn't reach the numbers we had hoped for. I think fundamentally it just didn't find its market. It didn't find its audience. Now, our focus really is on how do we continue to define the business, how do we make better products, and we feel like the next games we're working on really help do that.
What's interesting, though, is that, the first game is surviving here when the second one isn't. So, I mean, that's always an issue. It's like, you create a sequel, you hope all the users are going to kind of transition to the next game. Did that just never happen in this situation?
I think, frankly, looking back on it, maybe working on a game like a sequel isn't maybe the smartest thing to be doing. We want to really try to invest in the communities as opposed to trying to do sequels. Expansion packs have proven to be incredibly successful way of doing that.
Now, one of the interesting things is, I always look at the sort of social dynamics of these games. It's interesting with a game like World of Warcraft, everybody and their friends are playing that game, so that's sort of the game you want to play. Is there ever sort of a worry that, the smaller games, you can never reach that critical mass because everyone and their friends is playing a different game, so it's hard to attract them to a new property?
Well, there is no doubt that there's what we call a network effect of people who will attract other people to come in and play the game. So if you're there and you have a friend, you want to bring them along, that's definitely true. That's true whether it's a small game or a large game, but the effect is so much greater in a large game. Still, I think long-term we'll see in the business an opportunity for the big games to have big markets and for small games to have audience share as well.
Are those games still viable, though, you think, with, 50,000 subscribers? Or, I mean, these games cost so much to make these days. I mean, do you have to have, a couple 100,000 people to make it viable?
Great question. It really comes down to what the product is and who the people are that are running it. You can imagine a small boutique, maybe a text-based MUD, where the cost of both production and maintenance are really low. They can be very profitable with 10, 20 people playing a game.
Let's talk about some new games. You're working on both Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online. Are you at all worried about possibly releasing two fantasy MMOs titles so close together?
Well, it's the question for us is how do we create the separation between the two products? Dungeons & Dragons Online is a terrific product, really focused on what we describe as the dungeon crawl experience. Instead of a lot of landscape sprawl, we're really going for that terrific dungeon crawl. How can I have this party of unique skills and characters and classes built together to make the best use of this terrific instant dungeon? And you look at Lord of the Rings, a terrific franchise, what a great book, what a great film, a wonderful intellectual property. And our focus there is how do we create that epic masterpiece that the online player really wants to be a part of? How can they adventure in the world of Middle-earth? How can they be fighting alongside heroes and characters that they've known throughout the decades and millennium?
And when are we going to have, be able to get in the betas for these games? Soon?
Well, I don't know. I haven't got my check in the mail yet, but most players are able to start signing up right now on DDO.com and the website and Turbine's website, turbine.com. They can go there and put their information in, and we're taking active people today that are being let in. We have upwards of 1,000 people playing in the DDO right now, and it's exciting I go in every night and play, and I see just more and more people showing up.
Well,
so
Jeff,
it's very fun.
those are two fantastic licenses and franchises. We wish you the best of luck with both of them.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, if you like having the crap scared out of you, and you'll just love what we've got next, we're bringing you fear right after this.
Look who's here. It's Kevin Pereira, and he's taking your questions.
Hey, Kevin. Do you think you will ever stop getting flack for that arena stash?
I will never, ever stop getting flack for that
damn mustache. It never grew in. I couldn't get this little middle portion right here. And nobody told me it looked ridiculous. And I wore it with pride, and I still look back fondly on that piece of facial hair.
You know, everybody likes a good spooky game, and this October, right in time for Halloween, VU Games is bringing out Fear. It's a first-person shooter for the PC that some describe as The Matrix meets The Ring. You can already download a single-player demo on the internet. Let's take a look now at the full game. Spooky. Well, you know, joining us in the studio to tell us about the game is its executive producer, Chris Miller. Hey, Chris, how are you? So I got to ask you, what's with the freaky girl there?
Come on, everybody likes a freaky little girl. That's the whole deal.
It's all about but it's interesting that you guys are doing, you know, first-person shooter, obviously, but some really interesting story elements to it. What can you tell us about the story? Because you guys are shrouding a lot of this game in secrecy, right?
Yeah,
You're not talking about anything past the 4th level?
True, we're keeping the story under wraps. I can quote Craig in that, you know, the best way to ruin a horror story is to explain it away. So one of the tactics is to keep things very sort of low-key, minimalistic, so that, you know, the anticipation builds and everybody, you know, really sort of looks forward to getting their hands on it.
Interesting. There is a freaky girl.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
We've got one on the set here, too. Don't worry about it.
Right.
It helps it all.
It's all about that. Now, Chris, another thing I wanted to ask you about was first-person shooter, very competitive genre, you know, Half-Life 2, you know, sort of the most innovative games are in that genre. What are you guys bringing innovation-wise to the genre with this game?
I think with any of the first-person shooters that are new to the market, there's a drive to sort of innovate technologically. And obviously with Fear, the focus was on, you know, bringing the graphics engine and the effects system up as well as the AI system.
Right.
And then to sort of push the storytelling into a new genre as well. Or not a new genre, but a new way of telling the stories. So that's really been the focus and drive on that.
Now, you're doing this for the PC, and so there's so few PC games now. The market is down 10 to 15%, it seems, already this year. Why keep doing these games for the PC and not bring them to the console?
Well, I mean, the PC is what drives technology forward anyway, and consoles tend to be sort of snapshots of that technology. But I think in the natural case, the Fear team is a developer founded in PC technology, and so the natural sort of step to stay there as well as branch out. I won't, you know, allude to any potential next things, but you know,
but Monolith is doing. I mean, they're doing the game Condemned for Sega, which is a console game, so they're obviously, you know, moving in that direction a little bit.
Yes, they're thinking of. There's a lot of, you know, forward thinking going on.
Well, one other thing I wanted to ask you about was the actual sort of action. I mean, it's there. You know, it seems lots of guns, lots of combat. How much sort of puzzle solving is in this game versus straight ahead action?
This game was focused on, Fear focuses on action.
Okay.
So there are puzzle elements
like physics
in there.
puzzles or anything like that? Or
not so
really?
much physics puzzles, but sort of movement puzzles and interactive object puzzles. But again, the focus was on action and to really sort of force the player to not be able to think of anything else but, oh man, I got to get out of this thing alive.
Yeah.
And then, you know, so that's where the game really sort of plays up its strengths.
Well, it looks great. And I know you guys have been looking at it.
Yeah, we have. We actually got a couple questions from the boards. One person wants to know, you know, it's all fine and good to play with yourself, but what can we expect from Fear's multiplayer?
Right, the Fear's multiplayer is basically a system that's broken down. You've got two teams. It's sort of Counter-Strike-esque in its feel. You've got the two teams. You have the slow motion deathmatch as well as standard deathmatch. It's a really robust system.
Can you play the little girl in multiplayer?
No, you cannot. Yeah,
can you kill the little girl?
No, and I'm a little worried.
All right, Chris, what's the Director's Edition going to include on the DVD? What are we going to get from that?
The Director's Edition, other than being on DVD versus CD, has a live-action prequel thing that was written by the team and produced. We have it's got some bonus content in terms of a commentary pass by a lot of the level designers. Craig, the lead story designer, and John Mulkey sit down and talk about all what inspired them to
a little
get
behind
into
the scenes look
sections.
at the making of the game.
Behind
Cool,
the
very cool.
scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Well, can't wait to play it. It's coming out in October. It's Fear. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We appreciate it. All right, coming up, things get dramatic with our very first version of Message Board Theater. But before that, let's take a look at Spooey's 5 favorite games in this week's Sweetest 5, presented by Juicy Fruit.
At number 5, we have Castlevania Symphony of the Night on the PSX. Number 4, Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube. Number 3, Mega Man 2 on the NES. Number 2, Super Metroid on the SNES. And at number 1, the Bionic Commando on the NES, going old school.
Now, earlier we spoke with Jeff Anderson from Turbine, and the news that Ashen Call 2 was closing down came as a pretty big shock to a lot of gamers this week. Nowhere was that more evident than on the official AC2 message boards. We gathered some of those posts and put together this film. All of these are actual quotes from those posts. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you Message Board Theater.
For me, it's like a family member has been diagnosed with incurable cancer and has been given 4 months to live.
I will never ever give the people that causes me this pain money again.
I have met so many people, many of whom will continue as lifelong friends. We will gather together on our website, and our monarch will lead us in choosing of a new game so that we could continue the journey of friendship. The single stipulation would be that it would not be a product of Turbine.
You've got to be f***ing me. Thanks a lot. I poured my heart and soul into trying to help this game help its community, and you back out that f***ing fast. 7 months. Thanks a bunch. You've got to be kidding me. Thanks a lot. I poured my heart and soul into trying to help this game, to help its community, and you back out that f***ing fast. 7 months. Thanks a lot.
Wow, I'm honestly stunned. I love this game. I spent a lot of time and effort making it a better place. I'll be very sad to see it go, and I will miss my friends very much.
I don't bother with RL since I don't see a point in investing time and effort in something that's going to end, most likely in 50 to 100 years. If you're extraordinarily lucky, which I'm not. And that's what's exactly happened with AC2. I always thought naively that AC2 would go on forever.
Whoa!
There you go. A short film by Guy Brown.
Wow, that was...
I too am upset and might shed a tear.
I think our show is a little dramatic.
But people feel passionately. They're taking their lives away.
God, that was great.
We're good. All right, guys, so that's it for this week. We want to thank our guests, Chris Miller and Jeff Anderson. Now, we're off next week for Labor Day, but we'll see you back here in 2 weeks with a special report on the Tokyo Game Show. We also want to send out our thoughts to anyone that was affected by Hurricane Katrina. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.